Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the stream, guys. How was your weekends? Hello. Good morning, JS Mythic. With 14 months, we should be talking about Sasha Riley all day. It is by far the most important story right now, and it would be great if you viewed it. I think you would be doing a service by doing so. Twitter Meta is throttling the story. I posted links in the politics Discord. Sasha Riley. Huh? What's this all about? Oh, this is Epstein stuff? Oh boy. Did somebody make a video on this? Atlasars, thank you so much for 25 months, buddy. The real Joe to see with the primer. Thank you. Thank you very much. How do you spell her name again? Sasha Riley. Sasha Riley. Sasha Riley named names. He was trafficked as a boy. Maybe people will listen.
But I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head. So killed her, obviously. So that would be...
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl. I can't even remember her name. Yeah. The runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about that story. I haven't seen much reporting on it. I can keep an eye on it, but I don't know anything about that story. So that would be difficult to cover today. Thank you for the resub, though. I appreciate it. Blue Crayons with 11 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Coach Jameis with 54 months. Coach, thank you, buddy. ATX, Wuda, JS Mythic, Lopsided Pixel, Amisnaru, Hip Hip. Good morning. Vague Contempt, Dave, Swannybird J, Tim the Blair, Rokushos, Arden Pit, Snow Source, Bezin Blarg, Sherry Ann, Burnt Bread, Maxu Taibi, Just a Viewer, Vance Like to See Extremes. Good morning, everybody. Mira, did I say good morning? Sorry, I apologize. Fucking shit, guys. Is anybody else feeling just fully radicalized at this point? I'm all about it. Abolish ICE. Get rid of it. Make something else. I don't know. There's just too much footage going on right now that is fucking infuriating. My feed is just a deluge of videos that have only made me angrier. Like, the more I just look at my phone and browse through social media, the more angry I get. There's just like dozens of examples of these ICE agents escalating situations totally unnecessarily, shoving people and then going nuts. I saw a video of a guy pop up on my feed. It was like 5 agents on top of him. And one of the agents was just driving his knee full force into the side of this guy's face while his face was on the concrete. And the guy ended up being a U.S. citizen. This fucking guy. Dave, with the tier 2 membership between the Ice Rage material and the Ice versus Ice. And I swear they all fall in a slapstick fashion. Wait, that sentence is so confusing to me. They took a kid who worked at Target and is a U.S. citizen, beat him up, and dumped him a mile away from work. He's only 17. I think we're talking about the same person. Was that the one that they fucked his face up, man? The guy that I'm thinking of, they fucked his face up. Just drilling his knee full force into the side of the guy's head, as the other side of his head is on the concrete. So there's no give there. Am I crazy, or did somebody just say Call of Duty right there? This might not be the video that I'm thinking of. Hold on. Okay, this is the Target guy.
You guys are all on video. No, take my phone. Both of them. Hey, you got my phone. Where is the paperwork for that? Where's the...
They do it on Target. They do it on Target.
Fucking Minneapolis. Hey, don't. Stand up. Where are their points? Hey, don't work here. Anybody else? Go and ask where the fuck the warrants are. You guys don't have the right. What's your name? What's your name?
Jonathan Aguilar Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen.
Give us a phone number.
U.S. citizen. Get the fuck out of here, Race.
Why are you kidnapping us?
No, this isn't the same one that I'm thinking of.
Why are you? Why?
Sir, give us your phone number. We'll call your family. Give us your phone number.
At least Wait, you want your family to know?
This kid's probably fucking horrified he's gonna wake up in CCOD, by the way.
Let him get out his passport.
What's your name? What's your name? We'll find your family. Christian, what's your last name?
What?
Get back there now.
Give us what's the phone number we should call?
That's my mom.
That's your mom. We'll call you. And your first name's Christian, right?
There was one video of a guy that was like, I don't know, he was in like his 40s or his 50s, and he just starts screaming at the top of his lungs. Do any of you know what the video that I'm thinking of? Hey, I will fucking arrest you! Just starts screaming at the top of his lungs. Did you guys see that video? And it's like, if the guy thought he had a legit pretense to arrest the guy he was yelling at, they would have done that. That is not what happened. Hold on. Is there more to this video? Is this the one where he's kneeing the guy in the fucking face? I think this is the one. Hold on. Do we know anything about this person here that they're detaining? I think this is the one. No, this isn't the one. Just imagine this though, and imagine another guy right here, full force, just kneeing the guy in the fucking side of the face with his face up against the concrete. That video is fucking gnarly, you guys. Okay, so yeah, I went on PKA. We had a conversation about the ICE stuff. We had a conversation about Venezuela. We had a conversation just generally about immigration. I do want to watch that. I also want to watch this interview with Kristi Noem on CNN from yesterday. It is a fucking doozy, you guys.
You've also been criticized.
A Minnesota pastor talks about his confrontation with ICE.
An ICE agent literally came over to me and said, "What did you say?" I said, "I am not afraid," and they pointed a gun in my face. ICE put handcuffs on my hands and put me in a black SUV. And then a few moments later, they came back and they said, "Are you afraid yet?" And I said, "No." And then they said it. "Well, you're white. You wouldn't be fun anyway." It was then that I knew that this staging, that these ICE raids are really about fear and intimidation.
When is this from? Is that a recent video? It's hard to tell when that is from. 6 pink, 1 blue with 8 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The guy you are thinking of is Juan Carlos. I don't even know if I can show you that footage. That footage is so violent that I'm pretty sure I can't show you that footage. Juan Carlos, is that what you said? I can't even show you the aftermath because his face is so fucked up. I think I can show you this angle. Bro, look at this. Look at this officer kneeing the fucking shit out of this guy's face when the other side of his face is pressed against concrete. That would fuck me up. Okay, I don't know if I can show you that. It is so fucked up. That one fucked me up. That one fucked me up. Do we know anything about the Juan Carlos guy? Do we know anything about his case? Is he another US citizen? Here's something I do know, you guys. Here's something I do know. You know, the citizens of Minneapolis saw a woman get killed, and then it only energized them. There were thousands of people demonstrating. It seems like a lot of these communities within Minneapolis are banding together. Whatever fear people have about Donald Trump doing authoritarian power grabs or whatever, I don't think anybody has any doubt at this point that if you were to try some shit, you know, it would provoke the largest protest movement that has ever happened in the history of the world. We would see more people confronting this administration, like physically confronting them, than we've ever seen at any point in our history. That's what I know. And so I couldn't help but feel like, even though I was pretty pissed off this entire weekend, I was just angry this whole weekend. Just fucking pissed, man. Every time I opened my phone, it just made it worse. But I did feel encouraged. I did feel hopeful and encouraged watching the response from the people of Minnesota and people that protested in big cities all over the country. You know, the country right now is rejecting Donald Trump and rejecting his policies, certainly rejecting ICE. Support for abolishing ICE went up 17 points since the Minnesota shooting. According to, I don't know what poll it was. Wick tweeted out the poll. Let me see if I can find this poll. 1 second here. 17 points. Support for abolishing ICE went up 17 points, you guys. Christian, thank you so much for $2. Talk to Sitch and Adam about this, please. If they want to invite me on, I will have a conversation with them. Dazvidanian with $5. Approval of ICE is down to 39%. Approval support for abolishing ICE is up to 42%. Disapproval amongst indies is between like 56 and 64%. Yeah. And it's clear to me, guys, it's clear to me that Republicans thought they had a slam dunk with the shooting in Minnesota. They probably saw one very grainy angle and jumped to a conclusion that this, you know, woman in Minnesota was deliberately trying to murder ICE agents. And they went they went all in on that, like right away. You know, Kristi Noem gets up there and says this is domestic terrorism. Trump says she was trying to run him over. She did run him over. It's clear to me that they thought that this was a slam dunk. And then people saw more footage. And I don't think you're going to find many people who wouldn't concede that she made bad decisions, but it's really clear, especially after that video they released the next day or the day after the next day, 2 days later. It's really clear from that video, the cell phone footage that the cop was recording, that she was like turning her wheel very quickly before she even hit the accelerator, thus totally annihilating the narrative that she was trying to run people over. Like, you can see her clear as day, quickly turning her wheel right before she hit the gas. And then as she's moving forward, she's still turning that wheel right. Does it matter? It matters when we're establishing her intent. Because the administration right away ran with the narrative that she was there to, you know, do left-wing terrorism and try to kill cops with her car. Does it matter in the context of the ICE agent's defense that he feared for his life? No. Doesn't really matter then. Her intent doesn't matter. Like, she could have intended to evade the situation and, you know, actually done like serious harm to him, and in that case it would have been justified in that moment to pull the trigger. But it matters when we're trying to establish like why she was there, what she was trying to do right before she got shot, and this idea that this woman was some left-wing terrorist is fucking ridiculous. He shot her with one hand while not even dropping his phone, and supposedly he also got hit. Is this guy the Punisher? There's so many, like, his bad decisions directly led to that shooting. Directly led to that shooting. If he had followed his training, and if he had made better decisions, then he would not have put himself in the situation in the first place, where there even might have been a question in his mind of like, is she going to run me over with this car? He made the decision to pull out his phone like he's doing fucking YouTube content and encircle her car, which is itself an escalation of the situation. He made the decision to position himself directly in front of her car. He made the decision to stop directly in front of her car when she stopped reversing. Why would you stop? Why would you do that? Why the fuck would you stop in front of her car? That's insane. Why would you do that? If he hadn't have made those decisions, she would have fled the scene and probably would have been charged with felonies, you know? They would have found her within 20 minutes. And she would have been charged with like felony evading police. I don't know. They would have charged her with felonies or whatever. Watch the Wick panel with Josiah and Soy Pill. Twiggy Fwigs, excuse me. Thank you so much for 7 months. Appreciate you, buddy. Josiah did some debates. It's been a minute.
So it's like
where is it? Open panel on ice shooting. Is it this one?
At the original video, it doesn't show 80% of the south.
Okay.
Instead of just
Maybe you mean something different. The past 5 minutes, what I was
What Wick panel?
say,
argue.
and
it's more so than the Republic bullshit.
and I don't like.
I don't know where it is. Can you link it? Enrico with 18 months. Thank you so much. I posted a video on Discord about a young lady running as a Dem in Texas. Also happens to be in the district I grew up. Help me gain a little optimism back if you're interested. Did you put it in political video react suggestion? That is a very bad name for that channel, but I don't know what else to call it. Wick panel with Destiny debated Enrique Tario. Oh my god. Wait, what? 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 Hold on. When does Pondering come on? There's Soy Pill. There's Pondering. Okay. Enrique Tario went on a Wick panel? Excuse me? How many of you guys have already watched this? The full interview with Kristi Noem. Enrico, I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you for 18 months. Appreciate it. You just saw clips. Me. How many of you guys didn't watch the full video? It seems like a lot of you guys have not. It's only 10 minutes. What do you think of the Nick Merckx aim assist arc video? He's very obviously not using hacks. That's very obviously aim assist in Arc Raiders. And the whole thing is stupid. I don't even think the aim hacks work the way that his aim adjusted is consistent with the way that aim assist works with Arc Raiders. So like in Arc Raiders, if there's like wasps in that game, and the wasps have 4 rotors, and the aim assist will snap to like each individual rotor. And if you move your stick just a little bit, it'll kind of rubber band back to one of them. But there's like 4 different aim assist points on those machines in the game. And his clip was entirely consistent with the way that aim assist works in that game. And all the people calling him a hacker are just being ridiculous. You don't have to defend him. I know. I don't know. You're fucking with me. Was that a hornet or a wasp? I think that was a wasp.
You've also been criticized for your comments. The shooting, we should note, was Wednesday at 10:37 a.m. Eastern. Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video. We're trying to assess the situation." Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors, and knew.
The whole thing is completely unacceptable conduct for somebody that is seated at one of the highest levels of our justice system in the country. For her to come out with a definitive statement about her intent, that driver's intent, quite literally before that woman's body was cold, is completely unacceptable. It's totally unprofessional. Even Tom Homan didn't take his rhetoric as far as she did. Even Tom Homan came out and said, we got to let the investigation play out. She was up there. I mean, to be clear, the reporting suggests that Donald Trump is considering replacing her. I don't know if it's true, but that's what the reporting suggests. And so she's up there like fighting for her life. And the fact that these cabinet members prioritized their own kind of political survival over the job is a problem, because they're up there doing these performances. They're not performing their duties in a regular context. There's this extra context on top of everything where they're all like fighting and stepping over each other to try to impress their boss, which in my view compromises them in their positions. It muddies the work that they're doing. I don't even know what work she does. Did you see her fucking ridiculous cowboy hat that she was wearing? Did you guys see this fucking thing? Look at this look at this. Look at that hat. How the fuck can she even see in front of her? It's covering her eyes, bro. This is like a redneck version of Naqib. Is that what they're called? This is redneck Sharia. All women are obligated to wear giant cowboy hats that cover their face. A niqab, is that what it's called? The Jerome Powell stuff is fucking insane too. Like there's like, it feels like things are escalating is what it feels like. I mean, things were already bad, but it feels like things are escalating. And I think right now we're watching a president, you know, lose his grip. I think Donald Trump is literally losing grip with reality, first of all. But he's losing his political grip. He knows that. They all know it. All of them. All these conservatives in media, all the Republican politicians, they can all see what's happening. And he's just desperately trying to change the narrative. They can all feel it. They can all feel this lunatic taking the ship down with them. And I don't know about you guys. I mentioned it before in the stream, but I don't know about you guys, but I take comfort in the fact that the more unhinged he gets and the more unhinged his actions are, the more people will show up and demonstrate. And I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt about that. I think we're watching like a nascent protest movement. Hopefully it's sustained. You know, I got very warm and fuzzy seeing thousands of people demonstrate over the weekend. That made me feel super warm and fuzzy. The Jerome Powell thing is just another thing to look like a win for his base. He's also just making the Justice Department look like complete fools. We've seen it happen a number of times already where they announce a set of charges against someone and then it's like literally laughed out of court. So they can try these shenanigans, but you know, look what happened to Letitia James. Look at what happened to Comey. Didn't amount to anything.
The facts and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
Well, with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing you said was, quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis.
His real base is only like 38% of the population, which is too high, but it's not like it's 49%. I don't think it's even 38%. Well, what do we mean when we say political base? Do we mean reliable voters? In politics, the political voter base refers to the core group of supporters who consistently back a political party and its candidates. Okay, well, I guess if that's the definition we're going for, then yeah, his base is close to 35%, give or take a few points.
They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened. Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the woman
He wasn't very good at blocking traffic, for the record. Didn't do a very good job on that front.
attacked them and surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with their vehicle.
Blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation. And that's what you need to focus on, Jake, is they were breaking the law by impeding and
Wasn't very good at blocking traffic, you know.
obstructing a law enforcement operation. They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their due diligence.
I mean, this is context that I didn't even know before, that the ICE vehicles, that convoy had stopped because one of their cars had gotten stuck in the snow. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that before this interview came out. And in that context, it's not even clear to me that her intent was to try to block them from going anywhere. It's just as likely to me that she just stopped to observe what was happening. To like warn her neighbors. If she was trying to block traffic, why was she like waving people in front, you know?
Diligence of what their training had prepared them to do to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
You said within hours of her.
Here's the other thing, guys, and no one else is talking about it that I've seen. You can see him lean forward to take the shot, you guys. Did you guys see this? When you watch it in slow-mo, he not only doesn't use this moment to like, he not only doesn't use this moment purely to just get out of the way, he actually leans forward before he takes the shot. Hold on. At the 12-second mark, you'll see it. So he stops right here. Like, why the fuck did he stop right here? Why does she brakes and stops moving backwards? He stops. And then his instinct is to lean in. Okay? He leaned in, you guys. So like, if you see here, you can almost see his body, like his initial instinct was to get out of the way. He kind of subtly moves this way a little bit, and then he actually leans over the hood to get an angle. You see? He fucking leaned over. How am I supposed to believe that this guy feared for his life when he actually leaned forward into the path of her vehicle? How the fuck does that make any sense? Did you see the T-Rex? Yeah, like one of the neighbors had like a giant T-Rex or something. Yes, because she's considered a threat. If he felt like his life was threatened, why would he lean forward to get a better angle on the shot? How does that make any sense? You lean into the direction of her direct path, and you're also afraid that that's going to kill you? Vins with 31 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Why would he circle the vehicle if he considered it a threat? You'd have to ask him. I have no doubt in my mind, this is America, okay? This is fucking America, okay? They don't need a particularly good reason. All they have to do is convince the jury that they felt like their life was in danger. Here's a live protest in Minneapolis right now. What is this? Somebody's dressed up like a frog. Only in America. There's a frog, there's a giraffe. Even if he did fear for his life, she was not a threat. She was driving away while he put himself into harm's way. It's not for debate with any rational person who knows use of force. You'd have to fill that jury with the slowest of the slow. I don't know. Oh God, what's his name? Keith Ellison? Is that his name? Who's the guy that used to be the vice chair of the DNC and he's now like the attorney general of Minnesota? Is that Keith Ellison? What's the guy's name again, guys? Yeah. He said that there's no statute of limitations in an interview with Aaron Parnas. He said there's no statute of limitations. So if they have to wait until Donald Trump's term is up before they begin an investigation, then he said they'll do that. Which that made me feel a little bit better.
Concern, let's say nothing happens, right? The Trump administration conducts its investigation, says self-defense, no charges are warranted, excludes you all from the case file. You guys can't get an accurate investigation going. How do you ensure that this officer is held accountable if the evidence is there at some point? I mean, is there a statute of limitations here? What happens?
There's no statute of limitations on a murder case. On a homicide, there's no statute of limitations. A lot of people, have heard that before, and they're right. So the case, it's not over. It's not over just because they say that. Let me also note that, and this is important, that I'm hearing reports, which I hope that you can confirm, that the Civil Rights Division of Department of Justice is being excluded from the case too. And that means that the people who do these kind of prosecutions, even
Trump will probably pardon him before he leaves. Maybe a federal pardon, but that wouldn't help him for state level charges. He can't pardon at the state level in Minnesota.
even from the feds, are not being included in these investigations. So that's one that I've heard from several sources. I wonder if that might be something that.
I don't know if he'll pardon Derek Chauvin. There doesn't seem to be a tremendous amount of political pressure for him to do that. I don't know if he'll do that. I don't think he'll do that, to be honest with you, because I mean, maybe, who knows? With this guy, you never know. But Chauvin is in jail for state crimes as well. So he would just be transferred from a federal facility to a state facility, is my understanding.
People in the free independent press can run down and confirm.
Chauvin is in prison. He's serving, he's serving a long sentence. 22.5 year state sentence and a 21-year federal sentence. So he's got another 2 decades left.
But I've been getting those reports, and I'll tell you this, Aaron. I was hearing that we were excluded days before we were officially excluded. I was trying to persuade them to change their mind, and I still hope they change their mind. But this is bad news. I can tell you this. One, they can't if we get the evidence, if we get probable cause that a crime was committed and Jonathan Ross committed it, we can charge that now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, now there will be barriers. If I was the defense attorney, I'd say, well, I would defend, the way I would defend the case is I'd say, they don't even have the full case file. They haven't looked at this, they haven't looked at that. There's all this reason, all these things can represent.
So anyways, he's saying that they will, if they feel like they have to, they will wait until Donald Trump is done serving his second term and pursue charges after Trump leaves. Because he says there's no statute of limitations for murder in Minnesota. So, I mean, that made me feel a little bit better. I just wanted to say I watched you back in the COD 4 days. It's wild to me that you're into politics now, but not in a bad way. Just funny how life goes. Hope this stuff doesn't negatively impact you too much. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. Thank you for the kind words. This job is fucking great. I have almost no complaints. It is a privilege of the highest order to be able to do this for work. What an unbelievable privilege. And I'm good. 95% of the time, I'm good. I'm good. I was just pissed. I was just pissed this weekend. I was fucking pissed. Fucking infuriating. It's radicalizing. It's radicalizing. It is. Made me fucking furious. It is remarkable the times that we live in right now. Hutch with $10. How does the man get the lean in the car if he got hit? Thanks for this. I don't feel like I'm going crazy. To me, it looks like he's leaning forward to get an angle to shoot her in the face. That's what it looks like. He's leaning across her hood to get an angle to shoot her in the face. And in all that time, he could have been just stepping out of the way. It's just a bad decision. Just a cascading series of bad decisions. I think he was pissed. I think he was pissed off. I think she pissed him off. I don't think he liked her sass and the sass of her wife. You talk to your dad about it? No. That is the last thing I want to do. Why would I do that? Looking kind of bald today. Yeah, it is what it is.
Her being killed, you said that she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define?
Asmongold has some thoughts. Political thought leader Asmongold has some thoughts.
You kidding me? This performative, fake, sensitive male bullshit? Get this the fuck out of here. This entire, like, you know what? I don't think toxic masculinity is always a bad thing. And I think that when all the cards are down and you need somebody to help you and you need work done, you know who you're going to turn to? A toxic fucking male.
I had plumbing done a few weeks ago. Bunch of dudes in my house. Didn't appear to me to be particularly toxic, and it was fine. Good things this weekend. Mary Peltola announced for Senate in Alaska. Recruiting win for Schumer. AOC being an absolute queen in Queens. Oh, I didn't even mention. Okay. I mean, this is not the biggest story today, but there were some protesters that were outside of a synagogue, I believe. And apparently there was something going on in the building where there was like sales of land in the West Bank or something like that. And so people showed up to protest, but some of them showed up with Hamas flags. And then they started chanting like, "We like Hamas here," or "We support Hamas here." And AOC and Mamdani came out with statements condemning that specific rhetoric of supporting Hamas. And then Hassan, like 3 hours after they did that, subtweeted them and questioned that anti-Hamas rhetoric. Did you guys see that? That's something that got buried this weekend. Actually, Hamas is a resistance force? I don't know exactly what he said, but they will turn on Mamdani. They will turn on this man. They already are. I promise you. What exactly did Hassan say about Hamas here? Hold on. As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. And the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue. First of all, if this man, gun to his head, if you forced him, not literally, maybe I shouldn't use that language. If you forced him to decide, would you rather live in a state that was governed by the government of Israel or Hamas? Which would you choose? He would choose Israel. He would never, ever in 1,000 years, ever choose to be governed by Hamas. For the real, I don't expect an elected U.S. politician to come out as pro-Hamas, but it's clear that many people see the pro-Palestinian cause as at least discardable if they're going to make a fuss about this instead of the Kahanist flags waving Zionist or the illegal synagogue land sale. Sager69 with 60 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Magic Man with the primer. Bad Company with $5. Did the shooting plus Fed subpoena test your principle of not instructing the next AG to go after this admin at all? No. No. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what. Here's what I want. Okay, here's what I want. Here's what I want. I don't think I will be happy unless the next Democratic administration appoints Jack Smith as AG. That's what I want. I want Attorney General Jack Smith. That's what I want. You don't have to have the president sitting down with the attorney general and instructing them to do things and just Attorney General Jack Smith. That's what I want. This is the org that arranged that protest, by the way. They're fully pro-Hamas. On October 7th marked 2 years since the Gaza uprising, marking the heroic actions of the resistance and the steadfast... Okay, I'm done with that. All right, we don't need to be talking about the Hamas thing. I just thought that was funny.
That's the facts. It's all just a bunch of fake, sissy bullshit for people like this to feel good about themselves. It's pathetic. It's so pathetic. Toxic masculinity is just masculinity. In a lot of cases, it is. Absolutely. So let's see here. President Trump has decided to strike Iranian protesters. Sorry, I read that wrong.
I mean, that would be interesting.
President Trump has decided to help Iranian protesters. My bad. My bad.
That's the other thing too right now, guys. Like, there are thousands of people in Iran knowingly risking their lives, marching in demonstration of that brutally repressive government. And I have so much respect and admiration for people who demonstrate that kind of bravery. You know, we had people on the home front here in the United States, thousands of people all over the country that were protesting this fucking Gestapo ICE. We had thousands of people protesting in Iran, and it looks like there is evidence that the state has killed protesters there. There's an internet blackout, so it's difficult to get information, but there were some images coming out of even Iranian state media showing dozens of people in body bags at a morgue. So those people are risking their lives, and I have a great deal of respect for people that display that kind of bravery. Space Liming with a gifted sub. Thank you so much. I thought it was thousands of protesters. Is it just hundreds? Bad Company. I think I already got you. Did the shooting plus Fed subpoena test your principle of not instructing the next AG to go after this admin? The President of the United States should never, ever, ever be instructing the AG to investigate or prosecute specific individuals. It should never, ever, ever happen. If you want to give up on liberalism, then fine. Okay, that's commit to it. You know, commit to it. If you want to give up on liberal principles, if you want to give up on liberal democracy, just say that. Just fucking commit to it, and then we can debate that. But if you claim to value liberalism and liberal democracy, then you should not be in favor of that kind of political influence in our justice system. If that continues to be the trend, and it continues more and more and more, we are just like chipping away. We're like chipping away. I think the system is worth preserving. Those days are over. The president doesn't have to pick names, but generally she can direct them to look into those agencies. I mean, agencies? I don't know what you mean. Okay. Tewi Lorg with $2. Asmongold, the true masculine hero. True. Peltola running in Alaska is huge because she can win that race. She can win that race. Guys, the Senate is not like out of reach. Just so we're clear, the Senate is not out of reach. Also, I think Tallarico is gaining ground in Texas. Am I wrong about that? Vichy and Das Vidania? I think Tallarico is gaining ground in his primary against Crockett. I think he is attracting big donors. Why is the Senate not out of reach? Alaska, Ohio, North Carolina, Texas, and I'm missing one, I think. What's the other one that I'm missing, guys? There's 5 winnable races. Maine. There we go. There's 5 winnable. These are winnable races. I'm not saying it's like they're easily winnable, just to be clear, but these are winnable races. Nebraska, I don't know about Nebraska. I don't think Dan Osborne, he would run as an independent. I'm not sure he would do better this time. Tuning in late, just saw your comment about appointing Jack Smith as Attorney General. So hard right now. That would be amazing. You don't need to sit people down and have conversations like, I really need you to look into Kristi Noem's taxes or whatever. You just appoint Jack Smith and just let that motherfucker do his job. Is Senate still in reach if that SCOTUS case for minority voter areas gets scratched? Do you mean the Voting Rights Act? Do you mean that situation? I don't know what that would do to Senate races. Gerrymandering is not a factor for Senate races. Gerrymandering is a factor for House races. For Senate races, you count all the votes in the state, so there's no district advantages or anything. Das Vidani with $2. Also, big defend in Georgia with Ossoff. I'm not worried about Ossoff. That guy's going to be president one day. Watch. Mark my words. That man's going to be president one day. He is way too attractive and way too based. All right, back to the thing.
Domestic terrorists.
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public.
How
so
can
as
you
they are doing that,
how can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene.
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits this situation.
Using violence directed at civilians or the state to further political or religious goals is my understanding of terrorism. How does this fit that definition?
On the ground. This individual, as you saw in the video that we released just 48 hours after this incident, showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
The question is, I don't doubt.
After watching every angle of what happened in Minnesota, I'm going to say that cop hit her car with his body, is what I will say.
My position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say no, she was clear.
I actually think he got clipped by her rear view, her side window. I think you can see him kind of spin forward and spin to his left. That would be consistent with like where his feet was positioned. That would be consistent. I think the side window flipped him. He stops and then leans in the direction. He leans over to get an angle on her head. He's so clearly doing that here. Look at, watch. Plants his foot and then leans right there. You see him leaning over the hood? You see this? It's hard because there's a guy right here, but actually, no, I don't know if he got hit by that window. He might have. Hold on. Right there. Might have made contact with the hand. I don't even know. Yeah. I don't even know.
Clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you know? How can you
mirror? Yeah.
Assert for a fact within hours before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized and it attacked the law enforcement.
This is non-responsive, okay? He just asked her a question and she doesn't answer the question, and it's driving me insane. He's asking her a specific question here.
After this incident, showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
Listen to his question and listen to her response. She just doesn't even touch the question, by the way.
The question is, I don't doubt. My position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say no, she was clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you know? How can you assert for a fact within hours before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized and it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those.
Just doesn't answer the question.
Those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against.
How could you possibly make such a definitive statement before an investigation has proceeded? How could you possibly say that? The Ragged Flagon with $5. You keep using 2020 hindsight to evaluate reasonableness, which courts explicitly do not apply. There's no point in going frame by frame. So just to be clear again, I don't think that you're going to be able to find a jury that would not acquit this guy based on the kind of standards that we use for police. We just give them a lot of deference to make these kinds of split decisions, like these split-second decisions. And I think you're right about that. But that doesn't mean that we can't evaluate the merits on our own outside of a courtroom. And to me, it's difficult to reconcile the idea that this guy felt like his life was in danger when he was leaning over the hood of the car to get an angle on her face with his feet planted outside of the direct path of that car. And while he was very clearly seeing her quickly move her wheels to the right, when he released his footage from the cell phone, which, by the way, circling back to that, why the fuck is his cell phone out? That's fucking insane. If he had a body camera, the Biden administration set forth a policy in 2022 that mandated the use of body cameras for all federal agents, for all federal law enforcement agents. They all had to wear body cameras. Trump wins in 2024. He's sworn in January 2025, and he ends that policy right away. If this guy thought that, was he filming her to get her face? Was he filming her to get her license plate? Was he filming her for fucking, was he literally farming social media content? There was some reporting over the weekend that the ICE agents are being told to pull out their phones and get content. There's obviously an aggressive propaganda campaign that's being done by all these channels in the federal government right now, or in the executive branch. Had that policy stayed in place of federal law enforcement officers wearing body cameras, he wouldn't have needed to pull out his fucking phone. And maybe if he doesn't pull out his fucking phone, he could have been focused enough to simply step out of the way of the vehicle instead of go for his gun, instead of stopping, planting his feet in front of a moving car and going for his gun. There's a fucking very decent chance he wouldn't have even been standing in front of the car in the first place. One hand, like firing his service weapon with one hand and then a phone in the other that he doesn't even drop? What the fuck is he doing with his phone out? What was he doing? Breaking an additional 1,000 Border Patrol agents are about to surge in Minneapolis. This is from a couple days ago, yeah. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God. It's fucking incredible that the internet is, well, I was going to say the internet is free, but it's not, is it? Yeah.
Against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them. We will continue to look at this individual and what her motivations.
She just doesn't answer the question.
Were. We know that there was, throughout that morning, she had harassed and impeded.
There's going to be a third Dune movie, right? Yeah, it's Dune Part 3. And he is adapting the second book in the series, which is called Dune Messiah, which is a great book. It's also very, it's like, I have the books over there. I could just show you, but it's also much shorter. Like Dune, the first book, is like this. It is a thick ass booty of a book. And then Dune Messiah is like that. Much shorter book. He is adapting Dune Messiah and parts of Children of Dune, which is the third book. Where they have a couple little Paul Atreides babies. That's all I will say. Children of Dune is fucking awesome. But also that's when it gets like really like off the rails. You're reading it and you're like, what is happening? Like that book is when it really starts to veer off the rails. There's actually a Children of Dune adaptation that the Sci-Fi Channel did. That's pretty good. It's honestly pretty good. Pretty good. They're the Sci-Fi Network, the Sci-Fi Channel, they adapted Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune, and they're pretty good. It's a young James McAvoy. Plays Leto the Second. The BBC miniseries is by far the best. Or am I thinking of that? Is that what I'm thinking of? Who did Children of Dune? Was it Sci-Fi or BBC? It's awesome. It's awesome. Dune Messiah is awesome. Robert Pattinson is playing Scytale. He's like kind of the main antagonist of Dune Messiah, and I'm really excited about that. Really excited about that. We stan Robert Pattinson around these parts. No way, is he really? Yep, he's playing Scytale, bro. It's gonna be dope. I think we should see a trailer soon. Did they finish principal photography on Dune 3? They might have finished. I know they were filming in Abu Dhabi a few months ago. Pattinson has turned into quite the actor, bro. Tell me about it. This boy went from Goblet of Fire to the Twilight series, and then he ends up becoming like one of the most interesting actors alive. Just nothing but bangers. Banger after fucking banger after banger. He was for sure like a superstar AAA premier talent actor, and he was fine playing second fiddle to John Washington in Tenet. Like, he's like, I'll play a supporting role, I don't give a fuck. And he was so good in that. I would actually want him to be Bond if he wasn't already in so many other things, but I don't think that's a good idea, because then you get a situation like what the fuck is his name? God damn it. You guys know who I'm saying before I even say it. Who is an actor that's like everywhere? I can't even think of his name right now. Why can't I think of his name? Pedro Pascal, yeah. You're going to have a Pedro Pascal, Chris Pratt kind of situation. But if he wasn't already everywhere, if Robert Pattinson wasn't already everywhere, I would want him to play Bond 1000%. Which Denis Villeneuve is doing Bond, man. We are so up right now. We are so unbelievably up right now. We have Denis Villeneuve directing the next Bond. My God. Idris Elba is too old to play Bond, guys. They want somebody who's going to be able to play that role for like 10 to 20 years. There's no way it's going to be Idris Elba, who's like 50 or like 55. Fancy Teeth with the tier 1 membership. Believe the right when they say what they want. Fancy Teeth with 5 Canadian. His phone was out because the admin is telling ICE to get footage for social media. Cruelty for cruelty's sake. Asman is saying the quiet part out loud. I don't think the current Asmongold trajectory is sustainable. I don't think it's sustainable. The rage bait stuff, like, I don't think it's sustainable. Gonna blow up in his face. You could do a Logan type Bond movie. Eventually, but I mean, they're rebooting it, so They're probably going to get somebody in their late 20s, early 30s. Like an old man Bond kind of situation. That could be really cool if done well. I mean, technically No Time to Die was old man Bond, I suppose. Apparently Callum Turner is the next Bond. Hold on. Who is this? Oh, I could see it. He's good. They got a lot of options, man. They got a lot of options, but I like him. He's good. He was good in the third Band of Brothers thing that they did on Apple TV, the one about the Air Force. He was definitely good in that. I would co-sign that, yeah. All right, let's get back to it.
Law enforcement operations. That raises the suspicion level with all of these law enforcement officers as far as paying attention to what her capacity is. And as you see on the videos, and they've proven out that this law enforcement officer took the action that his training prepared him for, and he worked to make sure that he could save his own life and those around him.
How can you assert that there's no ambiguity in this before any investigation has taken place?
I had just been in Minneapolis and had been with those officers, had seen what they were facing on the streets every day, and had talked to their supervisors as soon as the incident happened and had gotten the facts and seen videos before I ever went to talk at that press conference. And the Trump administration and President Trump is the most transparent and open government that we've ever had. Give the public the information, give them what they need to know about a situation so they can have the truth as soon as possible.
So if this agents were perfect,
I mean, it's not working out. It's not working out for them. I mean, I'm blown away that support for abolishing ICE jumped 17 points. I think that gives you a sense of how the public is responding to this. I might have misunderstood that. Maybe the poll was taking place before that happened. Do we have any polls on how the public views the shooting? I'm just looking through a pollster that I follow. Here's a Gallup poll from December, guys, that shows Democrats with an 8-point edge. When you include leaning independents, this is more in line with the election results that we've seen recently.
perfectly fine if everything he did was accurate, does that mean that other ICE agents should
He
look
wasn't
at what?
perfectly fine. He was injured. He went to the hospital.
No,
He
his
was
actions were
treated.
fine. I didn't say.
In fact, I think a lot of people and guests and even you.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Is this in reference to Kristi Noem?
You yourself called this situation.
Support for abolishing ICE, 42%. I mean, it's still not like popular. People who oppose that is 50%. But plus 17. That's pretty remarkable.
Something very different and untruthful about what it was as far as
What did I say that was untruthful?
From a Republican pollster, RMG, January 8th, among those very enthusiastic to vote, 43% Democratic, 35% Republican. I'm looking at one House model that would end with the Democrats having a 41-seat majority in the House after 2026. Oh God, please. I'm not going to be happy unless we take the Senate. I mean, that's where I'm at. I don't think I'm going to be happy. I mean, I'll be satisfied if we take the House with a big majority, but I won't be happy unless we take the Senate too.
this was not a correct definition of what was happening on the ground. That
I said that your description, they were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle is not what we see on the videotape, and it's not.
It absolutely is the facts of what happened on the ground that day. They
No,
were there pushing out a vehicle earlier. They had helped each other.
But that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Here's a poll for you guys. Overall, do you think AI is having an X impact on the world? Actually, hang on. This is a good opportunity. I'm not going to tell you what the numbers are. I'm going to do a poll in both of my chats, okay? I'm going to ask you guys the same question. And I want to see if you guys line up with the public, okay? So overall, I'm gonna word the question and answers exactly the same. Overall, do you think AI is having a X impact on the world? Question mark. Negative. Positive. Unsure. Start poll. Okay, same question. Overall, do you think AI is having a X impact on the world? Oh, god damn it. I'm doing that as just a Twitch chat thing. Manage goals? No. Poll. Where's poll? Manage poll. New poll. Negative. Positive. Unsure. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for the Twitch. For the Twitches. All right, the poll is live on Twitch. Give your honest answer. Give your honest answer. Your honest, unvarnished answer. If you don't know, say you don't know. I'm going to let that poll go for a little bit. I'm going to see where you guys line up with the public.
Yes, they were pushing out a
absolutely
vehicle.
What I said. There's not one.
We all seen the video. I don't need to relitigate it. We've all seen the video. She is blocking the street. They approach her.
You haven't seen the video of the entire morning and the previous encounters with this individual.
Oh, we have aired it. Yes, we have. On Thursday, we were airing and noting the fact that she was there for several minutes, for minutes and minutes and minutes. She was protesting without question.
And at previous locations that morning, that absolutely, that these vehicles had been previous.
I don't know if we've seen evidence of that. That she was at other locations previously in the morning. Is there any evidence of that? My understanding is that she had dropped her kid off at school, like right before that incident.
Previously down the block on video that you haven't seen. There's more information
But the
that this individual was
not
impeding law enforcement operations throughout the previous moments and hours before this incident
The question is, what was she doing when she was moving her car?
The question
the question.
Is why are we arguing with a president who's working to keep people safe? Why are we arguing with law enforcement operations that have gone on in this country?
People have a right to constitutionally. Now, I'm not saying that if she was blocking traffic, then you can get in trouble for that, obviously. But people have a right to monitor ICE agents as long as they don't impede the arrest or obstruct anything whatsoever. They have a right to observe. They have a right to film. They have a right to warn their neighborhood. They can tell their neighbors ICE is right down the street, and you have a First Amendment right to say these things. In a rational society, we would include in these officers' trainings, we would stress that observers, civilian observers, have rights. Okay, these results are not entirely surprising. Twitch is slightly more anti-AI than YouTube. Well, I mean, moderately. We'll say moderately. Twitch is moderately. Well, I guess that's not even the question. Yeah, it's not that you're anti-AI. 77% of Twitch thinks that overall AI is having a negative impact on the world versus 56% of YouTube. 8% of Twitch respondents say that AI is having a positive impact versus 19% from YouTube. Unsure is 16% in Twitch and 25% of YouTube. YouTube is much more similar to normal people. That's how I'm going to phrase that. YouTube is extremely normal. According to the Civics poll from January 10th, across the country, 54% of the country say that AI is having a negative impact on the world. 17% say positive. 25% say unsure. And just to be clear, right now, I think I would answer negative. Just to be absolutely clear. I think these initial phases, we'll call them growing pains. Because even though I think that there is value in AI, and I'm not like anti-AI, and I think it's really important that America and American companies like aggressively pursue AI. There's all kinds of like logical, rational reasons for that. I think right now the growing pains are probably outweighing the benefits. Welcome to the Butlerian Jihad. I'm definitely not there. Definitely not there.
For years, and we're working to collect murderers and rapists and drug traffickers and fraudsters off the streets of Minnesota, and we don't have local law enforcement and local elected officials that are partnering with us to help do that work. Overwhelmingly, the people in this country said they wanted America to be safe again, that they didn't want dangerous criminals on our streets. I would encourage the elected leaders in that city and in that state to work with us so that we can do our operations without the kind of opposition and
it's like the overwhelming majority of the people that ICE are snatching up are not violent criminals. That is where the public is at. When you get granular with the questions, polling questions to the public and how they feel about deportations and these kinds of things, when you get into more detail, the data consistently show that Americans want the federal government to focus on criminals, and more specifically, violent criminals, for deportations.
And people that are conducting and perpetuating the kind of violent rhetoric that we're seeing today.
DHS policy authorizes use of deadly force only, quote, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternatives appears to exist. Could he not have just gotten out of the way?
That this individual and this officer is a highly experienced law enforcement officer. He has years of training and specialized training for these types of situations. We're grateful that he's alive. It's a tragic situation, and we're going to continue to work on the investigation into the individual and find out what the motivations were behind her actions that day.
We're grateful that that he's alive, too. I want to play this moment from the officer's cell phone video.
Get out of the car.
Right there, like, just
video.
No ambiguity whatsoever. Let's slow it way down. She's putting her car into gear there, I think. She looks down. And she starts... The car is still technically, I think, moving backwards here. Before the car has even moved forward, guys. All this stupid shit about, like, Tim Pool, that one video of, like, look at the tire spinning out. Obviously, she was trying to ram this guy. You can see her spinning that wheel before she even hits the accelerator. If she was trying to hit that guy, she would not have done that, period, end of story. That's a separate question from, did this guy have a credible threat of, or credible fear of, for his safety from like significant injury or death? That's a separate conversation that I'm willing to have, but that's a separate conversation. in the conversation about establishing her intent, which is the crux of this interview from Tapper, is he's trying to ascertain from Noam what gave her the confidence to stand up there 2 hours after the incident and definitively declare that this woman was engaged in left-wing terrorism. This video of her turning that wheel just puts that to rest 100,000%. You cannot reconcile the claim that she was trying to run him over with the fact that she was turning that wheel. It doesn't make sense. It does not line up with reality.
Oh!
Fucking bitch.
That shit. Talk about radicalizing. From the ashes with $5, just want to be able to make 18 plus AI content to sell on OnlyFans. But all the best applications have insanely strict, understandable moderation. You know what? I admire your entrepreneurial spirit.
Is that Agent Ross's voice calling Renee Good a fucking bitch?
I can't determine which one it is, but it could be, sir.
In June of last year, Agent...
I can't tell if she's smirking there or if that's just her natural face. Either way, it makes me angry.
Ross had his arm pinned in the back window of a car as an undocumented immigrant who was a criminal drove away from a traffic stop. It dragged him about 100 yards. Here's what Vice President Vance said about the incident this week.
That very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
Now, I recall spending the last several months telling you guys, don't underestimate Vance. He's a sharp guy. He's an intelligent guy. But this is pretty dumb. This is a pretty dumb thing for him to say. We don't justify fatal shootings from police because they're sensitive or traumatized. If anything, he's making the argument that the guy should have been on administrative leave. Okay, well, if you're going to be, if you're still traumatized from an event like that, and that's going to influence your decision to potentially use lethal force against someone, you should be on leave. Paid leave. Paid leave. If an agent suffers some really bad injury or gets in a situation where they easily could have been killed, then paid leave, but should have been on leave. He just, what a dumb thing to say. Like, how did he not know that? What an incredibly stupid thing to say. And, all the journos pounced on it. Kristen Welker, when she was interviewing Tom Homan, we could watch that maybe later today, but she asked the same question because it's a natural question. If he was sensitive to this kind of thing and that influenced his decision to use his gun, then that tells me that whatever protocols ICE have in place right now are not adequate. They don't make any sense. Don't have him in the field if he's still traumatized. Give him a desk job. Give him administrative work. There's plenty he can do and be productive in his employment at ICE that wouldn't involve, potentially using a gun, right? Ben with $10. How does shooting the driver of the car stop the car from moving when it's not in park if it's self-defense? Also avoid using adverbs, adjectives when analyzing the situation as well. No mind reading. Which one was I using? Clearly, obviously, that kind of thing. I don't know. To me, it's very obviously the case that she was not trying to hit him with the car. You can't, nothing, there's no argument to me that makes any sense given the fact that we all saw her turning her wheels, quickly turning her wheels to the right before she hit the accelerator. If she was trying to hit that guy, she would have just gunned it. or turned her wheel in the other direction. Am I nose breathing? So I don't know if that's what you were talking about, but I think like very obviously she was not trying to hit him with her car. That's not necessarily a relevant consideration when evaluating whether or not a shooting is justified. Her intent doesn't really matter. If we imagine a different scenario where she hadn't have turned those wheels and he shot that gun, I would be inclined to say that the shooting was probably justified. Even if he made a bad decision stepping in front of her car, you know. Swanee Bird with $5. Calling the officer a bit of a snowflake is an interesting defense from Vance. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say snowflake. Law enforcement officers do experience intensely traumatic situations, but very oftentimes it's the case that when this happens, they're taken out of the field and put on a desk job. The guy who drug him 100 yards with the car was a convicted pedophile, guys. So just be careful not navigating that conversation. Murky with $2. ICE is violating the Constitution and making warrantless arrests in Minnesota, not just of immigrants, but U.S. citizens that have been identified as protesters. This apparently is an immigrant. I can't speak to the constitutionality of these things. I can't click on that because I don't have a Blue Sky account.
If this is relevant, first of all, it's horrible that that happened.
Sitch and Adam invited me on their show, so I'm just gonna ask them if they mind if I stay live while we have that conversation. But if that happens, that'll happen tomorrow.
Happened. If it's relevant, which the vice president seems to think it is, do you think this understandably very traumatic event?
Hutch, what do you think Democrats should do if they win to prevent this thing from happening? I think they should do what Obama did and what Biden did, which is instruct the agencies to focus on violent criminals. That's what they did. I like that policy. That's a good policy. I don't think ICE should be out in communities going door to door. Certainly, I don't think ICE should be at airports in Minneapolis asking black Uber drivers who speak with an accent if they're citizens. Do you think the next Democrat president will cease all deportations? No, and I don't want them to. Do you guys want them to? That's kind of insane. If they find somebody who is in the country illegally and that person is like doing gang violence, for example, I'm very okay with that person being deported. I mean, I'm open. Listen, I'm open to abolishing ICE, but whatever that policy looks like, it needs to be very clearly articulated that the Democrats are not advocating to have no immigration enforcement, which that is the risk, which is why I don't think it's going to happen. Like, number one, I don't think it's going to happen. Number two, I don't think Democrats are going to run on that. But if you wanted to get rid of ICE and just fold them into DHS and have it be like it used to be, then I'm completely fine with that at this point. But the problem is, if you say abolish ICE, a lot of people hear that and they hear the Democrats don't want to enforce immigration law, which that would not be smart politically or good policy. Ben with $10, just trying to get everyone, keep everyone rigorous, work with HTML because getting to the JSCSS of the conversation. Most just do or say whatever. You're good though, no worries. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the donations. Appreciate that, buddy. Swanee Bird with $5. Calling the officer a bit of a snow. I think I already got you for that one. Shriavora, did I get you for 73 months? Thank you, buddy. Barabas with the 6 months. Thank you. Did you see the Daily Mail article about ICE? Maybe. Can you link the article? You guessed it, about Asman.
So yeah, definitely, and I think also the world has changed, and so have I. I think that that's also a big factor. Like as time has gone on, like I've considered, especially if.
Bro, I'm sorry. I don't like it's so superficial. But his hair looks like shit. Jesus. What is going on with the hair? My God. Cardinals with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate that. Victor with the tier 1 sub. Debiz with 58 months. What is more important for use of force, I believe, is would a reasonable person think the deadly force will end the threat? It's obvious it wouldn't. Killing the driver doesn't stop the vehicle's inertia. So I think, I could be wrong, I think that there are, this is what I read, there are many police departments across the country that specifically train people to not, like if you're in front of a car, to not shoot the driver to protect yourself because of this reason, because the car will keep going forward. There's a decent chance the foot will hit the accelerator and then stay locked in a like full gas kind of situation if her muscles tense up and that kind of thing. Batman with 3 months. The latest Rhett and Alex O'Connor clip is good. Ooh, I like Alex O'Connor. I like that guy. On tier with 27 months. Alex, give me head. Oh, Alexa, give me head. With the primer. Bad Company with $10. I would just ask if people would shoot at a car coming at them 100 miles per hour. The answer is no. You would get clear of the path. Ross shot at the car going 3 miles per hour because he did not fear for his life. I think we need to be careful about like how fast she was going, because cars can pretty quickly accelerate. What did she have again? A Honda Pilot? I mean, my car, 0 to 60 in 2.8. I'm just saying. Honda Pilot can accelerate from 0 to 60 in approximately 8.2 seconds. Wait, can mine go faster than that? Hold on. I know the dual motors can go way faster. Wait, hold on. Apparently mine can go to 0 to 60 in 5.1 seconds? No. Oh, apparently it's because the battery. The long-range models have bigger batteries that are heavier, and that brings the acceleration down. It's still pretty fast. I'm just saying, when I gun it, which I don't do very often, when I gun it, your head goes back. Like, your head flies back for sure. But apparently mine's slow compared to the other ones. Do you have LR or performance? I have long range. I take a lot of trips up north to Nevada and the North Bay to visit friends and family and stuff. And so I just wanted something that'll get me to my destination faster. The future with EVs though are like 800-mile batteries, and at that point you don't really need to worry about having as many like chargers. If you can make an 800-mile battery, then like 90% of the fast chargers, 95% are just not going to happen. So like what is the most range you can get from an electric vehicle currently? I want to say it's like 500 miles. The Lucid Air can travel up to 512 miles on a single charge. Cadillac Escalade IQ over 400 miles. Rivian R1S and R1T exceed 400 miles. The Tesla Model S can go 410 miles. Once you have that much range with your car, kind of good, you know. Those are like 100K cars. No, but like the budget EVs, you know, the battery tech is just going to get better and better. And so I think there's a startup company in Michigan that as of like 3 or 4 years ago, they were working on replacement batteries for Tesla Model 3s that go 800 miles. I don't know if they're still doing their thing or... But I mean, like, what is the average commute to work that the like the median American has? I know that's confusing language. I feel like most people would be good. I feel like 90% of people would be good if they had a car that they could charge at home that had a 100-mile range. I think that would cover like 95% of the country. The average commute is approximately 26 to 27 minutes. So that could be anywhere between like 5 to 25 miles. Sounds like a hybrid would be better. But why? Why? Why would that be better? You just never go to a gas station and you can charge at home. Why would a hybrid be better? Most people in cities who are most likely to own an EV live in apartments and the charging infrastructure isn't there to support us. That's certainly true. That's true. That's true. We got pretty lucky because we have a garage with the outlet downstairs. And so I just use the basic charger, which takes like 0. If I wanted to charge 0 to 100, it would take like 3 days. But for my purposes, obviously I don't commute to work. I'm good. I'm always good. Hybrids are great for cold weather. So the batteries will drain in extremely hot or extremely cold weather. But you're not like fucked. Like the Teslas are built to withstand, you know, very low temperatures, or not even just Teslas, but all EVs. The suburbs have entered the chat. My dad would commute to work, but that was like a 20-mile commute. It was nothing crazy. With traffic, it would take sometimes like 45 minutes, hour 15. You do commute to work. You walk from one room to another. Yeah, technically my commute is about 9 paces from my bed. Nuclear cars are the future. Okay, settle down. You charge it like once every 10 years. I don't know what that would look like. EVA range will drop half or more in cold weather, 0 or below. Is it that extreme? I know that it definitely drains the battery faster. How much faster will an EV battery drain in sub? Do you say sub-zero? Is that what that means? Sub-zero? At 20 degrees Fahrenheit, -6 Celsius, the average EV's range drops by 41% when climate control is on. What? I didn't know that. Hang on. Okay, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. It says at 14 degrees Fahrenheit, it says the range drops by 20 to 30%. Okay, the AI summary is not tight right now. Hold on. Uh, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius, typically is 10 to 30% lower range. 20 degrees Fahrenheit with cabin heat on, up to 40% lower range. Okay, that is pretty significant. Okay. Bad on road trips, good for commute. For cold weather specifically. Bad on road trips, good for commute. All right.
Politics keeps going. I was thinking about this a couple of days ago, is that if things keep going this deranged, because I feel like in a lot of these cases, you're not even having conversations. There's no purpose to, there's no purpose to doing any of this, because there's just not really, let me think a good way to say it. You're not accomplishing anything by making videos about different current events whenever the only people that will watch them are people that already agree with them, and you're not really reaching anybody. You're not putting any information out there. You're not changing anybody's opinion. You're not making anybody see a different point of view. It's just
okay. Now I'm curious. Can you look up Twitch? Yeah. Which account does Asmon normally stream on? Is it Zach Rar? Guys, Zach Rar. Okay. I'm just looking at his numbers. It doesn't show views, which is interesting. Do you need like premium to see views? But if we just look at followers, I know he took time off when his dad passed. I don't know if that impacted things here. Sort of trending down a little bit. Is this? I think this is when his dad passed, was in September. He took some time off. But he looks like well, okay. I mean, yeah, maybe this is why he's like, maybe I go back to games, because I assume he was covering games more during this time.
just you're basically preaching to the choir over and over and over. It's a circle jerk, basically. And I did think to myself, I was like, maybe I should just quit doing this, because I mean, like, really, I mean, people have totally lost reality. They're totally in another world. Everybody is retarded now. And not only are they retarded, but they're intentionally retarded.
I mean, I don't always agree with Asmongold, but when he's right, he's right.
And so I did think about cutting it down a lot, because it's just like, what's the point doing it when everybody lies? You're talking to a wall. You're going to tell somebody that 2 + 2 is 4. They're going to say, no, it's 7. And
I mean, this shooting is like the perfect example. It's so stark, the contrast. Because when I saw the video that they released of the cops footage that he had shot with his phone, to me, it so clearly showed something that completely destroyed the right-wing narrative. Turning that wheel, as fast as she was turning that wheel, it so clearly demonstrated that her intent was obviously not to run him over. And when conservatives, when they saw that video, I mean, I saw a ton of posts from people that were like, oh man, this just completely shattered the left's narrative. When they saw that video, they were like, oh yeah, no, this is 100% vindicating. There's also some confusion about what was in that video, because he does slam his left hand down while it's still holding the phone. He does slam it down on her hood as he was drawing his weapon. And a lot of people heard that noise, and to them, that was him getting hit by the car. So like, where's the foot? Let me find that footage. Hold on. Oh God, can somebody help me find that footage? Maybe I can find it really quick here. The footage from his perspective here. Gets out of his car, and then he does 1.5 rotations, or 1.25. He literally encircles her, just does a circle around her car with his phone out, farming clips for social media. Like, what was the point of this? Is she backing up right there? Hang on. Are her wheels moving? No, I don't think so. Hold on. It looks like it from his perspective, but no, her car's still stationary here. What the fuck is he doing standing in front of her car like that? Who the fuck trained this guy to do that? Why the fuck would you do that? What is the operational value of doing this? In the course of his duties. What the fuck is the point of this? So she was backing up there. Now, so her car has not moved at this point, because you can see when you watch her tires right here, if we just slow it down. This is the... So just so we're clear, okay, hold on. I think there's some confusion. Because this moment here where he's in front of her car, this is just the first time he stepped in front of her car. He does a whole circle around her car. And then when he gets in front of her car the second time, that's when the shooting happens. But her tires right now are not moving, so she's still stationary right here. You see these tires? They're not moving. Well, are they moving? No. Gets out of his car, pulls out his phone. Actually, he pulls out his phone and hits record before he even gets out of the car. So this is adding something to my analysis, actually, because he actually stepped in front of and stopped in front of her car twice. He did it twice. Can somebody demonstrate the value of even doing this a single time? What does that accomplish? What was the point of that? Did you see WAPO reporting showing that the DHS is trying to get officers to record confrontational moments might be why he was recording. I saw the headline and I didn't read the article. Is stream audio dropping for anyone? It does look like I dropped frames for a second. But it's not doing it anymore. So then use body cams. That's the other thing too, man. That's the other thing too. If you want to record your interactions with the public, just make your officers wear body cams. If he thinks that there's value in pulling out his phone and recording the interaction, whether it be to farm content or cover his own ass, congratulations. You've just come up with the rationale for fucking body cams. Maybe let's do that policy again. Why'd we stop doing that? Did you guys know that 89% either strongly or somewhat agree that all police officers should wear body cameras? There is very rarely that kind of consensus around any policy in this country. There's like 3 policies: Social Security, Medicare, and mandating body cameras that have plus like near 90% of the public thinks that it's a good idea. Didn't take Hutch for an Elon stan? Careful now, careful. You're on thin ice, buddy. Fingas with the primer, thank you so much. Davin, you asked a question before and hold on. Didn't you say the other day that you heard someone telling her to leave the scene? No, I didn't say that I heard someone telling her to leave the scene. I said that there were witnesses who had said that ICE had previously instructed her to move her car. But I never heard any video of that happening. Her wife said, yeah, just drive, baby, just drive. And the right heard that and they were like, she was telling her to run the guy over. Did you know that Trump removed that policy day one? I did know that because I just read about this shit last week. If that cop had been forced to wear body cameras, it is, in my mind, it seems very likely that this would not have happened. If all those cops were wearing body cameras, this guy doesn't feel the need to park his car, pull out his phone, and start like vlogging like he's a goddamn live streamer. I don't even remember why we started watching this video in the first place. What was the point of this again? What were we trying to unpack? Apparently, ICE standing in front of cars and using it as an excuse to shoot has been a thing for over a decade. That seems like a pretty Oh, the hood. The hood. Okay, right. Hold on. I'm just floored by this whole situation. Nobody can articulate to me anything to explain this officer's decision to get out of his car and then just start circling the car. And it's like he steps in front of and stops in front of her car twice. Not once, but twice. The first thing he does when he gets out of this car, that poor doggy. Is the doggy okay? By the way, did the dog get shot? I feel like we would have heard about that if the dog got shot. First thing he does, he gets right in front of a car and then just stands there for a second. He stops right here. Right in front of her car. You know what this tells me, guys? You know what this tells me? This guy had no concern that she would have run him over. Otherwise, why the fuck would he have stepped in front of her car? He had probably been interacting with her for a few minutes, caught the vibes, knew that this woman was like a resist lib, like suburban mom, knew that there was no danger that she would run him over. Otherwise, why the fuck would he step in front of her car if he thought that she was like suspected that she was a fucking terrorist? At this point, she's backing up. You can see here, right? Hold on. Maybe she was starting to back up here. Hold on. She's looking in her rear view like she's getting ready to reverse. Bro, she reversed there and then she did reverse there. Hang on. She was reversing there. She had already started to back up right there.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't care.
People were freaking out about the fucking bumper stickers. Did you guys see those posts? What kind of Antifa bumper stickers does she have? Did you see her Antifa bumper stickers? And it's like stickers of our national, like forests or whatever.
Change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of.
So she reverses again and he steps in front of her car again. So that right there, people heard that noise, and it's the phone slamming against the hood. Now, they made contact. The car made contact for sure. That right there is him slamming the fucking phone on the hood of the car. And people are like, oh yeah, he got fucking belted. He got fucking slammed right there. Did you see the second floor video with the dog growling? He wasn't even the agent's car. Hold on, that's a confusing sentence. People saw that and they were like, "Oh, fucking case closed, bro. Case closed." Like, dude, we have another video that showed his feet fully clear of the direct path of that car, man. Like, I am sympathetic to the argument that police officers, in the course of their duty in America, are forced to make split-second decisions. Like, split-second assessments. And sometimes civilians are shot and killed by police officers, and that police officer still acted within their training. Obviously, we've seen many examples of this not being the case. But that is the thing, it happens. It is a tragic, unfortunate thing that happens. And it doesn't mean that every cop that ever fired in a decision like that, even if the threat ended up not being as they thought it was, that doesn't mean that the cop in every situation made a bad decision. This is just something that comes with the territory of, you know, entrusting people with firearms make decisions to protect themselves and the public, and they don't always get it right. But that doesn't mean that every cop that ever fired their gun was doing so because they were like bloodthirsty or whatever. But this cop, I mean, setting aside whether or not you think it's credible that he feared for his life, just set that aside altogether. There's nothing you can say to me to explain this decision here to step in front of the car, and he stops briefly. Step in front of the car, stop, while she was reversing, by the way. He did it not once, but twice, bro. He stepped in front of her car while she was moving backwards on in two separate spots. in this spot, and then again here. Steps in front of her car as it's fucking moving. Farming like TikTok clips for DHS. She made a bad decision here. There's no doubt about that. And she made a bad decision too, in my opinion. You have DHS officers telling her wife to get out of the car, and then she tells her wife to drive. That was bad. That was a bad decision. But these are civilians. They are not we don't train civilians. Maybe we should. We don't train civilians for how to interact with law enforcement. Civilians are just civilians. They're just out there living their life. They have no idea what your protocol is. They fucking have no idea how they're trained, what they're trained to do in any given moment. There's more onus on this police officer to be held to a higher standard. He's received that training. The whole thing is just so fucking infuriating. Anyways, back to the... Dude, we are all over the place. The ADD is hitting real hard today, guys. Maybe we need to up the dosage a little bit. We're still on the low end. I think Asman can feel what everybody else can feel, which is that this presidency is completely unhinged. Completely unhinged. And it's impossible to defend beyond a certain point. And it's getting worse. And so they can all feel it. All of them. They can all sense it. Why do you think Tim Pool's talking about like fucking retiring or whatever? You know, like all of them can sense, like they know. Like they know. They're going to defend him no matter what because that's their grift and that's where they make their money, but they can all feel what's happening. I don't know if Tim Pool's going to retire. He says bullshit all the time. But
and there's never going to be a point where they listen to you. They're not going to like understand it.
Anyways, my point was like when the officer released his video, the right saw it as a complete and total vindication, and then the left saw it as complete and total what's the word? Contradiction of the claim that she was intentionally trying to run this person over. It's just so clear as day. You just, that is dead. That argument is fucking dead. The idea that she was trying to hit this guy, that's gone. Annihilated. Utterly annihilated by that guy's footage.
They're not going to engage in good faith. Yeah, I don't know. But I have thought about that. I'll make a decision about that over this year, right? If it's like worth doing or not, because it's just that it's just so disappointing to me.
If it was nothing but like Trump just owning the libs and just total lib meltdown, and you know Donald Trump's approval numbers are 55% or 60%, and the right is just totally ascendant, and then I don't think he's going to be saying this on a stream. I don't think he's going to be saying like, I don't know, maybe we don't do politics in 2026, you know, but he can feel like, okay, this is getting pretty hard to defend.
That so many people can be so stupid. It is. It's so disappointing. And I think the reason why.
Clear as day from the start. To me, it was not clear that she was steering her wheels away from him until we got that video, which just showed it so clearly that that's what she was doing.
Is because everybody can vote. If you want me to be honest, I think if everybody couldn't vote, we wouldn't have any of these problems. But now that they can, you know, things are retarded.
It's just, you know, lowbrow rage bait. That's all that shit is.
And that this officer went through last June might have influenced, as the vice president seems to think it is,
About
an immigrant who was a criminal drove away from a traffic stop. It dragged him about 100 yards. Here's what Vice President Vance said about the incident this week.
That very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
What a dumb thing to say.
If this is relevant, first of all, it's horrible that that happened. If it's relevant, which the vice president seems to think it is, do you think this understandably very traumatic event that this officer went through last June might have influenced, as the vice president is suggesting happened, how he responded?
Now, there's no indication to that, but the facts are that we've seen vehicles weaponized over 100 times in the last.
It's just such a shit show. You have Tom Homan and Kristi Noem and JD Vance, and they're all contradicting each other in how they're discussing this event. That's not ideal. That's not an ideal situation. We should probably all get on the same page. Maybe have a cabinet meeting before you make media appearances. Like, you know, from the ashes with $2. Did you? I think I did know. Sorry. Cosmic Luffy with $5. I want to say every time you go on PKA, you do a great job. It's unfortunate that they are so right wing that they literally will think you are lying. It is what it is. Like, I feel like when I go on PKA now, it's a very different kind of vibe. Like, I don't go into PKA now with the intention to get in like a knockdown drag out fight. Like, it's just, that is just not the podcast for that. You know, I'll do that with other people and other appearances, but that's just not what PKA is. And so I go into it with a different kind of mindset now, where we'll have our arguments and disagreements, but it's not like I know what I'm getting into and I just adjust accordingly. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Captain Dan the Fireman with $5, petition to get Woody from PKA on Live and Learn. I invited him. So that's an open invitation. He can come on. That would be a good time. If he wants to come on, he's welcome to come on. And I think I have gotten all of the super chats and memberships.
Several months against our law enforcement officers. So they definitely know that the threat is real, that individuals who are trained by activists to go out and to impede their law enforcement operations will weaponize their vehicles and try to run them over and drag them and not stop. So they certainly go into these situations with that knowledge that that could happen, and that's what their training prepares them for.
What evidence are you looking at that so many other people around the country look at and they say, it looked to me, her tires were turned to the right, she was moving her car, and they see a woman trying to flee? You say she was trying to kill the officer. No investigation has happened. Why are you so certain that your interpretation is the truth when an investigation hasn't even happened?
Jake, I'm watching the videos.
Other
I'm
people are
talking to
watching the
officers.
videos
I'm getting
and
the
coming
facts.
to a different conclusion.
Everything that we've stated as the Department of Homeland Security and this administration has been factual. And I wish we would talk factually about what we see every day from these protesters, what they do, what they say, how they.
I don't think the public is buying it. Personally, I don't think the public is buying this shit.
Chant over and over, kill ICE, attack law enforcement, how they're trained to perpetuate violence against them and to stop the work that they do every day. Each of these law enforcement officers takes an oath to protect this country and uphold the law. They go out every day and enforce the laws of this country to keep people safe. So these individuals.
Do you guys know why they reduced the number of days that ICE agents are trained to 47? Do you guys know why? It wasn't arbitrary. It was literally because of, it was like an homage to Trump. That is staggering lack of professionalism. Staggering. This is the full weight of the federal government. We have so many tools at our disposal. We have so many different ways that we can collect data, analyze the data, and then come up with an optimal kind of number for how many days people should be trained. We have people that are professionally trained in like compiling data and making these kinds of things, and they settled on 47 because Trump is the 47th president. It's so unprofessional. It does not inspire confidence that these law enforcement officers are adequately trained before they're interacting with the public. Gotta tell you, it does not inspire confidence.
Individuals that are out there harassing them while they do that work, doxing their identities, threatening them and their families. It's unacceptable, and that's why President Trump is so strong in supporting their operations in all of these cities.
The officer appeared to have fired 3 shots, the first one through the front windshield, the second and third through the side window. What is the justification for the second and third, given that the officer was out of harm's way?
You're watching the same videos that I am, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching the same ones. So you see how quickly the situation unfolded, how the officer was in front of the vehicle when she sped off.
That's just not how this works as far as I understand. It's just not how this works as far as I understand. As far as I understand, you have to justify every single shot. So if you make a decision to fire a gun and then the conditions change, and the person that you're shooting is no longer a threat, you still have to justify the second and third shot. There's obviously no possible justification. What if he had killed her? What if it was either the second or the third or both of these shots that killed this driver, and then the driver like drove their car into one of the houses or whatever, and some civilian got killed, you know, sitting there in their living room, and she drove right through their living room like wall or whatever. Yeah, it hit another car. That could have just as easily been a fucking civilian that was standing in front of that car. What if there was a civilian not even like leaned up against the hood, you know, facing front, and they got sandwiched? Like the Star Trek guy. Can you realistically think through milliseconds between shots? That is really the question. And this is the argument that I gave to Pisco when he was in debate mode. Which, I love Pisco. He's my boy. Pisco's my boy. I love him. But that's what I thought about when him and I were having the conversation. It's like, there's lib fuckers are the absolute worst humans. Jesus. There's like IRL latency. You know, we talk about like latency in PC games and shit. There's IRL latency. So you make a decision, and then there's some time that passes before your body does what your brain wants it to do. And I am somewhat sympathetic to that argument, you know. But that's what I told Pisco. It's like the first shot going through the windshield, you can debate that. The second shots, that could be because like when the officers, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think law enforcement officers are instructed to literally empty their magazines. When you make a decision to kill someone in the line of duty, I'm pretty sure if you have a clear shot, they empty their magazines because the point is not to disable that person. Wrong, don't mag dump. Okay, hang on. If I'm wrong, then I want to get this right. Oops. I'm going to cheat on this one. It's definitely not policy to mag dump. Okay. I did say correct me if I'm wrong. are law enforcement officers instructed to fire all the rounds in their magazine, otherwise known as a, quote, mag dump, when they make the decision to use lethal force. No. Law enforcement officers are not instructed to mag dump. Only the amount of force reasonably necessary to stop the immediate threat. How big are the magazines in their pistols, guys? What's like the standard? What is the standard firearm that officers use, and how big are those magazines? Probably like 17 rounds, 18 rounds, 12 to 17 plus chamber. Okay, they are trained to make to fire controlled shots to stop an immediate threat. They must stop firing once the threat is neutralized. Okay, so like if you take down a suspect and their body goes completely limp, and that happens in like the first 2 shots, then you wouldn't just like fire the next 15 rounds into a limp body. That makes sense. Yep. That makes sense. Nevertheless, they are trained to not fire 1 or 2 shots. It's just if they make a decision to use lethal force, they'll pop, 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 you know. By the way, I figured out why my shot was to the left. I told you guys that I took the hand cannon to the range and my shots were to the left. You guys want to guess? It's pretty stupid. Pretty stupid reason. Nobody guessed it. Nobody guessed it. The front sight was off. It was off. It was to the left. I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice it. But I looked down because, you know, like there's the front sight, which is like, you know, like a little thing with like a groove in the middle, and then you're supposed to line up the front sight with the rear sight, which is, that's confusing. Which one's the rear sight? Which one's the front sight? The rear sight would be the one that's closest to the cylinder. The front sight would be on the front of the barrel. So there's the rear sight. Wait, right? Which one's the rear sight and which one is the front? The front is at the front of the gun. Okay, yeah. So the rear sight, you can adjust them. The sights on the Anaconda, you can use like a little screwdriver like this one, and you can just go like that, and it moves the sight left or right. And I looked down, and the sight was like so left of center. And I was like, oh, because I was firing at a target that was 3 yards in front of me, or 6 yards in front of me. And all the shots were grouping slightly to the left of what I was aiming at. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Well, the fucking sights. I didn't even make sure the sights were lined up properly before I fired it. We took it to the range yesterday and it was way better. Seven rounds of 50 AE out of a Desert Eagle. I'll tell you though, I fired 240 grain, 44 Magnum soft tip rounds yesterday. 240 grain is pretty pretty decent kick. And I felt way more comfortable firing the gun yesterday. So it's good to get these repetitions in because I'm definitely getting the stance done. Like, it's just, the stuff is not second nature to me yet. So that's why I'm trying to get the repetitions in. Unfortunately, 44 Magnum ammo is very expensive, as it turns out. So like a trip to the range is like $100 total.
2 hours later.
Sorry, I'm getting a little sidetracked here. But I didn't cut my finger this time, or I didn't scrape my finger. I was telling you guys the last time that the first 2 times I went to the range, like this is my trigger finger, and then you guys can kind of see it right there. There's like a little, like that's still healing. It was because the recoil was so powerful that when I fired the gun, the trigger guard would scrape my finger. That shit hurt because you're doing it over and over and over again. So, you know, it scrapes my finger. So now that's like a wound. And then now it's like scraping the wound. So it's like more and more painful every time. It's like, fuck, this hurts. But when we went to the range yesterday, that wasn't happening. So my grip is getting better. Like you're supposed to, you have your shooting hand, then you have your supporting hand. And you're supposed to push a little bit with your shooting hand and pull a little bit with your supporting hand. And then that helps to control the recoil. You're able to, you know, make sure it doesn't like fly the fuck up. And so when we went yesterday, no injuries. Didn't scrape at all. So I'm getting it down. Like all these things I'm like having to consciously, it's like step by step. Okay, where's my feet placement? How am I gripping it? What am I focusing? Like all these things are not second nature yet. And so, but then yesterday we felt like way more comfortable. So it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to shoot that gun. Me and my buddy Kyle went to an outdoor range. All right. Let's go ahead and review the conversation we had with PKA about the shooting. I assume a lot of you guys did not watch this yet, right? Just type yes or no in chat. Did you guys already watch the PKA conversation? Okay, most of you guys know. From the Ashes with $5. Channel 5, Andrew interviewed Nick Shirley. Worth a watch 100%. I recommend adding it to the schedule. Well, today's stream is going to be very long. We're going to go through the podcast tonight. The podcast is at 4 p.m. Pacific, which is in about 4 hours and 45 minutes. And we're going to stay live through that. I took a day off yesterday to go to the range with my buddy. We'll punch the time card today, try to make up for that a little bit. Okay, so the Minnesota shooting starts at 2:07. We recorded this on Thursday, I believe, Thursday. And at the time that we recorded this, and this will be obvious as you guys listen to the conversation, but at the time that we recorded this, they had not released the footage that the officer recorded with his phone yet. They had not done that yet. Conduit, I'm now over 10.4K subs. Congratulate me, please. Dude! Hold on. When did you start? When was your first video on politics stuff again? I remember when I hit 10K subs. I remember the video that I made for hitting 10K subs. I had the 2001 Space Odyssey music playing in the background. And I did like a funny little skit. Like, you know, I guessed the date that I lost my virginity. It was just like I was and I was doing all these accomplishments in my life. And then it culminated with hitting 10K subscribers. That took me about a year. I think that took me about a year to get to 10,000 subscribers. And that was before the machinima stuff. It's taken you 4 months. That's huge, buddy. Congratulations. That's awesome. Well deserved. You put in a lot of work on those videos. I think people respect that. I think the audience respects that. If you follow a creator, and especially if you know they're the one that's doing all the editing, I think people like that kind of work, you know, that work ethic. E-Dog with $5. Buy reloaded ammo and buy in bulk for range days. Reloaded ammo. Is that when you save the casings and literally reload the ammo? Where do you buy reloaded ammo? Ammo for sale. Bulk available at Ammo Bros. 44 Magnum, bro. It costs $70 for 50 rounds of 44 special at the range. $70 for 50 rounds. Reload yourself. Don't buy reloaded ammo. I might have to if I wanted to get in a lot of practice with this gun, because otherwise it's just way too expensive. How much is like 9mm ammo? How much is like 50 rounds of 9mm? Ian, yeah, I didn't forget about you, buddy. I was going to get to that right now. $20. Does it matter at all that she was clearly not a threat to anyone's life before the ICE agents approached her vehicle, therefore creating the life-threatening circumstances after they attempted to rip her out of her vehicle? I mean, so to that point, I mean, like, it matters in some contexts. I don't know if it matters as to whether or not the shooter will be able to use that as a defense. There was a 25-year federal agent that weighed in on this. I'm sure a lot of you guys saw this clip, but this is a guy that worked for DHS, specifically DHS, I think, for 25 years. And he weighed in a little bit on this. $9mm is 25 cents a round. Damn. That's way cheaper. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? 44 Magnum is close to $1 per round. It's insane. When you say reloaded ammo and buy in bulk, do you mean what do you mean by that? So it's like somebody already reloaded the ammo and then sells it to you? Jake with 20 months, thank you so much, appreciate it. I use AmmoSeek to find cheap ammo when I need bulk factory ammo. That's what I should do, is buy in bulk. Buy like 500 rounds or something like that. Range ammo is always marked up to best to buy online. There's one spot in Los Angeles called the Los Angeles Gun Club. They don't allow you to bring in outside ammo. And to buy 50 rounds of 44 Magnum, it would have cost me $160. I was like, no. I'm going to pass. Who the fuck is going there to spend that kind of money? That's crazy. when there's other ranges in the area? How the fuck are they? How is the market like? I don't understand how they even. Weren't you going to get a more practical self-defense weapon, or are you all in on the Magnum? That is not a gun for home defense. Just to be clear, that is not a gun that you pull out for home defense. At some point in the next like few months, I'm gonna get a more compact pistol. Get a Glock or something like that. Everybody says get a Glock. Route 66 range is the top range in the area. Also, reloaded ammo is totally for range practice. It's also a bit cheaper. Where do you buy it online? Where do you guys get this reloaded ammo? I'm sorry, we're gonna stop talking about guns in a second, but I need to ask that question. And then if you buy it online, they have to sell it. They have to send it to an FFL dealer, right? And then you have to pay a fee. Is that how that works? The duality of man, back-to-back chatters and YouTube says, get a SIG P365. They're the king compact carry. And then right below that is whatever you do, stay away from SIG. Where do you guys buy the, I know SIG was the one that was like having the problem where like if you tap the top of it, it was firing, right? There's also a case, guys, that just happened in California where a judge ruled that our open carry law for some reason is unconstitutional. Did you guys hear about that? There's like a California law where in any city of more than, I think it was like 200,000 people, you can't open carry. And a judge struck that down. So I don't know what that means. Can you open carry in Los Angeles right now? California ban on open carry of firearms ruled unconstitutional by appeals court. California's ban on open carry of firearms in most parts of the state is unconstitutional. The Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals determined that the ban, which applies to counties with populations greater than 200,000, violates residents' Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Under those regulations, 95% of the state's population was subject to the ban. The 2-to-1 opinion was supported by two appointees of President Trump, U.S. Circuit Judges Lawrence Van Dyke and Kenneth E.L. Lee, U.S. blah, 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 blah. Van Dyke, writing for the majority, stated that California's urban ban on open carry permits does not stand under the Supreme Court's landmark gun rights ruling in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. That 2022 decision made it easier to carry a gun in public by striking down laws that required people to show special need for self-defense. Is the entire state of California going to be open carry in a minute? Like, what is happening? I can't even imagine. As a California resident, I can't even imagine walking down the street and seeing people just open carry. What was the California permit process like? To buy a gun? Not burdensome at all. It took 45 minutes of paperwork and process, and then you just had to wait 10 days, and that was it. But now apparently it's possible that the entire state, and I guess all states. Wait, is that what this means? If this goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, does that mean that everywhere would be open carry? Open carry laws isn't what's preventing most people from open carrying. Oh, you still have to get a permit then? Oh, to get your permit to carry. Oh, that I think is pretty lengthy. I know people who have done the open carry stuff, and I think that is like a 6 months minimum. Okay. Anyways, guys, this is a 25-year DHS. Did we say veteran?
No! No! Shame!
As cops, we're responsible for every single round that leaves our weapon.
Eric Ballier is a 25-year career federal agent who most recently oversaw use of force investigations for Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI. We asked him what to make of the tactics used by federal agents in the fatal Minnesota shooting.
B-Dog with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Jake, with 20 months. Jake, thank you. Appreciate it.
In my 25 years, I've done hundreds of vehicle stops. If someone is fleeing, that is not a justification for the use of deadly force.
In this moment, the officer crosses in front of the vehicle. He opens fire on the driver, 37-year-old Renee Good.
You see him leaning, guys? Like, I'm going insane. Like, I feel like no one's talking about this. Let me slow it way down. Can you see him leaning over the hood to get an angle for the shot?
Fire on the driver, 37-year-old.
It's kind of hard to see, but like, he draws, and then right here he leans in. He leans in, dude. I'm not telling you with 100% certainty that this is what happened. But to me, it looks like it is at least possible that his first instinct was, in fact, to back away. But then he made a decision to lean forward to get an angle for the shot. And when he takes that lean and takes that shot, he's clear of the video. Like, and I don't know if I'm misinterpreting his motion to draw as an initial impulse to move out of the way. That's certainly possible.
37-year-old.
Like, he kind of steps back a little bit, pulls out his gun, and then leans across the fucking hood. Look at this.
Good.
He's like literally making an effort to stay in this position. That's the other thing that gets me too. Like, he's making an effort to not only not clear the path, he's making an effort to like position himself to be in have a better angle. He like leans forward. He's shooting her when he's like very obviously clear of the threat. The more I watch that video, the more fucking pissed I get.
The government says the officer shot the driver in self-defense.
She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over.
But the footage tells a different story. In this clip, we see Good waving cars by, and one car drives past her stopped vehicle.
Like they're somewhat impeding the ICE guys, although you did see the SUV drive around them.
Next, officer.
Everybody just assumed that she was there specifically to block traffic. I assumed it. Everybody assumed it. But in that interview between Kristi Noem and Jake Tapper, she says, and this was the first I had heard of it. She says that an ICE vehicle had gotten stuck. Had gotten stuck in the snow or the ice or whatever. And so the convoy was halted because an ICE vehicle got stuck. But we were all assuming, I don't know, maybe I was assuming it. Maybe that was dumb for me to assume. I think a lot of people assumed that the convoy was like, couldn't move because she was blocking it, but that's not what happened. And if she parked her car perpendicular while the ICE officers were stuck in the snow, it's not even clear to me that she was trying to block traffic. She could have just been positioning herself to observe what was happening. And the fact that she was motioning cars to go in front of her, I mean, I feel like it's kind of clear now that she was very much obviously not trying to block traffic. She was just there. Now, that doesn't mean like you can still be charged with like obstructing vehicles or whatever. I don't know if that was a good decision for her to do that. You can still, I mean, probably, especially with this ice, right? Like they'll probably find a reason to charge you if they don't like you.
Officers exit the car and approach Good's vehicle.
Right out of the gate, it's escalatory in nature. And then
he walks up and just immediately tries to grab her door. Why not walk up and just be like, normally, you know, you give an instruction and then there's like there's moment to respond to the instruction, right? You don't have to grab the door like that right away. She doesn't even move until he touches the car, right? Am I crazy?
Nice guys, although you did see the SUV drive around him.
Next, officers exit the car and approach Good's vehicle.
Right out of the gate, it's escalatory in nature. And
no, she was moving before he grabbed it. She was already moving backwards. I mean, it's very brief, but you can see she had made the decision to go in reverse. And
then the agent with the black mask reaches for the driver's side door handle to try to open it. From the video, like the reverse lights are on.
From this other video angle, we can see that the officer has already crossed in front of the car. He's holding a cell phone.
They are trying to essentially take some sort of recording or photograph of the driver to show or identify her as a antagonist to their enforcement operations. What he does is cross in front of and stay in front of a occupied running vehicle. You should not be intentionally putting yourself in front of a vehicle unless absolutely necessary.
then watch, he leans over, guys.
And with a cell phone in his left
Look at this,
hand,
look at that. He leans in. I mean, you can make the argument that maybe the weight of his body is shifting because this is the point of contact here. Maybe that's what happened. But it's also possible that he leaned over
his right hand. And
I mean, that to me looks like he's leaning, you guys. It's hard because this officer is obviously obstructing, like almost perfectly obstructing what's happening here.
Rattles off 3 rounds.
Under the Department of Homeland Security's use of force policy, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable.
If he doesn't make that decision to step in front of her car, this doesn't happen. Period. End of story. If he doesn't step in front of her car, this doesn't happen. And she would probably be in jail right now. She'd probably be in jail for a felony. You can't flee police. You can't flee law enforcement. They will put you in jail for that, and the bail will probably be very high.
A moving vehicle, and shooting at a moving vehicle is tightly restricted.
So my training was that you cannot use deadly or lethal force solely to stop a fleeing vehicle. Do you have another option other than pulling the trigger?
The Trump administration maintains the agent opened fire to avoid being run over, but the direction of the tires appears to be facing away from the officer to the right. There is still a dispute as to whether the officer was grazed or struck by the Honda. He continues to fire even after moving out of the way of the vehicle.
If she is intentionally trying to hit that agent or officer, those tires are pointed in the opposite direction, and the vehicle's trajectory after the shots would be continuing to the left.
After 3 shots, the car veers away.
Oh my God!
According to Ballier, both the officer's gunfire and the car accelerating could have put agents and the surrounding crowd of bystanders in danger.
To me, it's inspiring to see the community so tight-knit, you know? They interviewed somebody else that lived in the neighborhood. The guy identified as like a conservative, you know? And even he was like with the community, you know? Like it's like a system. It's almost like a system, you know? Like an immune system, like an immune response. People from the community kind of like filter in and, you know?
These are all factors that law enforcement officers have to weigh before pulling the trigger.
This is what we when we talk about like overreach or perceived overreach and how that can really backfire against political parties or political leaders. This is what we're talking about, you know? this perceived overreach with ICE and all these really authoritarian measures that Trump is trying to flex during his second term is provoking an intense and galvanized opposition. Backfiring. People don't like, especially Americans, don't like these kinds of images, these kinds of videos. It's something stirs in us, you know, like baked into our fucking DNA. All right, we're finally going to get to this PKA conversation. I'm going to try my best to let the conversation play out and only strategically pause. From the ashes with $2. Anyone who open carries is just dumb. First target.
Details on the anyway. Sorry, Kyle. What were you saying about the flag of Minnesota? I wanted to.
Okay, I'm in the wrong section, but this part of the conversation was we should get to that too, because I couldn't fucking believe that part of the conversation. When do we start talking about the shooting? Oh, here.
The shooting in Minnesota
from several different angles. Yes,
so many different angles. How did you come down on it? What was your take?
I think it was a bad shooting. I think that ICE just seems to hire this archetype of high school bully, tatted up sleeved arms, bandana wearing bullies. And
I was like,
maybe I'm projecting on this, but it's like the guy got disobeyed and started opening fire. It's like, you shouldn't be a cop.
Breaking MS Now, the Justice Department has fired the number 2 official in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia after he declined to lead the controversial prosecution of former FBI Director James Comey. City Sushi Coochie with 20 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I thought it was a good shooting. That lady had been stalking. That lady had been stalking them all day, like following them from like neighborhood to neighborhood. She had turned her car sideways in the middle of the road and obstructed them while they were trying to get some illegals out of the rafters of a house, is what the quote was. And then when they approach her vehicle and say, "Stay right here," when she gets lawful orders from a federal agent, she accelerated toward him. I don't care.
So again, just as a reminder, this was recorded before the officer's footage was released that very obviously showed her wheels turning very fast.
Hear that her wheel was turned to the right. He can't see the wheels. He hears the car accelerate, come toward him, and he shoots her in the face. Maybe he didn't need to shoot those second 2 shots into the window. Maybe those aren't good. But the first shot almost certainly killed her as well. And I felt like that one was justified.
Yeah,
I felt like that one was
which shots hit. I think we'd both be guessing. I saw her
same cop
wave
had
another
been hit by a
policeman
car
by.
and drugged.
This idea that she was like obstructing or whatever. She's waving the SUV by right before 15 seconds before the shooting. She didn't seem like some sort of domestic terrorist, which is how Trump is describing her. And I saw one cop waving for her to move her car and another cop telling her to get the F out of the car. So she's getting like mixed. Which one said Simon Says? Which cop's instructions is she supposed to follow?
Well, one cop's trying to open her door, and the other cop's saying, "Stay right there," with his hand in her face. Like, those are the ones, and they're speaking.
I saw the cop waving her, telling her to go, and she's like telling another car to go by, right? Like this is a soccer mom, like, and they opened fire and executed her on the spot.
I tell you what, if I had kids waiting at home, I wouldn't be parking my car sideways and making roadblocks for the federal agents who are trying to conduct lawful actions. And then
I mean, that's a separate conversation than the conversation about if it was like a justified shooting.
Accelerate toward them when they tell me to stop. Even if someone did tell her to go forward and she chose that voice to be obedient to, she was doing it while someone was standing in front of her car saying stop with a gun in their hand.
So there's another angle to this story, no pun intended, but there's another angle to this that I didn't even consider. So I was live when that happened, and you know, as is usually the case when stuff like this happens, you get one video that kind of goes viral, then another one, then another one. It was the same thing with like Charlie Kirk. But in this case, the first video that I saw, the front of the car was completely obstructed, so you couldn't see anything. And so I was like, I have no idea what to think about the shooting. The second angle was a little bit better, but you kind of have to slow it down. And the biggest, I think the most important kind of element of that video is his feet. And like the New York Times came out with like a forensic analysis of that video, and it's like 4 minutes long. You can find it on Twitter. And it's something that I had noticed the day that it happened, which is like, I finally started looking at his feet and I watched a really slowed down version. And then once you see that, you can see that his feet are, he's very clearly out of the direct path of the car.
She hit him with the car.
So they made contact, but he was clear. Like you can see his feet. By the time he fired that first round, he was. So there's another element too where
she wasn't
it's like,
going to hit his feet, but she hit his body.
I mean, that's like, so like my first instinct right then was to be like, she made a really bad decision, like just period, end of. Like there were, so for example, if you're planting your feet instead of moving out of the way and then leaning across putting your hand on the hood, leaning like towards the car, a car can make contact with someone, and we don't have a perfect angle. And so I can't definitively say, but in that case, it would be the cop hitting her car. If you lean into a car when they're steering away from you, I think at minimum we can say that he got clipped by the side of that car. It was not a direct impact though. And he was on camera making an effort to stay positioned towards the front of her car. He was making the effort to do the opposite of getting out of the way. He was doing the opposite of that. They were very clearly, you can hear them say, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the fucking car. Like I heard it 3 times, her window was down. But then to Woody's point, there was a witness that spoke on it today that said that she heard another officer give her an order to leave. And I'm having massive deja vu right now. Holy shit. We're in a simulation, guys. And so like you brought up the point that, you know, she moved back and then she moved forward, right? By the time the ICE agent starts to pull on the door handle, she's already in the process of starting to move behind. And if you're moving behind, you're either looking at a camera that's a rear view camera, or you're looking behind. So it's entirely plausible that she did not see that guy that was right next to her. Also, there's a lot going on.
I doubt that. He was right there yelling at her.
There's a lot of, as she was moving back, is what I meant. Maybe I should have been more precise. But as she was moving back, it is entirely plausible that she didn't see that guy. And she only saw him when she looked forward after completing her reverse. If you're going in reverse, you're either looking at the camera or you're looking at the mirror. Now, she likely heard the voices, but that's what I meant by that. Of uncertainty right now. And like, I think, I don't know, I wouldn't tell you like 100% this or 100% that, but there's enough here to like really question his decision to do that in that moment. I understand that cops, we give them the legal authority to use lethal force, and you can't expect perfection. Sometimes mistakes are going to be made. But there's enough here to have like very serious doubts about the narrative that they're spinning. Obviously, like Kristi Noem getting up there and accusing this woman of being a left-wing terrorist, that is pretty fucking insane.
I mean, she's driving around stalking federal agents.
Stalking federal agents. I mean, again, I don't, is there any validity to the claim that she had been following these agents? This happened at 9:30 a.m. We do know that she had dropped her kid off at school. Well, I don't know what the timeline of that was, but I think like at most we're talking about 45 minutes. That's just with the nature of time. And also, it is not illegal to follow ICE around. You can do that. And you would think that conservatives or libertarians would celebrate the fact that civilians have those rights to observe, record ICE agents. As long as you're not impeding their efforts whatsoever, they will fucking arrest you if you do that. Or even if, you know, even if you're not doing that, they'll accuse you of doing that. We've seen that happen 1,000 times too. But you would think that conservatives would value and celebrate the fact that we have that right to do that here. There's a lot of countries that have brutally authoritarian governments where you can't follow them around and record them. You can do that here. You can fucking do that shit here. I think that's a good thing, generally speaking.
Imagine that. You're driving around stalking
said
federal
the cop
agents.
was in the hospital recovering from his injuries.
He went to the hospital. What he said was factually correct.
I don't know.
He went to
said
the
he was
hospital.
lucky to be alive.
He was lucky to be alive.
He was lucky to be alive.
but Trump,
did you watch the video? Wait, hold on. Did you watch the? Well, hold on.
You think there's any chance I haven't watched that video from several different angles?
No. I mean, there is a video of it that's out there everywhere that everyone was scrubbing back and forth, where it's a front wheel drive car, and you can see the front wheel spin aimed at him.
So we know now at this point, and I wonder if he would update his priors. But we know now that that is not true. He was definitely, objectively, 1,000% not aiming her wheels at him. In fact, one thing that we learned for sure, and I mentioned it before, was that her wheels were turning before she even started moving forward. Before her foot hit the accelerator, she was turning those wheels. And that's how human beings drive. That's how we drive cars, right? Like if you're in a stationary position and you're trying to make a turn within a confined space, you're going to turn the wheel before you hit the accelerator. She's backing up here, backing up. She puts her car in drive, and before she hits the accelerator, she's turning her wheels. It's actually still moving backwards as she's turning that steering wheel. It's almost more confusing to watch at slower speeds, but if we do like 0.5, boom, she's right there turning. Her car is still technically moving backwards here, and she's twisting that wheel, and she's twisting it fast. She's turning that wheel fast. There, now she finally hits the accelerator. This was recorded. And so people are confusing this with like a direct impact, but this is him slamming the phone down on the hood of the car. I wonder if Taylor would update his priors here, if he would just stick to it, because that is so definitive, so conclusive.
If this happened in July, that guy gets hit by that car and run over. Like the wheels spun out. It wasn't until she saw the gun that she veered to the right, and he at that point was already being struck by the car. And this is the same guy. I don't know. I just got back, so I don't know what Kyle said, but this guy got dragged by like an activist who was driving a car.
It was not an activist. It was a criminal.
Within the last year, like hundreds of yards, he was severely injured.
Yeah, this guy has a habit of trying to fight cars. He reminds me of the women we laugh at in the, that we see women fighting cars all the time. He's ridiculous.
No, I think this is like leftist activists have a habit of using their cars against federal law enforcement.
That's
what is that? What is that even about? Did I miss a bunch of stories this year? Of leftist activists driving their cars into ICE agents? Maybe I'm out of the loop. Hutch, how are you just sitting silent and letting them lie over and over? Okay, so again, so when you go on certain podcasts, there's like different strategies for each podcast. And what I have come to discover, or what I have come to discover, I think is like the best way to go on to PKA is to not like forcibly inject yourself every time. Like they say a lot of stuff that in my head I was like, that's not right, but you don't want to be like too overbearing, and so you have to kind of pick your battles a little bit.
That's what the habit is. Yeah.
You think that's what happened here?
That's
Yeah.
exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Do you remember that shooting from a few years ago?
Factually what happened.
That's
Hold on a
factually what
second.
happened.
Hold on a second.
What are they saying factually happened? Hold on.
Laugh at in the, that we see women fighting cars all the time. It's
No,
ridiculous.
it's that
I think this is like-
leftist activists have a habit of using their cars against federal law enforcement.
That's what the habit is. Yeah.
You think that's
I don't even know what this is based on. Maybe there's been a couple incidents, but like vehicle attacks rise as extremists target protesters. That's what I was thinking, was that it's like the opposite. I have seen so many videos of cars driving into protesters. Not the other way around.
what happened here?
That's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Do you remember that shooting from a few years ago?
Factually what happened.
That's
Hold on a
factually
second.
what happened.
Hold on a second. Do you remember that shooting from a few years ago where the guy was drunk and the cop had that AR-15 or M16, whatever it was?
That is probably the most disturbing police shooting video I've ever seen. That one video of the guy in the fucking hotel who was obviously hammered. They were giving him totally incoherent commands, and the guy was hammered. Like, even sober, the commands they were giving were totally incoherent. Did the cops get found liable for like manslaughter for that? That was the most insane police shooting I've ever seen. Benton, hey. Take it easy, buddy. Hope you have a good day. That one's really fucked up and disturbing because the guy is like so clearly wanting to comply, and just, you could tell he was just like really struggling with their commands, and they shot him with like a high caliber rifle. User with $10, I bet my left arm he will just double down. Magtards don't respond to new information. They just pretend it's their saving grace. You'd have better luck solving Israel-Palestine before that. Oh boy.
With the Predator logos on, and he was all tatted up, much like these ICE guys. And he was giving these terrible instructions to follow.
In the
he
hotel,
was like,
right?
hands up in the hotel. Yeah. He's like, hands up, crawl towards me. Hands up, crawl towards me. And the guy's like, crawl or hands up, and he eventually just opens fire because he's not following instructions. This woman was in the same position where some police were telling her to get out of the way. Other police were telling her to get the F out of the car. She listened to the police that told her to move on.
Why are you guys saying no?
Because it's not even
true.
vaguely. This is just lies.
No.
This isn't true.
It's alternate reality.
But wait, where are you guys getting this? There were witnesses that were there at the time.
I watched it. I'm a witness.
We watched the video.
You heard the orders, but the videos that we saw were only shortly before the incident started, like a matter of seconds. There were witnesses that were there that said that they had initially instructed her to move her car. And the fact that she was going in reverse, the first time the shooter, the cop, the first time he steps in front of her car, she's already moving in reverse. Like, so clearly she was intending on moving her car before, like, even just like 5 seconds before that whole thing had happened. She had waved the car in front, and they're like, well, we saw the video. Well, you didn't. The videos that we saw obviously they don't tell the whole story. Like, it's only, the videos only start just right before this incident, right? From the one guy. Well, all of us agree that she was given. Where are you guys getting this? There were witnesses that were there at the time.
I watched it. I'm a witness.
We watched the video.
You heard the orders from the one guy. Well, all of us agree that she was given. He said at least 3 times to get out of the car. but there are witnesses that were there, multiple witnesses that say that there was another ICE officer that was instructing her to move her car.
I'm sure at the beginning of the incident, when at first they thought she was just doing a 3-point turn, they were like, get out of here. But when they realized that she was in fact a left-wing activist, let me finish.
Swanee Bird with $10. Kyle is saying because Renee Good and the criminal that first dragged the agent both hit him with their car. Apparently, it shows that left-wing activists have a habit of hitting cops with vehicles. It's dumb. Oh, he's basing it on that. I've not heard of, and maybe it's happened, but I haven't. Have there been any incidents with like left-wing activists driving their cars into ICE agents? I don't remember. I feel like that would have been super viral if it happened.
That's fair. That's fair.
But you can see that she wasn't making a 3-point turn to get over to Target. She was turning her car sideways in the middle of a road to block federal agents who were clearly uniformed and holding guns.
I just don't know how to make sense of that with her waving the car forward. That doesn't make any sense to me. If that was her intention to block cars, why did she wave the car forward? It just doesn't make any sense. Hell's Advocate with 200 bits. Okay, Hutch, you don't get it. You're being extremely dense, and I'm kind of sick of listening to it. You've repeatedly claimed this about video after video. The only part of the video that matters is the part that starts and ends with my priors being confirmed. Oh, I see what you're doing there.
Who were trying to arrest illegal immigrants who were hiding in a house. She was literally a left-wing activist. That's the definition of what she was doing there. It doesn't matter if she she was a member of a group or she was a card-holding member or whatever. Her actions were those of a left-wing radical activist impeding.
Well, my understanding was that this was her neighborhood. Like you can be, you can imagine, I'm not saying that everybody would fit this profile, but you can imagine somebody even with conservative leanings, but not liking the way that ICE is operating, showing up in their own neighborhood to like warn people in the neighborhood that ICE are here. You can imagine a conservative doing that too. It's not completely out of the realm of like the idea that she was motivated by like left-wing activism. Did she have a history of activism? I don't think so, right? People have dug into her past over the weekend. Did we discover that she was this like left-wing activist? I haven't seen anything yet. Why does it matter if she was a left-wing activist in the first place? It doesn't. That's the other thing too. It doesn't. It actually doesn't matter at all to the calculation.
Federal law enforcement.
Have you seen video of how her car got that way? I haven't. I thought maybe you've seen video. I've only seen video of like nothing starts more than a minute before the shooting. Have you seen better video than me?
How her car got that? What do you mean got that way?
Yeah. Like I haven't seen her. Like there's this argument that she like put her car in the road sideways to block agents and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't see long before the video.
That's why people.
I don't know.
Well, that we don't know. And again, I theorize like it's also completely plausible that if she was, we've seen civilians observing ICE and monitoring ICE agents in the course of their duties. And it's entirely plausible and maybe even likely that she pulled her car sideways. She observed that the convoy had halted and she pulled her car sideways so she could observe what they were doing. I mean, obviously her wife got out of the car and was taking video. Her wife seemed to be doing that because her wife was holding out her phone. She was the driver and then her wife got out of the car. Her wife was walking around with the phone, recording the ICE agents doing what they were doing. And then she positions her car so she can just like view what's happening. The idea that she was intentionally just trying to block traffic just doesn't really make any sense. Just doesn't fucking make sense. She fucking waved somebody forward. Like,
I saw her side. Well, I mean, it's snowy, it's slippery. I don't know how it got there. I know every car on that road seemed to be pointed in sort of a non-traditional direction. And she's waving police by right before the shooting.
No, wait. Why? What is the only circumstance in which you could wave a policeman by if you're blocking them? Like she pulled forward to block them. Like,
how does that make it? If you're blocking them, they can't move by. That doesn't make any sense. If you're blocking them, they can't get by. So what is that logic?
There's also eyewitness stories. A woman who said, yeah, she'd been doing this all day and she was doing a great job of what she was trying to do, which was impede federal law enforcement.
Okay, we need reporting on this. The idea that she was doing it all day and this happened at 9:30. What is the timeline here? Do we know where she was and what she would? Do we know the timeline of her day by now? Surely there's reporting on it. Can I get a Jamie in the chat that can find information on what she had been doing? Construction workers block lanes all the time and let people go. It's still called blocking. You can have the same exact thing be one thing or another in a way that is entirely dependent on the person's intentions. So you can have someone pull their car sideways in perpendicular in the road with the intention of monitoring ICE in the course of their duties. And then that would be one thing. And then if she intended to block them or whatever, then that would make it an act of blocking, right? But I just can't make sense of the idea that she was intentionally trying to block them when she was waving them forward. It just doesn't really make any sense.
Operation by blocking the road, by agitating.
She was clearly trying to impede ICE. I don't think that's clear at all. I don't think it's clear at all that she was trying to impede ICE. Positioning yourself so you can have a clear, unobstructed view of what is happening is a different thing entirely to impeding. Is it possible that she was trying to impede ICE? Maybe she made the decision before and then she changed that decision and she decided, okay, I no longer want to impede them, and that's why she was moving away. That's why she waved the car in front of her. But I haven't seen any video that clearly show that her intention was to impede ICE. Position of her car is not enough to say that. This is kind of cringe, Hutch. If you are parked in the middle of the road, you are blocking, even if you weren't intending. You're still in the way. So there's one piece of context here that we just learned, as far as I understand, that we just learned from Kristi Noem's interview on Jake Tapper yesterday. And that piece of that context is so crucial to the analysis. Noem said that one of the ICE vehicles in the convoy got stuck. The convoy was stuck. They couldn't proceed because one of the cars was stuck. And so if you have a convoy that is stuck in the road, they're stationary for the moment, and then you park your car in a perpendicular way, hypothetically, right, if we theorize, to have a view of what's going on, your wife is right next to your car recording things, you know? That's a very different context. If they're already stuck, because by the time they get unstuck, you just move your car. Nobody cares if you park your car perpendicular in a spot like in neighborhoods. It's different from like an urban, dense, like downtown situation. If a neighbor pulls up and there's some kind of commotion going on in the neighborhood and the street is blocked off and everything's obstructed and you park your car perpendicular to see what's going on, like you're not doing that with the intention of blocking traffic, right? The other thing too, that's the other thing too, is like that was a pretty wide road. So if she intended to block traffic, you're going to block traffic with a car that doesn't even stretch 50% across the length of the road horizontally? That seems like a dubious tactic. Yeah, I'm going to block traffic with my Honda Pilot that like she couldn't, even if she wanted to block traffic, she couldn't, right? Like that's kind of the point, right? Now I'm thinking about that. It's like, well, that doesn't really make any sense. Like if that's what she was trying to do. This is like Did she really think that she would have been able to block them? I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to play this video that just got uploaded yesterday. In the meantime, give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back, guys, and we'll finish the rest of this PKA stuff because there's a lot more and it gets a little wild. So I'll be right back. This is like an 8-minute clip from Minneapolis airport. I don't know if this happened before or after the incident. What time did this incident happen? This was posted at almost 1 p.m. my time, which I think was past the time that the incident happened.
Can I see your ID? Why the hell would I show random people my ID? You want to steal my identity? Where's your ID? Let me check if you're a U.S. citizen. How about that? Hey, you guys better move on, man. Look at this motherfucker. A4. What kind of name is that? Alcohol 4? What's your initial? Right here. It ain't over there. You motherfucker might be shooting. Why would I answer you? Why would I not be a citizen of this country, man? Are you a citizen? Why are you getting close? I can hear you. You can stand there. I'm not close. How come she got a GoPro and you got your police issued a body cam? What's going on with you guys? Why do I have it? What kind of shit is this? Dude, listen. I'm here working. You're working too, right? So go. It says U.S. Border Patrol. This is not the border. Go to the Canada border or the Mexico border.
But if you were from this country,
dude.
if you were from this country, you know I'm an immigration officer.
What do you mean if I'm from this country?
I can hear you don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm.
Oh, so you're going by?
What the fuck? He just said it. Excuse me? He just fucking said it? They're just saying that now? You sound weird to me. How emboldened are these motherfuckers?
Accents now?
I want to know
is that what it is?
Where were you born?
Is that accents? Have you heard the Israeli accent? Have you heard the European accent?
You just proved
garbage.
my point. You're a brilliant
It's
man.
retarded,
You just proved my point.
You going by accents?
You just proved other countries.
You guys want to argue? I got
what point did he prove?
time. I got time today.
You're not arguing. You're proving my point.
Today, man.
Thank you, sir.
You guys do whatever you want to do.
Where's your ID, sir?
I'm not going to show you. I don't have to show you anything. If a police officer comes here, I'll comply with it. But U.S. Border Patrol, I don't even know if you're a real police officer. Where's your ID?
But you just said it.
Where's your ID?
You just said it.
And I'm not going to go by C20. That's a periodic chemical. That's a periodic element. C20? What are you, carbon 20?
I'm wearing my ID.
Real C20. Come back. No, hell no. Why would I come there? You come here.
Hey, shut up.
You came to my car. I'm chilling on my social media. This lady comes knocking, sir.
What a fucking clown show. What a fucking embarrassment.
I'm Mexican. And it's a shame. You ain't even got a camera on. You got the police camera. Yeah, you got a nice camera.
This guy is surrounded by a bunch of armed bullies and he is fucking clowning on them. This guy is my fucking idol right now.
Yeah. You guys just shot somebody now. Who else you guys want to do? That ain't us, big dog. That ain't you guys? It wasn't ice? That wasn't ice?
I didn't even see the fuck. Oh, this guy's there. Wait, isn't this the fucking guy? Isn't this like the head of CBP? The guy that had like the fucking Nazi robes? Is it the same guy? Did you guys see this fucking guy in the Nazi robes or whatever the fuck he was wearing? With that crazy haircut? He's the guy. He's Lockjaw. This is the fucking guy, bro. This is Lockjaw from One Battle After Another.
Can't read? My nigga.
He's just hanging back and he walked out of frame. Did you see that? He walked out of frame. He's like, this isn't going well for me.
Was it ice? That wasn't ice?
Look at it, watch.
Can't read?
What is happening right now? Why was he even there? Why was his presence needed right there?
Whoa, whoa, man. Harassing Africans. You guys got the right guy, man. I got the time today. Yeah.
So you're
Mr.
from
Mills,
Africa?
Mr. Mills.
So you're from Africa?
Where you from, Mr. Mills, with your big ass body? Where you from?
Big ass body?
Yeah.
That's a strange
All of these other
compliment.
motherfuckers small, man. Look at your office. Hey, the famous guy.
what's going on,
I've seen this guy on TikTok. Look at
Oh
him.
my
He got
God.
gas does this shit. What's up, officer? How you doing, man? Let me talk to you guys.
This guy was so fucking based, you guys. This guy. That video, so far, easily favorite video of 2026 by far. And I think that video has a good chance of holding up throughout the rest of the year because, man, he was such a king. Ignotus with the tier 1 membership on YouTube. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll get back to the PK.
It's weird
it's
thing that
sad
she's both
that she
blocking
died.
them and she's waving them by.
You're stuck on the waving. I don't care about her waving. She's clearly parked her car sideways in the middle of the road on purpose.
Yeah.
She didn't. She was. You're suggesting, it seems, that perhaps she got like loose in the ice and snow and accidentally her car spun sideways.
No, she could have. Again, I don't know. The more I say it out loud, the more it feels like that is the more likely explanation. Well, that she positioned her car sideways so she could have like this direct view of her wife who was monitoring the ice situation. She parked her car sideways so she could just have a unobstructed view just sideways as to what they were doing. That's not illegal, as far as I understand. That's not illegal. And I don't think DHS has a mandate to park, even if it was. Is that illegal? Wait. If I park my car sideways on my street in a residential area momentarily for whatever reason, like, am I breaking a law there? Yes, you're obstructing traffic, but hang on. That would be a confusing law, right? Like, what if there was like a big old commotion? Like a big old commotion in the neighborhood and a bunch of people assembled in the middle of the road in a residential neighborhood for whatever. Maybe there's a fight happening or a big argument happening, and then somebody else pulls their car up perpendicular and is just watching what's happening. Is that person breaking a law? That doesn't feel like that makes any sense. There's no reason to park like that. I just gave you a reason. People put their cars in all kinds of weird spots in residential neighborhoods when shit's going down on their street. It'd be a traffic violation. There's no cop that would ever give somebody a ticket for doing that in that spot.
Sideways, and now she's, oh no, whoopsie daisy, I'm parked sideways, creating an accidental roadblock. Is that what?
Yeah, I don't know how she got that way. I said it was slippery.
We know how she got there.
One way. Wait. Okay, let me listen in a second.
He's saying that, but like, all right, that just feels like such a declarative. How do we know that this was her neighborhood? As far as I understand, this was her neighborhood. She was just driving down she could have just been driving down the road, saw what was happening. Her and her wife pull over. Her wife gets out of the car, starts recording him. I mean, I guess in that moment, would you say that that's activism? Is that alone activism? Monitoring ICE operations? Maybe. That's a little thin, though.
Or she could have been trying to turn around, and that's how she got sideways. Or she could have been trying to block them. But the part of the video I saw of her.
Wait, I don't know why he's like. We're talking about something that's like, in the absence of knowledge, we can speculate reasons. Like, imagine, okay, right? Hold on. We got to look at where exactly, like, how far. Hold on. Let me pull up the video. Do we have a sense of like how far the nearest crosswalk was Oh, we do right here, actually. Hold on. So it looks like this was the setup here. What if, right? What if can you guys see my cursor? What if the crosswalk is right here, right? And what if this woman and her wife were driving perhaps to get to their home, and then they turn a left on this street, and then they get to this whole situation, and they're like, what the fuck is going on here? And then she reverses and puts her car sideways. Her wife gets out of the car at the same time, starts recording. But that is very plausible. Excuse me? Oh, is this a one-way street? No, it's not. What are you talking about? Is this a 2-lane one-way street in a residential neighborhood? Is that a thing? That's not a yellow line, Hutch? Does it have to be a yellow line? I don't know if this is a one-way street, guys. We can look at how the other cars are parked. No, you're right. You're right. This is a one-way street. 100%. Okay, well that theory's gone then.
Waving them by is definitely inconsistent with her trying to block them.
I was going to say she tried to hit an ICE agent with her car. She succeeded.
Yeah.
And it would have been so much worse if this happened in June and there wasn't ice on the road. You can see the front wheels spinning when she hits the gas. You can see the back of the car go down as the acceleration hits. Like it's
what did he just say? Alex with $2. Did you see the 3-minute clip of her dancing car honking? No. Alex, can you link that?
It's there. She hit an ICE agent with her car. She succeeded.
Yeah.
And it would have been so much worse if this happened in June and there wasn't ice on the road. You can
I can understand being suspicious that her intention might have been to hit that officer based on that first day and those first few videos that we saw. I can understand being suspicious. Certainly not after the police footage was released. But on that day, I can understand being suspicious, especially if you have like a cognitive bias. Like, that's normal and fine and not all that. But he's making these like really definitive statements. He's saying like, oh, no, she's very clearly trying to hit him. It would be fine if he was saying like, I think that, it would be fine if he said like, I think it's likely, but he's saying, no, look at the tires. We know for sure. And how could he know that? It's the same like line of questioning that Tapper had for Kristi Noem. Obviously, the standard for her is much higher because you should not be making statements as Secretary of DHS fucking 2 hours after a shooting before an investigation has even really begun. That's insane. But I can understand someone like being in his spot. If the roles were reversed and the politics were reversed, I can understand. I could empathize with having my own kind of internal bias, but it's the certainty that's getting to me here. Like how could you possibly say that this is like so cut and dry? And of course, like once you do this, once you say this, it becomes much harder to walk it back. Like your own ego steps in. And so you're going to do whatever you need to do. A lot of people will not have the humility to change their priors. If they're expressing certainty and then a video comes out that really undermines that claim, a lot of people are just going to dig their heels in because you just said it was like, you were sure it's 100,000%, right?
ICE agent with her car. She succeeded.
Yeah.
And it would have been so much worse if this happened in June and there wasn't ice on the road. You can see
the whole thing wouldn't have happened though, because the ice car, the ice car wouldn't have been stuck in the fucking ice or the snow. This whole situation would not have happened in summer. The only reason why the cops, the ICE agents were stopped was because one of their cars got stuck.
See the front wheels spinning when she hits the gas. You can see the back of the car go down as the acceleration hits. Like it's there. She wanted to hit him with her car. She succeeded in hitting him with the car.
I don't
know about all that. I don't think this Honda Passport turns into a fucking Tesla Plaid and mows down a cop in 1 foot of acceleration, even in the dry.
Wait. Hold on.
I don't think that's the strongest argument. Surely her car could have been deadly, even from 5 feet away, if you run somebody over. But
you don't think that a car coming at you from a foot away, a 2-ton Honda Pilot on ice, is like a threat to your life?
So it could be if you're in the direct path. You're directly in the path, which is what I think I jump in with here. So I'm sorry, I'm pausing too much. Here.
A car coming at you from a foot away, a 2-ton Honda Pilot on ice, is like a threat to your life.
So here I think is some relevant analysis. Okay, so like in order to justify the shot, the use of lethal force, he would have to demonstrate that he had a credible fear of significant harm or injury or death to himself, his fellow officers, or the public. When you actually, there's 3 different angles or 4 different angles, and you can clearly see in one of the angles, as she's moving forward, he actually leans forward and puts his left hand on the hood of her car. So he's actually making an effort to stay in front of her car in that moment. Once he is like literally the moment contact is made and he is clear of the front of the car in that moment is when he starts to fire. How do you justify the idea that he felt like there was a significant threat to his life if his feet were clear of the front of the car?
He was being hit by a car.
He was not in front of the car though.
The first shot was when he was in front of the car. It went through the front.
Nope. By this point, when we were having this conversation, we already knew that this was not the case. If his feet were clear of the front of the car,
he was being hit by a car.
He was not in front of the car though.
The first shot was when he was in front of the car. It went through the front. It went through the front windshield.
No.
Negative. Well, it did go through the front windshield, but you can see.
How is it?
Because he leaned. The shitty grainy footage, which is unfortunate. Can we get some fucking Adobe filters to clean that one up? But the super grainy footage shows him leaning, like putting his hand forward and leaning on her car instead of moving. This stupid fucking dipshit was... I'm willing to not jump to conclusions that this guy was some bloodthirsty maniac that was just itching to kill somebody. I'm willing to not go there immediately. Because another way we can explain this whole situation was like, this idiot was distracted because he was fucking vlogging instead of doing his job. We can explain it with incompetence. I'm not saying that that's what I think happened, okay? I'm just saying, like, it's possible, right?
Went through the front windshield.
He was by the front tire.
And he put his hand on the hood. Cars move in 2 directions. Hang on a minute. I get what you're saying, but there's a bit of nuance here. There's a bit of nuance here, you know? Like, you have to move forward in order to move right, but, yeah.
In front of the car. He came
Are we all watching the same videos?
I don't know. It feels like
this is
not.
Kyle, is this crazy?
It feels like Trump derangement syndrome is real all of a sudden.
No. I don't like, you know, whatever. I don't like the assumption of bad faith here. Like, I feel like I'm asking reasonable questions in this moment. To call me deranged. I mean, like, his feet, we do know with certainty that his feet were clear of that car by the time the first shot rung out. Like, we just know that.
Literally, like y'all are in a different reality.
It has been, dude. It's been real for a while.
Wait, no. Hang on.
She's accelerating the car towards this man, and all he knows is the car's coming toward him. I heard people.
And then I linked them the video. They didn't show it on the screen, but I linked the video that shows his feet were clear.
The wheels are turned to the right. He can't see the fucking wheels. As far as he knows, they're turned to the left. He's telling her to stop.
I do like the way that Kyle says wheels. Wheels. I do like that.
He is the law. Okay. Of course he's put himself in front of the car. He's blocking her exit. She's under arrest.
Okay, but here's another question. Why did he step in front of a moving car?
It wasn't moving when he stepped in front of it.
It was. I promise you. He stepped in front of her car as it was moving backwards.
I just saw the video. I'm still right. He's by the front tire.
I just linked the. I don't know if you guys can show it on. I don't know what TOS is, but he steps in front. He positions himself in front of her car as she's moving backwards, and then she starts to move forward. His instinct in that moment, he put his hand on the hood of the car as he was shuffling to the side. And in the video that I linked right there, you can see his feet. His decision in that moment was to not immediately step out of the possible path of the car. His decision was to put his hand down and reach for his gun. He used the hood of her car to support himself, is what happened. And he leaned forward. Positioned like he is not in front of the car when that first shot rings out. Contact was made, but he was not in front of the car.
So he was very much syndrome goes both ways, right? The trunched derangement syndrome is real. It will make you think that he was in front of the car when he fired that shot.
The car hit him.
The car hit him.
I don't know, man. I'm going to say he hit that car. I'm going to say he hit that car. If I run up to your car, like, let's just come up with like if I literally run up to your car as it's going 1 mile per hour forward, and then I run up and lob my body over the front left part of your car, who hit who in that spot?
The car can hit him from the side, right? Like, it didn't hit him with the front bumper.
Did the car move?
I don't understand the laughter. You can make contact with the side of a car. I don't know why this is funny.
Laterally? And like swat him? Like the car. Look, you're asking this guy also within like 100 milliseconds to know where the tires are, know what the direction of the car is, and all this stuff. He is a law enforcement.
I'm asking them to make good decisions that don't put them that don't lead to them having to make a kind of decision like that. Like, his decision was to draw his weapon and fire. He would not have had to make that decision in the first place had he not been fucking running laps around the car doing YouTube content or whatever.
Enforcement agent standing in front of a car giving it a lawful order to stop. This one's being detained. And she is accelerating a car in his direction enough that it strikes him, even though his feet were definitely didn't get ran over. Of course, shooting her in the face might have helped with that.
Can you really say that an ICE agent that pulls their phone out and is recording content, can you really tell me that that officer, I mean, they're trained in those moments to be just constantly alert, constantly vigilant. It's a life or death kind of job. Like law enforcement, it's literally life and death. And so you are trained to constantly be scanning, be aware of your environment, be aware of where you're positioned relative to where the other officers are positioned, relative to where civilians are positioned. Like, that is your job, is to just constantly be. How can you possibly be aware if you're sitting there pulling your fucking phone out and filming?
Can you put that video up that you just linked? Just, you don't have to put sound on.
Like, maybe in some contexts, you could argue that there would be value there, but again, at that point, you've just made the case for body cams. We can just skip all this, okay? We can just skip all of that, all right? Because if you're saying that there's some times where it would be valuable or would be operationally like sound to pull your phone out and record, congratulations. Just like bring the body cams back. Boom. Don't need to pull out your phone and open the menu and do that and be distracted by all that shit. It's just, you just constantly recording. Cosmic Luffy with $5. If he was hit by the car, the bullet wouldn't have gone through the windshield. It would have been shot somewhere else. I don't know if I would say something like that. Thank you for the $5. Hutchins with $2. Have you seen anyone mention Ross moving his phone to the other hand? I think that's the moment he thinks he might be using lethal force. I've seen some people mention this. Yeah, I saw Hassan mention it. There's actually a side-by-side video. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one that's side-by-side.
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Do you know what vibes I'm getting from this right now? And I don't know if this is the moment to say this and add levity, but I'm thinking of John Goodman's character in The Big Lebowski. You guys picking up what I'm throwing down?
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
So I don't know when he shifts. I don't know when he shifts. When does he, I think there is footage where you can see him shifting the phone, but you can't see it in this one here on the left because it's just the cars covering that. So
or anything, just put that video up.
This video is where you see him put his hand on the hood of the car. What did you guys just link to me? What is this, blue crayons?
Around here. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh, oh boy, hold on. The people are rebelling.
Oh, put on my motherfucking door. Get out the car. No, for what? You fall us again, we're gonna. I'll work around here. Fall us again, I'll work around here. Shut the fuck up, bitch. White boy. Record it. Record it. Record the plate. Record my plate. Record the plate. Record my plate. Bitch, you're about to get. You walk up on me, you're getting. No, you walked up on me and pulled my door. You walked up on me. No, you walked up on me. You walked up on me. I work around here. I work for the city. This is my property. I work around here. I drive around here every day.
I am so convinced they do this shit to provoke the person to like make contact with them so they can arrest them. Because like, if you're running up, how many dozens of videos have we seen now of ICE officers saying like, we will fucking arrest you. Like if they thought they could arrest you, they would do that. They would do that shit right then and there. If they thought they had a legit reason to arrest that person, they would fucking do it. And the fact that they're making these threats obviously indicates that they know that they don't have a pretense to fucking arrest him yet. And so they're just provoking the guy.
Oh, put on my motherfucking door. Get out the car. No, for what? You fall us again, we're going. I'll work around here.
God bless America. Fucking love this country. We have rights, you know? We have these rights. You get to fucking talk shit like this, and they can't arrest you for talking shit. Who can find that one video of the guy that fucking went 0 to 100? And he had like, guys, help me find the video, man. I know there's a lot of videos making the rounds on social media, but there's one where the guy just goes like, he went from like a semi-aggressive kind of tone to like he just started screaming, "We will arrest you, motherfucker!" And then like one of his buddies like pulled him away. You guys know what video I'm talking about, right? And it's just so clear when you watch that video, like, we should not be entrusting people with that kind of horrible impulse control. Like, it's pretty alarming. Like people like that are attracted to the job, you know? Somebody help me find the video, man. Come on. He's like older, you know? The guy's like probably like 45 to 55 in that range. Can you help me find that, Jodeci? Was that the one in Oregon? There's one where the guy starts screaming, and you can just tell he's so frustrated, because in that moment he wants to fucking beat the living shit out of the guy. Like, he knows he doesn't have grounds to make an arrest, so he just starts screaming. Did you find a Moondog? Is this the one? This is that guy. This guy. That's him.
Plate number, we saw you driving erratically, very dangerous to the public. How you doing?
And this,
interfering with
with her operations.
Not
You
at
could
all.
be arrested
Not at
under
all.
18 USC 111.
Nope. Not
We will
not
arrest
interfering.
you.
Not if
You
you're
have
not
been
interfering.
interfering with her operations.
You were following us yesterday.
Numerous
Watch
times.
what you're doing, dude.
Numerous times you've
Not
been interfering
interfering.
with her operations.
This is America, bro.
No, I am not.
If you
Never got in
continue,
front of you.
you will be in handcuffs. You will be arrested. You will be
18
prosecuted.
U.S. Code 111. Get that through your head, dude. That's a lot of numbers you just remember. Yeah. Good job. Yeah, get that through your head. You know what, you guys? Can I tell you something right now?
Why are you shaking?
Can I tell you something right now?
Hold on, you're shaking.
Why?
I'm nervous.
Why am I shaking?
Yeah.
You're interfering with her operations.
That's not why I'm nervous.
Police,
Yes, you are.
you will be arrested. This is your last warning.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got it?
I got it.
You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Guess what?
One more time.
Can I tell you something,
One
you
more
guys?
time.
Can I tell you something, you guys? Can I tell you something? I got a fucking erection right now looking at you guys.
Oh,
man.
do you?
How's
That's
that
great.
feel? Yeah, you're making me hard. Come on.
Did you get that?
Yeah, seriously,
Did you
man.
get that?
How does it feel? You're making me fucking excited right now. Oh, come on, guys.
And then watch this
You need to
guy.
understand something.
You will be arrested. This is your last warning.
Look at this
See
guy.
you on an operation.
Raising your
You
voice
fucking-
is not helping. I heard you the first 12 fucking times you said it, dude.
Look at this guy.
Subject states he is getting an erection. He stated he is getting an erection.
What's up? It's fine.
I've had 12 warnings already, guys. I'm not breaking the law, and you fucking know it.
You are.
Not breaking the law, and you fucking know it. Never got in
Look at
front
that.
of
Watch
anyone.
this.
Never.
One more time, and
Look at
I'll
this guy.
put you in handcuffs.
This fucking
One more
pathetic
time.
worm.
Keep it up.
Step the fuck off, you piece
No,
of shit.
no, I'll
Yeah.
stand
This
right
pathetic
here, pal.
fucking worm.
Right here all
And
day.
if I fucking touch you, then you're gonna fucking arrest me.
Right all day.
Yeah, fuck you.
You are worthless.
Fuck you.
Worthless.
Fuck you.
You are.
Fuck you.
You have
Yeah.
no honor.
Hold your fucking dogs back. Hold
You
your.
have no honor. What fucking clowns are we handing firearms to and then just saying, hey, go and where is the professionalism? Like, where is any semblance of standards?
I work around here. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
And you can tell in that moment, like, oh boy, man, all he wants to do is just like put that guy in a chokehold, you know? But he's constrained by the girthy cock of the Constitution and Fourth Amendment protections. Can't just arbitrarily detain people. Can't do that. Doesn't mean it's not happening. But in this case, that cop knew that guy had constitutional rights and, you know,
White boy. Record it. Record it.
well, that was unnecessary.
Record the plate. Record my plate. Record the plate. Record my plate.
Bitch, you're about to get. You walk up on me, you're getting.
No, you walked up on me and pulled my door.
You walked up on me.
No, you walked up on me.
Fuck up.
You walked up on me. Though. I work around here. I work for the sir. This is my property. I work around.
I like the caption too. It was at this moment he knew this isn't 1965 anymore. God bless this country.
Here. I drive around here every day.
Record it.
I drive around here every day. You can record everything. I work around here. I work around here. I'm not talking now. I talk to you because you're more calm. I talk to you because you're more calm.
This is
I'm
your
not
warning.
talking to you.
This is
I'm
your
talking to
warning.
you.
This is.
This guy, what is this training? This guy's like, this is the most clear example of the idea of like ICE violating de-escalation protocol. This is so clear. You can hear this guy's voice. He literally says, his voice gets a lot lower and he's talking to this guy and he says, I will speak calmly to you. And then this fucking snake jumps in and escalates the situation again. When it was literally in the moment of de-escalation. This is somebody who's in fight mode. He's not being professional. There's no standards here. He's just looking to scrap. That's all this is. He's looking to fight. There's no one around him that would pull him backwards. You're like, okay, chill. We need to chill. Just pull him away from that situation. This guy is de-escalating the situation right here.
I
Watch.
work around here. I work around here. I'm not talking now. I talk to you because you're more calm.
Right there. Boom. That's an opportunity. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. We're on a better path here. Okay. And then this guy jumps back in.
I talk to you because you're more calm.
This is
I'm
your
not
warning.
talking to you.
This is
I'm
your
talking to
warning.
you.
This is your.
Stop walking. Stop talking to him. Just stop talking to him. This guy's got it, bro. This guy's got it. They're establishing rapport. They've established trust here. Walk away. Step back. Let this guy take the lead. Why do you need to jump in here? With 5 people.
Warning to you.
Do not
you're
follow
calm.
us. I'm
Do
I'll
not
talk to you
follow
when you're
us.
calm, all right?
Take a picture of the Take a picture of the plates.
I'll talk to you. I work around here. Okay. This is my
What an absolute fucking joke of an agency. What an absolute joke. How could anybody defend this kind of unprofessionalism? Is insane.
This is my property around here. Fuck you, punk. Okay. I work around here. This is my job.
God bless America. God bless this fucking country. I think we're going to be okay, guys. I think we're going to be okay. I don't know. I don't know about you guys, man. I get kind of high watching the people react the way that they did this weekend, you know? Like somebody died. Somebody got fucking killed. Somebody got killed. And that only provoked more civilians to go out and... Where's the one video of that one queen? There's a video of a queen of a woman with just a smile on her face. You know, the guy walks up to her and says, like, did you not learn anything from last week? And says, okay, have a good day. And she goes, I hope you have a horrible day. Somebody help me find that one. You guys know that video. Help me find that video. She did that after somebody got shot, man. So like, I just feel when I saw the kind of reaction that I did, the kind of response, protest that popped up this weekend, I'll tell you what, man, if Trump tries some authoritarian shit, I don't know. I don't know if he'll be successful. I don't know if he'll fucking end this republic. But I do know that there are going to be millions of people in the streets making it really difficult for him. I do know that. I do know that. Mark my words, Hutch, because of these videos, support for abolish is going to skyrocket. It already has, bro. It already has. Skyrocketed 17 points in favor of abolishing ICE. It's still not popular, you know, but 42% versus 50%. I wouldn't count on it, guys. I wouldn't count on it. That seems a bit dicey, but kind of gives you a sense of where the public is at, and they are very rapidly losing control of the narrative. I think that's obvious.
It's where you see
this fucking Bavino guy. This fucking Bavino guy. This lockjaw guy. This guy. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is doing his hair? You're like 50. He looks like that one meme. Imagine if his hair was frosted. And he's that one fucking meme. It's that meme of like when you go to the barber and you say, just fuck me up. That's literally the fucking meme, but it just without the frosted tips. And he wears that fucking crazy like robe thing.
So she says, Omar says, and I guess she's a crime scene analyst now. She's watching this video breakdown. But she says, why did he get in front of the vehicle? Doesn't he know he's supposed to have done this for 10 years? Doesn't he know that's not a good idea?
And Martha, what she doesn't seem to realize, or maybe she realizes it and just doesn't want to talk about it, but these scenes now with hundreds of agitators and rioters put those officers and agents in a very difficult situation. It's not just...
He fucking literally put himself in danger. I don't know how anybody could dispute that. The cop literally stepped into danger and stopped in front of danger. Daz Vidani with $2. What's with these bovinos and bonginos?
The vehicle that they're up against for one subject, but it's dozens, if not hundreds. So there's a different scene there that they're having to react to.
It would be really unfortunate if there was a DHS memo from like July specifically cautioning people against stepping in front of vehicles. That would be pretty embarrassing, right?
See the car hit him.
The car.
You don't have to put sound on or anything.
Even though his feet were definitely didn't get ran over, of course, shooting her in the face might have helped with that.
Hey Zach, can you put that video up that you just linked? Just, you don't have to put sound on or anything. Just put that video up.
I don't know how that makes sense. The car kept moving forward, so this video is where you see him put his hand on the hood of the car.
It's where you see the car hit him.
The car makes contact, but he is not in front of that. I linked them the other video. They just didn't show it for some reason. But car.
He is.
You can even see it in this grainy ass video, by the way.
How else do you
Right here. It's hard to tell because this is not a great angle. The other video was a better angle. I linked them the video. They didn't show it. But
get hit by
If she turns the wheels to the left,
you can see him putting his hand on the fucking hood, man. Car makes contact, but he is not in front of that car.
He is.
He is cleared.
How else do you get hit by
if she turns the wheels to the left,
Because you can make contact with a car without being in its direct path. Like
then she crushes him.
You can.
He's going to die. If he
is. Look at his feet. Look at his feet. Look.
No, I'm
The
saying
only reason he's not
the
dead is
wheels
because the
turn
wheels are turned
left,
to the
he's
right.
going to
He
die.
doesn't-
If the wheels were turned to the right, then she wasn't trying to hit him. My head is spinning right now. Murky Pie with $2. Here's that video I sent earlier of the warrantless ICE break-in. Where is this? Trump goons kicking a door in Minnesota with guns drawn. What is this?
Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? Where is it? Can you put the guns down though? Can you put the guns down? There's kids in this house. There is kids in this house. Show the warrant first. Show the warrant. Show the warrant.
I mean, you definitely can't do that, right? ICE? You can't kick a door down without a warrant, right?
There's kids in this house. That's it. Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? He just checked in. Why did they get in when he checked in? Why are y'all here? Get the paper. Please get the paper. He's not coming out. He's not coming out until I fucking see it. He's not coming out. My daughter's here. That's a dog. My daughter's here. That's a dog.
Dazzy Donnie with $5. There are higher resolutions of the Bigfoot video than that video. Yeah.
This is illegal. This is fucking. Where's the warrant? You should have the paper before you hit the door. That don't matter nothing. You come with a warrant. You do have to show a warrant. You guys see this all on live. He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. There's nobody in here but my babies. Stay in your room and shut.
What is on the front of the door here? It's like a kid's drawing, too. It's like a kid's this looks like a child's drawing. And they're kicking the door down with fucking guns drawn.
The door.
What are you...
Sis, I'm not even touching nobody. Get your hands off of me. I can record. I can record. I am back. Get your hands off of me. I'm not in your way and I'm not stopping nothing. You're also not checking to see who's in this house. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off of me. I don't give a fuck about your taser. Get your hands off of me. Oh, you're real big and bad. Where's the warrant? So you can't answer, but you can flash a light? Where's the warrant? Where?
Did they have a warrant or no? Did we get an update on that?
Where is the warrant? Back up, because he's asking me to do something, so now you back up. Can you tell him to back
They never present one. If they did, they wouldn't have waited that long. No, they didn't.
up with this taser? She's in her room, sis.
Why you bending my fucking hand like I'm blowing something? I'll put this over. Look right on it.
Big and bad. That's what they are. 49th and Russell. 49th and Russell.
Hey, baby, look at the Lord. Get the shine by judge. Let me see
Get your hands off of me. Y'all the ones who need to keep your fucking distance. Y'all so big and bad, but let's see what type of citizens you are on the street without this bullshit. Some pussies. Some pussies. Some pussies without the fucking shit on your chest. Now you move. Some pussies without this bullshit they got on. Some old pussies. And your mama raised a bitch. Yeah. From the bottom of my heart, your mama raised a bitch. The fact that you can wear that outfit proudly, you're a bitch. You don't love shit, and you sure don't love shit in my family out here. I hope they go and get your mama and daddy, you all lame ass bitch.
And they gonna rape your son next. They gonna rape your son next. They'll rape your daughter's son next.
Right, they some bitches without all this on. Oh, bitches, let's see y'all.
Jesus. Did they know that fucking kids were in there? Kicking a door down with rifles trained?
He doesn't know when he fires the shot.
Hang on, just watch his feet, guys. His feet is to the side of that front left tire. Do you see that?
Yes, so if she steers
He's
into
not
it, she
in
runs
front
him
of
over.
that car by that point. He puts his hand on the hood. He tries to, as if to say, like, no, I'm serious, stop, which is not protocol, by the way. You cannot find protocol in any law enforcement anywhere in the country that advises to stay positioned in front of a car.
I believe it's like subsection 111B of something that says that, yeah, if you believe you're a threat, a vehicle is obviously a weapon. Like
No. But I'm saying the training protocol. They didn't respond to that. Like, what's he doing in front of the car?
Can fire back. There's actually precedent of this in Minnesota, but like,
well, I mean, obviously cops can use lethal force if they feel threatened. There's, we give them the authority to do that.
This is like saying the person shot. This is like if it was a gunfight and you're like, as you can see, he missed. The bullet went past the officer and hit the wall, and yet he shot the person 3 times in the head. The perpetrator missed, ladies and gentlemen, and you can even tell that they were intending to miss because look at that grip. Look at the direction they're pointing the gun. They're just trying to move the officer out of their way so they can flee the scene of their crime. That's all my client was guilty of here.
You step out of the way, she flees. She's going to get scooped up in 20 minutes. 20 minutes and charged with felonies, and we're not even having this conversation. Doesn't go viral. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody knows about it. You don't position yourself in front of the car. If your first instinct when she starts moving is to lean on the hood rather than step out of the way, she gets away, she flees, she gets charged with felonies, goes to jail. No one's talking about it. That's how that would have played out. But you will not find protocol in any law enforcement group across the entire country that's going to say position yourself in front of a car.
I don't know anything about that, but I know that this person, I know that he's going to be scot-free here.
When I looked into it, I couldn't find any training for any law enforcement agency anywhere in the country where they advise people to step in front of a car. And there are some police departments who outright train many police departments who outright train their officers specifically to not do that. And then also we have that DHS memo. It was an internal DHS memo that was circulating over the weekend. Can somebody help me find that? But that might have been about use of just lethal, deadly use of force. But don't know actually if that one said anything about stepping in front of a vehicle. This says, okay, here's the memo here. It is 7 or 8 pages here. Let me see if I can find. So there's deadly force section right there. warning shots, lethal force and less lethal devices, medical care, de-escalation. Fleeing subjects. Deadly force shall not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject. However, deadly force is authorized to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject where the LEO has a reasonable belief that the subject poses a significant threat of death or serious physical harm to the LEO or others, and such force is necessary to prevent the escape. There's a whole section on discharging your firearm. I don't know if this one mentions anything about like positioning in front of a car or vehicle. DHS LEOs are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force against the operator is justified under the standards articulated elsewhere in this policy. Before using deadly force under these circumstances, the LEO must take into consideration the hazards that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent bystanders by an out-of-control conveyance. Meaning, if you fire on someone when they're accelerating and then they die, they're not going to hit that brake. The car's going to keep going forward. Anyways, you're probably right about that. You're probably right about that.
I've seen plenty of cops do exactly what this guy did and just literally light windshields up on people, climb up on the hood and light their windshield up.
If this wasn't a political thing, no one would give a fuck. It's only because this is a political thing that people are frantic to be like, actually.
Oh, they pulled it up on this.
They didn't. Sure. Contact was by contact you mean hitting someone and ramming them with a car that you think is going to be used to kill you after you were dragged by one of these people 5 months ago and were in the hospital for severe.
I don't know if it's me being pedantic, but if somebody says that somebody hit someone else with a car, I interpret that to mean a direct head-on hit. I don't think I'm being pedantic. I don't think I'm being like snaky here. If you make contact or get hit by the side of a car, I would use language like clipped. Typically, like that's always what that word has meant to me. But absent is in this discussion, and what I was trying to introduce in the discussion was his role and why contact was made in the first place. That doesn't happen if he doesn't lean forward. Like, who is more responsible for the fact that contact was made there? The officer or the driver? Leaned on the car as it was moving.
And so he deserved.
Policies that are no.
So it's kind of wearing.
No. Hang on. The policies that are in place for these law enforcement agents are that they are supposed to position themselves away from that. Like, so you cannot put yourself in a situation, like it weakens your case if you put yourself in a situation where you had to use the gun in the first place. If you would have made the decision instead to step aside, and she would have, they would have pursued her, whatever. They had her license plate number. I mean, what was the urgency here? But what he did was he positioned himself, he leaned in front of the car and then waited until his feet were clear of the path before he took that first shot. That's what makes it questionable. And he was
This is what I would expect to happen to me if I did what she did.
Yeah, it would happen to anyone.
Expect this to happen to me.
It is only because of politics.
If I were in her shoes, I would be so quick at putting that car in park, getting my hands up, and surrendering loudly.
But
like
you guys
that would be my first reaction.
You guys seem to be. That's non-responsive to what I said, though. Do you guys notice that? It's like 3 times in a row now where it's like non-responsive to what I said. Because that's a separate conversation. I agree. You should not put your car in drive and hit the accelerator if you're being instructed to exit your vehicle. Pretty decent chance you're going to catch felonies there. I wouldn't disagree with that. But it's non-responsive. I'm not like they're not even addressing what I just said. They're like shifting the conversation to something else. Ignoring the testimony from witnesses that she was
I am, because I saw so many of them say that the guy fired 5 shots when he only fired 3.
But you're ignoring the
he's
idea
about to
that she got conflicting orders. You're just like
I don't believe
ignoring that.
I don't believe eyewitness testimonies. I believe video.
Wait,
Everyone
which
knows
ones?
how
Which one
unreliable
screamed
eyewitness
"Drive the
testimony is.
car
And
into
all of
me"
them
right
were-
now?
I heard all those eyewitnesses say he
she was-
fired 5, 6 shots.
That feels like a bit of a straw man.
No, he didn't. He fired 3 shots. So if they can't even get the number of shots right, I don't trust their word on this.
Well, here's the thing. The cop that fired that gun was filming with his phone. They don't have to wear police cameras in Minneapolis. The Biden administration implemented a policy where all federal law enforcement had to wear body. Apparently I mean, there are multiple videos of this. It's not even just like 1 or 2 or 3. It's like multiple videos of ICE agents referencing the shooting in an attempt to like intimidate people that are monitoring them. Turn that shit down. Jesus Christ.
I ain't gonna do nothing to you. You guys think this is a game? This is a big game to you guys? That's why that lady got hurt the other day. It's not a game.
One of us is wearing a mask like it's a game.
It doesn't matter if you wear a mask. I'm wearing a mask because you guys are cowards and you guys dox people.
It was completely unprofessional. Yeah, but literally 0 standards at ICE, bro. 0. This guy is just ignoring any semblance of de-escalation. Like, we are supposed to train law enforcement officers, and they do, by the way. Like, the police are better at this than this person is. We train police officers to deal with like hostile or even belligerent civilians without taking the bait, without letting your ego swim to the surface. And then it becomes about like a cock measuring contest, like a literal cock measuring contest. You can find so many videos of police officers exercising de-escalation tactics. There's so many videos of that. And this guy's like, you fucking coward, fucking punk ass mother. Like, you're supposed to train these people to not react to this like stimuli. They don't even pretend. Like, they don't even pretend to give a fuck about de-escalation.
We're cowards. We don't abduct people. No one wants you here. No one wants you here. People want to.
And then just, you know, as an aside, it just makes him look like such a fucking bitch too. Like walking up, like doing this shit and then walking away. You just look impotent, you know? Optically, you just look like a fucking bitch when you do that.
Neighbors, we don't want you here. Wearing a mask doesn't make you tough.
Fucking radicalizing week, man. Just, it makes me so furious, man. Body cameras. Trump decided to end that policy. Oh, they don't have to wear police cameras in Minneapolis. The Biden administration implemented a policy where all federal law enforcement had to wear body cameras. Trump decided to end that policy. Okay, he can do that. That's his right.
I'm against that.
But he had his phones out and he was recording. So why don't they release that footage?
I'm
like,
sure
why
they probably
should.
I bet they will.
You know,
and then obviously they did.
Who else should release the footage?
But I think it's important to understand that things would escalate and orders would change. I bet initially they thought like, hey, what are you doing, you knucklehead? Get out of here. But then when it became clear as she sat there and impeded them, I bet it escalated to a point where they said, now yous can't leave. And they began arresting and detaining her for interfering with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, we all saw the video. Like, who contributed to that escalation? Who escalated that situation? It wasn't her. By the time she's, you know, moving her car, this guy's running up on her driver's side door and like violently yanking on the handle. Like, he just jumped 0 to 100 like so fast. And we haven't seen any video to corroborate the notion that she was, you know, threatening officers or giving them a reason to escalate in that way.
This impeded them thing is overblown because I saw her wave the other SUV by like 10 seconds before the shooting.
I think, again, she'd been stalking them doing this all day, apparently. I don't know what happened before this. I only have the video to deal with, but I can imagine a scenario and make one up where
an arrest happened in Minnesota and involving this fucking bovino snake.
You know
Huh? I'm not doing that right.
What's that?
I'm not doing that right. I'm not doing that right.
I can't hear
Back
what
up.
you're saying.
Yo. See that? Go to the recording. So here. What y'all doing? Yo, back up.
You good? What's that? You good? Oh, absolutely.
Your face.
Absolutely. Oh, back up. I'm walking here. Back up.
Like that. Good show.
Hey, that's not a nice guy.
I don't give a fuck.
Good.
Fuck you and fuck all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Fuck you.
Huh? None of your business.
Like it's a fucking game.
That's what.
There's a wall there.
Fuck you.
All right.
See that?
I don't know how they think that this plays well optically, because this guy just looks like such a fucking bully with small man syndrome, you know? This fucking clown. Keep putting this guy in front of a camera, bro. That's working out for you. Like it's a joke, you know? It's like it's a fucking joke. Like Shane Gillis was on Joe Rogan like a few weeks ago. And he said some shit that I thought was spot on. Like spot on. The way that he summarized it. I'll just paraphrase. I don't think I can show you guys the clip because Joe Rogan DMCA's the shit out of stuff. But he said, basically he said policy is serious. Like policy is for grown-ups. Like immigration enforcement is serious. Here's what he said. Immigration is serious policy, not content. If you have to make deportations into jokes and TikToks, you're admitting you can't defend what you're doing on the merits. Serious government doesn't need punchlines. He said that shit and I was like, damn. That was kind of profound. And who's this guy's, that's what he's doing. He's like trolling. He's like trolling for TikTok clips. Hey, are you guys citizens? And like, he's not serious in that inquiry. It's like a joke to him.
Blocking traffic. Blocking traffic. Look at that. Bunch of y'all right there. Fuck you. Fuck every single one of y'all. Look at that.
Just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Go ahead, take a pic. Right
Look at
there.
this. Look at this.
Let me get one of this guy here.
Right here.
Appreciate that.
Are you guys de-escalating the situation here? Or are you guys creating a situation?
Fuck you. Huh? Fuck you. Come on. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
What is this?
Hey,
What is
don't
this?
touch him. Don't touch him. What are you doing?
Why are you running up on this guy?
Come on. Yo.
Look at that.
I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works it.
Fuck you.
Look at that.
I mean, fuck you. Fuck you. Or what?
This guy's very obviously making great efforts to not make contact with this guy. And the officer is very clearly trying to make physical contact with this guy.
Fuck you.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at grabbing him. Look at grabbing him.
What the fuck was that, bro?
Yo, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
17-year-old Target kid. These guys feel like men doing that? It's so pathetic. It's this like ego-driven, pathetic men who have no impulse control. None whatsoever. That guy's not behaving like a grown-up or a professional.
I don't know. She keeps blocking them. She's not letting them go somewhere that they want to go, clearly. Like she and I know they're like ICE, so they don't really do traffic law, but the fuck is
She's clearly not letting them go where they need to go. That's not what the video showed. Just
she
for the
doing
record.
sideways in the middle of the road? Like we might need to see if this is fun, right?
I don't know.
I would if I'm just a Joe Schmo cop and I see that, I'm like, you had anything to drink today, ma'am? Like we're gonna have a whole conversation if I see you sideways parked in the middle of the road.
She was apparently affiliated with a group called Ice Watch that would harass and go around to things like this.
Yeah.
Do we know that? What are we? Renee Good? Renee Nicole Good? Is that her name? Ice Watch? There's DHS sources on background claiming that she was a part of Ice Watch. And that is all we have right now? That very well could be true, but there's all we have for that claim is that DHS agents on background made that claim. New Renee Good ICE shooting video shows her honking and dancing in SUV before shots were fired. Oh, can't show that. In fact, she is dancing. Somebody mentioned that before, but didn't link the video.
I don't know. I we'll see what comes of it, but I would bet heavily on this guy having no issues. Of course, the internet is already doxing him, just like they doxed the Delta commander who did the Venezuela raise.
Kristi Noem doxed him first.
That's true.
She said his name.
I mean, that
what
name
she
was going to have
said
to be
was
public.
he was the same guy in
point.
June who got dragged 30 yards, and then that person's name.
So she accidentally doxed him, but the internet is like running with his like biography and a picture of him. This is a murderer. Share this everywhere you can. It's a little different.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I can take that. Yeah, I think that once Kristi Noem made his identity real, everyone was like, "We know who he is," and they get excited about it.
Yeah, they're also, like I said, they're doxing that Delta Force commander who led the raid in Venezuela as well. They're sending his picture around.
Yeah, they're trying to. I thought I saw one of those was
There's no circumstances where that officer's identity would have been shielded from the public. I think when any kind of like fatal shooting like that, all that information is going to be made public. So his name, one way or another, was getting out there. Just to be clear, I don't support people doing like, stochastic terrorism or like calls to show up at the guy's house and do violence. I think that's pretty fucking stupid. But this guy's name was always going to be released to the public at some point.
It was fake. Like that they got the wrong guy, which happens all the time in these scenarios. But I don't know. I know that it was. I know that it was shared by people trying to incite harm to them. Like that was the goal of them doxing. Yeah, obviously that's what doxing is. You're trying to incite harm against someone.
I'll tell you what the people of Minnesota shouldn't do, and it's anything violent, because the Trump administration would love to see you take the bait and start burning down Minneapolis and roll in there with some scary shit. And
already sitting in.
It seems like a pretty searing indictment of the president. Seems like you're acknowledging that this guy is not to be trusted with any kind of power if he's going to be influenced in that kind of way by his own emotions or his own ego.
Another 2,000 ICE
they're not stopping. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to complete their immigration.
Adding more people is what I'm saying. I'm sort of agreeing with the point. Like
they're ramping things up. But I would be more worried about them sending in National Guard from a different state, or sending in Army or something like that, and declaring martial law in the city.
Did you see Tim Walz?
The governor activated. Yeah, the governor activated the Minnesota National Guard.
That was smart.
And there were 10,000 people that demonstrated last night. By thousands more over the weekend. No widespread rioting. By all accounts, it did not devolve into.
If they were Uruk-hai, they would have taken Helm's Deep. It was that many people.
No, Gandalf would have wanted. Don't even say that.
I mean, it would be nice if the federal government cooperated with the Minnesota authorities, because right now the heads of state in the Minnesota are claiming that they're iced out. Like the feds, the FBI are not sharing evidence, and that.
Why would they share? Like
they are obligated to. You're supposed to collaborate together if you're going to do.
Whoever's running the investigation it's the other way. It goes.
Well, there would be two concurrent investigations, as far as I understand. So, like, there's protocol in place for the feds if there's some kind of use of lethal force, they're going to immediately do their own internal investigation. Now, as far as this administration goes, I don't know what that investigation even looks like, but typically like the officers are put on leave, mandatory leave, and there's a quick and swift investigation. But then concurrently, the state can run their own investigation of a shooting. There's precedent for this, and the federal government has always cooperated with state officials when they do those kinds of investigations. Holy fuck, Hutch, how are you talking to this chalk eater? What does that even mean?
The food chain goes up, right? Like what I've seen is and I hope the Trump administration latches onto it, is that they blame this on local law enforcement not working with them. There should have been local law enforcement there during those ICE raids.
There was
handling things. Well, then it's a failure on local law enforcement.
No, Tim Walz told when ICE called the Minneapolis Sheriff's Department, they didn't get an answer. They asked for help, and Tim Walz told them not to cooperate.
I might be mistaken, but I thought there were local PD on the ground. Maybe they showed up after the fact.
No, he said not to cooperate. He told Minneapolis PD, Tim Walz did, he told them not to cooperate with federal law enforcement. And now he's saying that he wants to activate the National Guard.
Fucking federalism, man. I thought that was a principle that we liked in America. If the voters of that state decide to elect a government that elects to not cooperate with ICE, not assist them in their duties, and rather focus 100% of their resources and energy and focus on the actual communities that they're serving, this is America. If the people of that state don't want sanctuary policies, they can elect a different government. If that's what they want. What is the issue there?
I'm not making this up. He used the word war. He invoked
the point of sanctuary policies, too, is something that just gets so misunderstood. The point of sanctuary policies is to create an environment where people don't feel hesitant to call the police to report crimes because of some immigration concern. If you have somebody who is here undocumented and they are a victim of a crime, we don't want a situation where that person is hesitant to report rape, assault, burglary, whatever. That is the point. And we have a wealth of data over the years, spanning years of sanctuary policies, and there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that sanctuary policies lead to increases in crime. No one has demonstrated that.
Minnesota first from 1863 about defending.
I've been watching PKA for years. Does it also shock you how bad faith and radical Taylor has become? Not sure if you have kept up. Back up 5 years and he's a totally different dude. I mean, whatever language you want to use is up to you, but I think it's apparent that Taylor has taken a hard right turn in recent years. He was always right wing, but it does seem to be more a marked shift rightwards in recent years.
Minnesota. He brought that up. Have you seen those clips? You want to talk about
my understanding, I could be wrong about this, but like when Tim Walz brought up deploying the state National Guard, I understood that to mean potentially to head off any kind of potential civil unrest in a state that was ground zero for the 2020 riots. When he announced the National Guard, we watched both of those press conferences where he talked about the National Guard. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said that he issued a warning order to prepare Minnesota National Guard after a woman was fatally shot by an immigration and customs enforcement officer in Minneapolis on Wednesday morning. Donald Trump and his administration may not care about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We will not turn against each other. To Minnesotans on the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. In addition to readying the state's National Guard, the governor said the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is investigating the incident. Yeah, I don't know what he's referring to, but he seems to suggest that Tim Walz was implying that the National Guard was there specifically to like get into some kind of conflict with the federal agencies. Don't know what he's referring to specifically.
May have good reason. So he's got good reason. Like to play devil's advocate here, he's seen Trump activate National Guard units from states like Texas and Oklahoma, and then have them go into foreign states to enforce federal prerogative. So Tim Walz has preemptively activated his National Guard as to say, "Don't come here. It's clearly handled."
That's not what this was. That's not what this was. He wasn't setting up some kind of a physical conflict between them.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Minneapolis was the ground zero for the fucking riots in 2020, and so he's preemptively like just sending a message to the protesters: don't.
Oh no!
Don't wild out.
No. He, if anything, he's agitating and like boosting.
He very specifically said, "Do not take the bait." Like he said, like it's funny because Kyle said like that Trump was baiting them. And in the press conference that we watched live, I think, from Walz, he specifically said to Minnesotans, do not take the bait, do not get violent. And from their own biases, they hear that and they think it's like stochastic terrorism, I guess. I don't know.
The protesters.
Wait, Lambda Rail with 8 months. Appreciate it. Did you watch his press conferences yesterday and today?
He calls ICE agents Gestapo.
He very explicitly was telling the people of Minnesota, do not devolve into violence.
Trump said that on January 6th.
He said literally, that was on its face, it does not make sense, because how does rioting in Minnesota help Tim Walz right now? Like, how would that politically benefit him in any way? If that's what he was trying to do, like, why would he do that? Does he think that would make like Democrats in Minnesota look good? What is the benefit there?
Exactly. Too.
This is Kyle thinks that Tim Walz is deploying the National Guard to agitate protesters. I don't know about Kyle, but Taylor does, which that just doesn't make any sense to me. Very different context. He very, very explicitly told people, do not. He said the same thing you just said, Kyle. He said, don't take the bait. He said the same
thing.
Trump
said Mike Pence is a traitor on January 6th, too.
Well, he did disobey the president's orders, but I would say that Mike Pence was choosing the constitutional republic over a rogue president trying to steal an election. That's what happened.
Trump very clearly instigated those people.
I can't hear this conversation again. I can't do this.
It was the worst natural disaster in American history, Taylor.
Get him involved.
The worst natural disaster in America.
They meandered violently.
You got to bring Dick Masterson back on if we're going to do another January 6th debate.
I just saw a guy hitting a cop with a baseball bat on January 6th today.
Where'd he get a bat?
Well, I don't know where the bat came from. He had a riot shield and a bat.
Oh, it probably came from
maybe he was playing baseball with his son, and suddenly the cop jumped in the middle of things.
No, I didn't.
Have you considered that? Who knows? Maybe it came from the FBI evidence.
I hear he was a
there were hundreds of plainclothes agents.
But oh my God, man! Oh, he is deep down that rabbit hole, guys. Holy moly, he is deep down that rabbit hole, guys. In my experience, it's hard to come back from that. Once you're deep down that rabbit hole at that point, that's tough to break out of. Back to what you were saying a minute ago.
Trump must have sent the FBI in here. They were Trump's FBI.
Back to what you were saying a minute ago in terms of the investigation. The state conducts their own investigation. The federal government, as far as I understand, they can basically invoke the Supremacy Clause and usurp that investigation, take it to a judge and ask for it to be dismissed. That's not typically what they've done in the past. The feds have cooperated with state authorities while they conduct their own investigation. Right now, as of right now, maybe it's changed in the last 3 hours, the FBI was not sharing any evidence with Minnesota authorities, so they cannot do an investigation.
No,
why are you saying of course not? You should want transparency, right?
I don't care what they do with the information because I've seen everything that seems relevant and made my own judgment, and they're not going to have any.
You wouldn't
clues
want
that I didn't
more
know.
information?
No, I want all the
Than, like,
information we can
grainy
get. But what I'm
video?
saying is that JD Vance was out today. He spoke for like half an hour on this, and he's
watched
like, you heard his words: total immunity.
Yeah.
Like he's like, this guy has complete immunity or total immunity. It was either one of those phrases in this matter.
You know, surely
even
most Americans want transparency, right? Like 89% of Americans support the idea that every police officer should wear a body camera. This guy was seen
100%.
filming. This guy was seen filming what was happening on his phone. So we know he has video. So like in the public interest, if they really want
I hope
to
they release that.
Okay, great.
I bet they will.
Yeah.
I bet they will, and it'll support their claims. I
They
bet
only
there'll be a
will if it
lot of.
supports their claims. I want to see
Definitely not.
it in either case. I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be right, but I definitely want to get all the information. The fact that there seems to be some sort of cover up by not cooperating with Minnesota, by not releasing some of the footage and just instantly defining her as some sort of like crazy domestic terrorist and overstating that the cop is lucky to be alive and all that fun stuff. It feels like a propaganda cover up.
Donald Trump said he was run over. Donald Trump said he was run over.
He was run over and lucky to be alive.
The propaganda cover up, and this is just difference of perspective, obviously. We're going to disagree. It's that someone clearly attempted to harm an ICE agent after impeding federal law enforcement.
With a deadly weapon.
With a deadly weapon.
Clear at all. I don't
And
think
we
that's
can
clear at
see
all.
through the video that the front tires of the front wheel drive vehicle were spinning in the direction of the ICE agent.
Circling the drain here a little bit.
The ICE agent was then struck. This guy had been dragged hundreds of yards and severely injured earlier in the year because, as Kyle correctly pointed out earlier, leftist extremists are using cars to impede these sorts
Hundreds
of things.
yards? Are you sure about that?
It was
pretty
100
sure
yards.
it was 100 yards.
It was 100 yards.
It was either 100 or 200
Thousands of yards?
It was
Thousands of yards.
I don't think anyone survives thousands of yards, but to get it to something, to get it to something lighter,
14
a
miles.
little bit lighter, because I'm sure we're going to go into Venezuela or something after this. Is Zach? Can you please show this video with sound that I linked the tweet? This is a guy filming the aftermath of this, and
Okay, at this point, the conversation shifts to Venezuela. There were a couple other sections of that video that I am going to watch with you guys, but we're going to split them up because I don't think I want to do like several hours of PKA focused stuff. But there were other conversations that I thought were even kind of crazier. I mean, not that conversation was like crazy. I think they said some dubious things, but there's also a press conference from the Minneapolis mayor. It looks like it is starting very soon. We'll tune in live for that. You guys were saying that there was a Channel 5 video where he interviewed that Nick Shirley guy. There's also a debate between Anna Kasparian and Pearl that I'm interested in watching. Apparently she just froze up, like literally froze up on stage. But we'll watch this Channel 5 video for a little bit. Then we're going to tune into this press conference from the Minneapolis mayor. The one that said, get the fuck out of our city.
My video.
Raccoon bar with €5. Aren't most shots through the side window with distance to the car? 2 shots came from the side and 1 went through the windshield. Pound cake, what do you got here? What is this? Congressman Fine introduces Greenland Annexation and Statehood Act. Jesus fucking.
Video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, but she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later.
Hang on. Using tweet or post views as a metric is fucking laughable. There are no ad agencies in the world that accept Twitter post views as video views. Nobody does this. So right away, his claim is dubious here.
Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying, and that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between...
I have to make a phone call real quick to set up an appointment for my Gato. I'm going to play a video on my channel because I don't want to just let this play without... This is like an 8-minute... You guys already saw the first part of this, so I'm going to let this play while I make a phone call real quick, guys. He's Lockjaw. This is the fucking guide, bro. This is Lockjaw from One Battle After Another.
My nigga.
He's just hanging back and he walked out of frame. Did you see that? He walked out of frame. He's like, this isn't going well for me.
Was it ice? That wasn't ice?
Look at it, watch. What is happening right now? Why was he even there? Why was his presence needed right there?
Whoa, come on now. Harassing Africans. You guys got the right guy, man. I got the time today.
So you're
Mr.
from
Mills,
Africa?
Mr. Mills.
So you're from Africa?
Where are you from, Mr. Mills, with your big ass body? Where you from?
Big ass body?
Yeah.
That's a strange
all of these other motherfuckers small, man. Look at your office. Hey, the famous guy. What's going on, I've seen this guy on TikTok. Look at him.
Oh my God.
Does this shit. What's up, officer? How you doing, man? Let me talk to you guys. You doing all right today? What's up, man? You doing all right? I seen you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with the soundtrack and everything. These guys, your office is coming over here harassing the hell out of me. This guy's saying because, no, he said because I got an accent.
Yeah, and you said, you said everyone from other countries.
Yeah, have you seen the European accent, brother? It's worse than mine.
So much.
I know you guys can understand my English. I got an accent. I know that. I'm black too.
Yeah, I've got an accent.
Yeah, you got a busted accent.
Oh,
this is crazy.
I do.
What's going on, guys?
You said I have an accent.
Homeland Security in person. The big boss over here.
What's going on?
Because harassing people. Telling me, are we in Germany now?
Come on.
What do you guys want to do today? You guys want to take me in or something?
You're running it right now.
Well, it depends. Are you an illegal alien?
Illegal alien, man. I feel like I'm from another planet. Yes. I might be from another planet.
Well, okay. Well, if that's the case, if you're from another planet, that counts too.
Well, if that counts, well, I'm an alien, guys. Let's do DNA tests and shit.
Oh my God, dude. This shit needs to go viral. Everybody needs to see how fucking silly these bullies are looking right now. 24,000 likes. We gotta give some juice to this one here. Gonna go viral now, guys. With my support, 5 million likes by the end of the night, probably, approximately 5 to 10 million, maybe 20.
You got a lab, we can run some blood tests and see what they're yeah.
Hey, I shaved too.
I mean, yours is
prettier than mine.
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Mr. Mills. Mr. C20, cup on 20. And alcohol 5 over here. I go by A3. Nice to meet you. Man, isn't this crazy though? You guys are doing a crazy job going everywhere. You literally
appreciate that.
That's crazy.
Yes.
But the thing is, you just going off the wrong shit. You gotta find the criminals, man, not the people working. This is an Uber waiting lot. We're literally working. You know, I've been here since. Criminals doing Uber? Oh yeah. That's not how it works, brother.
They got me on hold forever, guys.
Maybe criminals are doing ice. How about that? You know what I'm saying? You guys shooting at people, man. Somebody just got shot for what? Why did you guys shoot that lady?
He's doing this after they fucking murdered a woman. He's doing this after they murdered a woman. This fucking Chad.
There's an officer today that shot that lady in the head, dude. Really? For what?
I don't know why they do their head, man.
You got all these stuff. You could have just got her, man. She's not gonna like.
I'll call him back another time. That was taking too long. Okay.
2 and 10 p.m.
Allegedly.
Fat Dink with 71 months. Tap Natus with $5. Silver Lining. Greenland joins the Union and votes blue. I don't even want to fucking joke about that whole situation. It's just crazy. I don't even know what to make of that. Apparently he instructed the generals to draw up an invasion plan. There was reporting on that, and there was some internal pushback from the generals, because they said it would be fucking illegal to do that. Did you cover the Mark Kelly lawsuit against Pete Hegseth? No, I didn't even know about that.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Now, I might be a bit out of my depth when it comes to standard policy for daycare, but I would assume you don't just like walk into daycares during operational hours. You're just some random guy walking into a daycare. If you walked onto a school campus or whatever, people would be like, the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah. I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on, or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah.
3 random dudes walk up like recording with their phone. Like, why the fuck do you think they didn't let you into a daycare, you psychopath?
They might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it, so they had
because you're 3 random dudes. They don't fucking know you, and they're dealing with kids.
Not seen a child there for 8 years. If you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think like if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they move the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had the Quality Learning Center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then, a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed, while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was saying that they were open after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
As the manager of the infamous learning center.
Speaking of that, there was a press conference that I had queued up. Oh, it's already live. What am I doing?
Obeying lawful orders while exercising their First Amendment rights. They have even done so at some of our most sensitive places, like Roosevelt High School.
That's the Attorney General of Minnesota.
They have detained law-abiding citizens, leaving them handcuffed for hours, just because of the color of their skin, or what they're wearing, or they speak English with an accent. And on January 7th, 2026, a DHS agent shot and killed Renee Nicole Good, leaving her children without a mother and her 6-year-old son without either parent. This has to stop. So let's be clear. It never should have started. These agents have no good reason to be here. Minnesota's non-citizen immigrant population is just 1.5%, which is half the national average. Our state's percentage is lower than Utah, Texas, and Florida's, but none of those states have thousands of federal agents swarming their streets or harming their people. The administration says that they're focused on finding criminals. Worst of the worst, they say. But many of the people the DHS is arresting in Minnesota have no criminal history. That fits a pattern. In 2025, 93% of the people arrested by ICE had no violent criminal history, 65% had no criminal convictions at all, and randomly stopping people in the street because their skin color isn't the one that they expect or want isn't doing a thing to help public safety. I've heard the administration talk about fraud. No, not the 43 fraud convictions the president has, or the $43 million fraudsters the president has pardoned, but instead saying that ICE is here to look for fraud somehow. You know, we work with federal government all the time, and if the federal government wants to help us with forensic accountants, we're open to that conversation. But these ICE agents who are engaged in the behavior that they're engaged in are not helping public safety at all. Immigration enforcement agents aren't trained to investigate fraud, and randomly stopping people on the street because you don't like their accent isn't going to stop fraud. So enforcing federal immigration law and fighting fraud are just pretexts for this.
Just tuning in, is this all about the shooting, this press conference? Yeah, well, I think generally about ICE presence in Minnesota.
That don't agree with them politically. He singled out Minnesota countless times. He's called us corrupt and crooked. He's attacked our funding to the tune of billions of dollars, which we are challenging. And we fought back, of course. He's attacked programs that Minnesotans rely on and tried to shut them down and pay taxes for. And he's attacked Minnesotans with despicable, racist, xenophobic language. The truth is, Donald Trump doesn't seem to like our state very much. But what's that about? He doesn't like our best in the nation, safe and secure elections. And sometimes he doesn't like who we choose in them. Just last week, Trump claimed that he won Minnesota 3 times, when in fact, he's never won Minnesota. He doesn't like how we take care of each other or how we make sure our kids have enough to eat. He doesn't like the strength that immigrant communities bring to our state. And he doesn't seem to like that we protect our neighbors no matter where they were born. In short, the Trump administration's decision to target Minnesota and Twin Cities is motivated by a desire to retaliate against Trump's perceived political opponents, who are the people of the state of Minnesota and Twin Cities, rather than any good faith concerns about immigration enforcement, public safety, or law enforcement. In conclusion, I didn't have the pleasure and the benefit of knowing Renee Nicole Good, but her friends and family knew her as someone who was kind, someone who loved her family deeply, and someone willing to stand up for her neighbors. That sounds like the Minnesota that I know. The administration wants to paint false political narratives about us, but we know who we are and we know our rights. The Constitution gives Minnesota the sovereign authority to protect health and well-being of every single person who lives on our borders. The Constitution gives us the right to vote for who we want, pray however we want, and be whoever we want without fear of being racially profiled, assaulted, or killed in our own communities. We're going to defend those rights because as much as they like to believe it, DHS is not above the law, and the people of Minnesota are certainly not beneath it. Let me now bring forward my mayor, the mayor where I go home at night and is doing a wonderful job protecting our city, Mayor Jacob Frey.
Thank you, Attorney General Ellison, for your leadership and your incredible team's work around this issue. Thank you to Mayor Herr of St. Paul for your partnership. These are not normal times, and so the response that we are asking for from the judicial system and from the courts requires that we file suit at this particular moment. What we are seeing right now is not normal immigration enforcement. We are not asking ICE not to do ICE things. We are asking this federal government to stop the unconstitutional conduct that is invading our streets each and every day. You've seen the videos. At times, there are as many as 50 agents arresting one person. The scale is wildly disproportionate and has nothing to do with keeping people safe. In Minneapolis, we've done work extensively with the federal government under multiple administrations to keep people in our city safe. We have worked with the DEA, the ATF, the FBI, the Attorney General's office, as well as the U.S. Attorney's office to successfully drive down crime in our city. We've seen the results of that work, but let's be clear. The stated reason of this federal government for bringing in this full invasion of ICE and border control is not safety. If it were safety, there would be other mechanisms to achieve safety. By the way, crime is down in virtually every category, in virtually every neighborhood of this city. If this were about fraud, then you'd see an invasion perhaps of accountants. But that's not what you see. What you see is people being indiscriminately taken off our streets. Discrimination only takes place to the extent that a determination has made that somebody is Somali or is Latino, or at least they look that way, and then there is virtually no discrimination thereafter. Here's the thing. You can't indiscriminately take people off our streets, American citizens off our streets. You cannot drag pregnant women through the snow. You're not allowed to take teenagers out of their car and detain them when they are in fact American citizens. That is against the law in every state. That is against our United States Constitution. And we're feeling the impact here in Minneapolis. Schools have closed. People are afraid to go to work, shop, or seek medical care. 911 calls are up. Police resources are indeed stretched thin. We have approximately 600 officers in the city of Minneapolis. Mayor Herr has approximately 600 officers in the city of St. Paul. The number of ICE agents and border control are now in the thousands. They are in the thousands. If the goal was immigration enforcement, if the goal were simply to look for people that are undocumented, Minneapolis and St. Paul would not be the place where you would go. There are countless more people that are undocumented in Florida and Texas and Utah. Why are they in these much smaller cities in the middle of the Midwest? The answer is very clear. It is politics. Florida and Texas and Utah are Republican states. The reason that Minnesota and Minneapolis are being targeted is because you've got a Democratic governor, a Democratic attorney general, and you got Democratic mayors. We are doing everything possible to keep our cities safe through this unprecedented time, and at the same time, we have police officers that are tired. We've seen damage substantially because we're now having to pay a ton of overtime. Millions of dollars of emergency overtime for law enforcement. Emergency operations have been activated across our city and state agencies, pulling focus on daily core services that we, by the way, are tasked with providing. Local police officers are being diverted from the very work that we need.
We haven't done much coverage of the stuff in Iran because there's a fucking internet blackout, and so it's just difficult to get any kind of footage to cover. We already covered the PKA debate. That was right before this.
Or daycare to go into work.
We're going to watch another segment of the PKA thing tomorrow, and probably another one after the day after that as well.
Is not just mean-spirited. It's unconstitutional, and every one of us need to be standing up. Let me give you another example. Just last week, a group of our city's public works employees were stopped by ICE agents. 3 of the 4 employees were not white. The ICE agents asked to see the IDs of the 3 non-white employees and didn't even bother to ask the white employee for the identification. Minneapolis is being targeted because we stand up for our neighbors and we welcome immigrants because we believe in the law. And as I said, frankly, because we are in a blue city in a blue state. Donald Trump should know, as long as federal agents are in our city acting unconstitutionally against our neighbors, we will continue to push back with everything we got. And let me just take a moment to say how grateful I am to the residents of our city and of our state. We are not victims in the city of Minneapolis. We've got heroes that are standing up for each other, that are standing by the neighbors that they love. And one thing that I can tell you for certain is that we aren't backing down. We don't retreat in Minneapolis. We don't back down in Minnesota. We stand up against bullies, and right now, what we are asking for is an intervention from the court to push back on this unconstitutional conduct, pure and simple. I'll now turn it off to Mayor Herr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm proud to stand with Mayor Frey and Attorney General Ellison to fight for our residents. This federal occupation of our cities needs to end immediately. Federal law enforcement is racially profiling our residents, creating mass chaos, and undermining the relationship between local government and our communities. We will not stand idly by and watch this happen. With this collective action, we are taking a firm stance to tell federal law enforcement that this cannot happen in our country. It cannot happen in our state, and it cannot happen in St. Paul. Federal law enforcement is going far beyond what they can and should be doing to enforce immigration laws. They are endangering our community's safety, straining our resources, and sowing distrust. While we know we can't control federal agents, we will pull every lever we have to fight back in every way that we can. They've come into St. Paul and needlessly invaded our neighborhoods and homes. They're targeting us based on what we look and sound like. Our residents are scared, and as local officials, we have a responsibility to act. I want to thank Attorney General Ellison and Mayor Frey for taking a united stance for the people of Minnesota. And to our immigrant and refugee communities, let me be clear. You are a vital part of our city. You are loved, and you are wanted, and you are important to the fabric of our state. As a refugee who came to this country, this is the state that welcomed my grandparents here in the late 70s, allowed our family to break the cycle of poverty in one generation, educated us, allowed us to build wealth, and within one generation have a new family members that are educated and a part of this economy and this workforce. That we need to continue to make sure that our state stays that, and that can't happen if ICE continues to run amok of our city and our state. And so we cannot let this federal administration divide us. We need to come together now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
So now we have a few minutes for questions. I want to acknowledge the vital presence of President Elliot Payne of our Minneapolis City Council here on behalf of all of the council members, I think, in the council, representing the council. Thank you for your presence here, sir. And I also want to say thank you to all of our staff members who've worked so hard to prepare us for this moment. They all are very, very critical to the work that we do every day, and we're grateful to them as well. And they may help us answering some of your questions. We have about 15 minutes for questions, and so I'll select the first person who I see. Tom?
Attorney General Ellison, there's been some success in getting the National Guard out of some states with lawsuits like this, but that was over a question of what the role of the National Guard is. It's pretty clear what ICE's role is. Is that going to make this legal challenge more difficult?
I don't think so, because ICE, as I think the Mayor Fry said very well, ICE has statutory responsibility to do a certain job. Where our argument is they are exceeding that dramatically in unconstitutional, unlawful ways, violating our First and 10th Amendment rights, our equal sovereignty principle, and provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act. They have to obey the law themselves as they carry forth their statutory duties. We argue they're not doing that. They have to do they have to operate within the law and the Constitution. Yes, sir.
Hey, A.G. Ellison, A.C. Thompson from PBS Frontline.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Is this litigation aimed at restraining the use of crowd-controlled weapons, less lethal weapons? Our whole crew got pepper sprayed today by federal agents. Are you aiming to do anything about that?
Well, one thing I'd like to ask you to do is to make a complaint and make sure people know what happened to you and your crew. Part of what our case is about is First Amendment protection. We believe that the federal government is persecuting the state of Minnesota because of our political views. And that goes, and look, the First Amendment, the press is protected by the First Amendment, and it's vitally important in this moment when freedom of the press and every First Amendment right is under a threat by the federal government. So I'm going to ask you to let us know what happened. But yeah, we're trying to restore lawful conduct and make sure that the federal government operates within the boundaries of the law, which they're required to do. Yes, sir.
This is really something that's obviously really ramped up in the last week.
Right.
What kind of timeline can we expect on this suit? What are you looking at? What's your office kind of expecting here?
Well, we filed a lawsuit already. It's on file right now.
As far as results go.
Well, it's hard to predict exactly what the court schedule will be, but we are anticipating quick action. I don't know, would any of my team members Brian, you want to respond to that?
Brian Carter, Special Counsel to the Attorney General. I don't know if we filed quite yet, but we do have a motion for a temporary restraining order that's going to be filed today. We're going to ask that the court hear that motion tomorrow morning. There's another similar motion in a separate but related lawsuit that's scheduled for that time. We're going to try and piggyback on that, and we're going to be asking for immediate relief.
Brian Carter, everybody. Way in the back.
St. Paul have any specifics on overtime for police officers in the way that Minneapolis had some stats?
Yeah, and we do know that we have had we've had to open our command center in order to monitor the city. We've had to have all of our officers in uniform, so that we do have information as well, and we'll be sharing more of that information in the days to come as it relates to this lawsuit.
Are those overtime costs likely to reach into the millions if this continues?
Yeah. Question is, are those overtime costs for Minneapolis police and St. Paul police likely to reach into the millions? The answer is absolutely. We have normal core functions that we are tasked with doing on a daily basis. We are required to respond to 911 calls. We are trying to prevent murders from happening and carjackings from taking place. And by the way, the work of our police has been driving down those numbers substantially. Our police officers have performed admirably because they're not just doing their day-to-day job. They're also responding to countless 911 calls that people are being kidnapped, that agents in unmarked uniforms, in unmarked cars, are simply taking people off the streets that are American citizens. They're required to do the work to keep the peace. Our police officers are doing the work to keep the peace and to keep people safe. With 600 officers, we can't do all of those things all of the time. Not to mention, our officers are human beings, and therefore there is a point where they get tired. And when we've canceled all days off, when our chief is working tirelessly, and he deserves a ton of credit here too, where we've got officers that are working incredibly long hours and long shifts, the truth is that when you get to a certain point, you start making mistakes. Not because you're a bad cop, but because you're a human being. And so we need relief. We're asking the court for it. But the damage that we are suffering right now in Minneapolis is not limited to overtime costs. It's schools shutting down. It's businesses closing. It's people being afraid to go out and get groceries and therefore are going hungry. It's their inability to get money so that they're unable to pay rent. There is a snowball effect that is happening right here, and it's not just because we're in Minnesota and there's a lot of snow. The snowball effect is because what ICE is doing is intentional. This is intentionally putting us in a very difficult position that is not pro-business and is not pro-safety. The only thing that I can see it being is pro-politics.
Many people have been concerned about some of the tactics that have been used on the streets. We talked a couple of protesters who thought some very heavy-handed use of force toward them. Were you guys concerned about what you're hearing from the public in terms of not only when we talk about the pepper spray or how people are being tackled and handled, or what you saw at the high school? Can you elaborate on what you guys are hearing about?
Well, I'll let the mayors jump in here, but I can tell you that this whole lawsuit is partially driven, not exclusively, but partially driven by exactly what you just said. And again, you know, look, ICE was operating here before this surge. We didn't file a lawsuit before.
That's right. That's right.
This is because of this surge. Mm-hmm. And you know, quite honestly, you know, it is because of the accumulation of so many stories that are just so far out of the range of normal. You know, some of y'all saw the videotape at Target. Some of y'all saw the videotape at Roosevelt High School. And I can tell you how many people who've called me and said, I am afraid to go to work. And I'm not talking about people who are non-citizens. I'm saying citizens. Because when a woman like Renee Good gets shot down, then everybody, citizens, non-citizens, are terrified. And I'll leave it to the mayors to fill in there.
I will say that the question is if we're hearing about it. We are absolutely. I mean, I think that we are really lucky here in our state, and specifically Minnesota, St. Paul, Minneapolis, is that we have a strong network of community organizers who've been working together. We hear almost every instance that happens, you know, whether it's text to us personally and we're looking into it, or whether it's coming into our neighborhood groups. We are hearing it and we are seeing it, and we are looking into every time I get one, I inquire into it to see. But I think that what's more important in all of this is that it's not just the tactics that are being used. It's the attack on the American people who are citizens. I wasn't born here. I'm carrying my ID with me. I'm carrying my passport card and my ID with me all the time because I don't know when I'm going to be detained, when I'm going to be approached. The fact is that it doesn't have to, like, the tactics doesn't even at this point really matter, right? It's the fact that we are being attacked as American citizens right now, and we are hearing of it, and we are inquiring into it every single time we get something sent to us.
Last question.
A lot of lawsuits against the federal government that have been ongoing, led by your office. We also do have the backdrop of fraud investigations happening as well. Can you just speak about how resources are being doled out in the Attorney General's office and who's being dedicated to fighting the federal government?
Our Medicaid fraud unit is hard at work. We've prosecuted and convicted over 300 people since I've been Attorney General for Medicaid fraud, and other people in our office who do agency representation. They're working hard, but the people who work on what I call federal accountability, they're busy too, because the federal government has tried to deprive our state of money that we're entitled to by statute, that has been appropriated to our state, and if we don't fight for it, we won't get it, and that will deprive the people of the state of Minnesota of resources and money that they deserve. And I'm talking about things like SNAP benefits, housing benefits,
Did Trump say he was going to cut federal funding to Democratic states? Can he do that? Not only can he do that, he has done that several times during his first term and during his second term.
Do we have resource pressure? Yeah, my folks are working really hard, harder than they should have to. But we're also, but we can walk and chew gum, and we're fighting fraud every single day. And let me just say this about fraud: anybody who steals from a program designed to help poor people is no friend of mine, right. And I'm all good to hold them accountable. And you know, the federal government, you know, they're doing all this stuff that we don't need them to do. I wish they'd do some more things we do need them to do. Now, I'm not talking about local federal officials. They're doing their job. We worked with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI to fight fraud, and I'm very glad with their partnership. What I'm referring to is the substance of this lawsuit right now. This is not what we need. We don't need this, but we need all the help we can get to help make sure that every dollar that the generous people of Minnesota devote to helping others gets to those others.
DHS and the federal government would abide by the judge's orders, and what would be the next step?
Yes, I am.
They do not.
No, I believe that they will abide by the orders, because I believe that anybody who stands below an American flag, lifts up their hand and swears an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States will abide by the lawful orders of a court. And if they don't, I want everybody in this room to know that they are the ones who are expressing contempt for the rule of law. Now, having said that, you asked the what if question. Well, you know, there are ample ways to make a miscreant violator of a court order obey that court order. One of them is a contempt of court, but let's not jump there. Let's expect good conduct and obedience to law, and that's what we expect. That's what we expect we're going to get. And I think there's a possibility that Mayor Frey wanted to talk a little bit more about what your citizens are going through. Or maybe you covered that already.
I can add on.
Yeah, but I just think yeah. Well, you want to go for it?
Just in general.
Yeah, just like what people are dealing with, man.
Yeah. I mean, we don't use the word invasion lightly. What we are seeing is thousands, plural, thousands of federal agents coming into our city, and yeah, they're having a tremendous impact on day-to-day life. And it's a negative one. And whether that's kids that are trying to get to school or businesses that are trying to open, that's police officers that are responding to 911 calls. It's just about being able to conduct daily life right here in our city. And
Pound Cake, wait, share that video?
And look, this is not about fraud. When you have a fraudster, you investigate, you charge, you prosecute, you hold the person accountable, and then they get put in jail as an individual. They get put in jail as an individual. You do not hold an entire community or an entire city accountable for the actions of the fraudsters. That's not a novel concept. That's just the way this works in American society, and we should be abiding by that.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me say thank you, Mayor Herr. Let me say thank you to the men and women of the independent press of America. Yep. The reality is that the work you do is critically important to get the word out to the people, and we are grateful for it. And with that, we're going to conclude, but I'm sure any of us will be willing to talk to y'all offline. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Okay. Wanted to check in on things in Minneapolis. We got to get to the rest of this video because apparently there's some breathtakingly stupid moments. This is Andrew Callahan of Channel 5 interviewing Nick Shirley, who was the guy who filmed the stuff in Minneapolis or Minnesota that kicked off this whole fucking round of discourse. Swanee Bird, did I get you for $2? What's the accusation sweatshirt? What's the accusation sweatshirt guy is wearing? Are you talking about Nick Shirley? Fat Dink with 71 months. Fat Dink, thank you so much for the resub, buddy.
In Minneapolis, also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video, the one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month.
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type of deal happening?
For sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somali population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somali population.
So what do you think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit. And if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. So when we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country? Every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But
what is this tangent? How are these things related at all?
Does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Did you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019. 2026, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen, billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million in fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud, and then inside of the home health.
So the influx of Somali immigrants into the United States was through our refugee program. And when we've welcomed refugees into our country, there are similarly high levels of welfare dependence in the first years that they get here. And that kind of makes sense. It's a different thing altogether than like an H-1B visa program where we're specifically attracting, talented people to work in specific sectors of the economy and have specialties, and we'll be able to be set up with a well-paying job like right away. If you welcome in thousands of people from a war-torn country that are coming in through a refugee program, and they're in the country legally, kind of makes sense that there would be some kind of welfare program initially in the first several years. That's not new or specific to Somalis.
Care businesses, they were warehouse styled.
Yeah, but it doesn't really decrease over time. They stay on welfare. I don't know where that claim is coming from. I don't know what you are basing that off of. I don't think that's true.
industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. And we know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who had the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram, and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud.
Just some guy on Instagram hit me up.
Taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into
Is it really that simple? It's literally just some guy on Instagram hit me up.
it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who has given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know
and
who
that's
it is?
public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up?
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah. I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out, and she works inside the government. So she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about fraud. Fraud's been taking place for years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it?
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property.
Just to be clear, the Somali population in Minnesota, they represent about 2% of Minnesota. Just to be clear.
Property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from the DNC.
Through like a paid influencer program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist Nick Shirley. Yeah. MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Well, you're explicitly partisan. If you're an explicitly partisan independent journalist, that's relevant. That's relevant. I would expect somebody to say the same thing about an explicitly partisan left-wing independent journalist, right? If we're talking about Hassan, if somebody were to call him a journalist for like covering protests or whatever, you would expect them to include like leftist or left-wing influencer or whatever.
Yeah, when I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry. That's why they hate us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views than they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video, yeah, it's going to make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes.
I think it's the lack of any kind of editorial standards that's what I get tripped up on. There's just no editorial standards for these independent quote-unquote journalists. They have no standards. They have nobody to, do editorial checks on the stuff that they put out there. And they're in fact incentivized to lie to their audience or grift. Like audience capture is extremely lucrative. Extremely lucrative. If you know you're going to make more money by confirming your audience's priors, I feel like most so-called independent journalists or whatever, they do that. They just do that. They figure out what makes the line go up, lean into that as much as possible, and don't really have rigorous fact-checking mechanisms in place before they post this crazy shit.
It's from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant.
Now, truth be told, I really don't know much about this Nick Shirley situation.
Content in the past.
I'm speaking generally. I've seen some of the critiques of his videos make the rounds, but I've not really kept up with all this stuff.
CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time. It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you were always in that beige suit, just moving around and doing your videos, and so I was stoked to see you. It was great meeting you the first time.
I remember I first saw you, and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it, and you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do that.
Yeah, you actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information and ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023. But had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually started, I've been doing YouTube since 2017 when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can be entertaining. I could.
Does he have a YouTube channel? Can we look at his evolution over time? He's getting bent out of shape that they called him a MAGA influencer. Well, are you? Is that inaccurate? I'm just scrolling back through his feed. We're back a year ago. Inside America's paid protesting scam. Inside the dangers of Venezuelan migrant gangs living in America. Asking people who will win the first Trump versus Harris presidential debate. Asking Democrats if they still trust Democrats. Chinese spies have arrived at our southern border. Inside Mexico's dangerous migrant camps. Looks like he really ramped up his YouTube output about a year ago, a little over a year ago. And it looks like he caught a lot of traction because of election coverage stuff. Because you go to some of his earlier content and it's like giving my teachers $1,000 for Christmas. Emotional. surprising Tanner Fox with this. It's like kind of silly, non-political. And his first political video is Trump or Biden, asking strangers who they are voting for.
I think both of them should not be running.
Oh, you got two of them on. You're
Biden.
Trump.
He likes little girls. He likes
Joe
to touch
Biden likes
little girls.
Welcome back to the vlog today. You might be wondering why I'm dressed up like this.
Oh, I hate it already.
Steeped to the mask.
I think that's true, and just but I won't test either one. Hope not to test either one.
Yeah, hopefully you're not getting farted in the face. Okay, awesome. And then my partner here has some questions for you.
I also heard that CNN is bull. Is that true?
Tell Professor Smith that.
We're supposed to ask all these questions.
I mean, I just self-identify as a liberal, so.
What makes you a liberal?
It's, we're all like brainwashed in our own way.
Do you think you like Kamala Harris or Kamala, whatever her name is? She's good. She reminds me of a high school principal.
In a good way or a bad way? In a good way.
I don't know.
I mean, my high school principal was fucking awesome, for the record. We all loved our principal.
She gives me that, like, she'll screw you over type of vibe, you know?
But that's what we need in a vice president, don't you think?
As a person that's just gonna screw you over?
Not
screw the American citizen over? You want that?
She's assertive.
Assertive.
Okay, just about the content you would expect from a fucking kid, I guess. And then he really started to, he was only posting sporadically for like 4 years, not really crushing it. And then he started posting a lot around election time. Some of these videos have significant number of views. Trump or Kamala?
He wants to have the power to attack American citizens. And he will. And you're going to vote for the end of our country.
He did!
As we know it.
I heard this 8 years ago, 4 years ago.
They overthrew democracy when they threw Joe Biden out.
And she supports policies that will aid me specifically as a woman and as a member of the LGBT community.
Who are you going to be voting for?
Well, I just voted, come to find out.
I'm here in the great state of
180,000 Amish are registered now because of what happened last year.
And who are you voting for?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Are you Amish?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
And so the Amish are going to be coming out to vote this year?
Some of them, yeah.
What has caused so many of the Amish to register to vote this year?
Probably just they want to get out and vote and it's off.
Who are you guys voting for?
Kamala Harris.
And what makes you guys excited about voting for Kamala Harris?
Not Donald.
Because Donald Trump's a psychotic fascist.
This guy right here is going to be voting for Donald Trump.
That's insane. That's totally insane.
He praised Hitler's generals.
How many wars were we in under him?
Oh, please.
Oh my God. That one aged like milk.
Donald Trump is a fascist.
Come back.
He'll use.
What wars are we in right now? He went into North Korea and shook that leader's hand. And when he met,
that's a shitty thing to do.
When he met Putin,
And that's why he's letting North Korea train alongside
Putin's hand and pulled Putin into him like a little boy. Okay, Putin, how you doing?
Putin owns Donald Trump. You know it.
Those guys, all they will do is manipulate Trump because he's such a small
person. I think you're being manipulated right now with this nonsense.
I do not. I think you are.
I would never. Well, never say never. It would have to be very limited circumstances where I would take time out of my day to argue politics with a fucking stranger on the street. Like when I'm out and about, when I'm out and about, like in the world doing stuff, the fucking last thing I want to do. I mean, I do it like hours a day singing, with you guys. When I go out there, I'm not going to fucking argue with a random stranger about politics. I'm fucking Keanu Reeves with it when I'm out there. I don't seek out those kind of conversations with fucking complete random strangers. Who gives a shit?
Do YouTube. Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like, bro, that could be us. Most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political.
He was there on January 6th? Wait, what? Hold on. Does he have a video?
I rock the MAGA because this is the first black president that we've ever had.
Next thing I knew, I was going through security and sprinting up to the front line. Made it all the way to the front with my friends up here.
Capitol, God bless you.
Yes, thank you, Karen. It's a little haywire here. Holy. Oh my God. What's your message to Nancy Pelosi? Would you please shut the hell up and go f*** yourself? It's madness. Holy crap. So people broke into the building and then they got tear gas and everything. It's wild right now. Our Trump fans going crazy right now. We going crazy, man. They better fix this. They better fix this, man. If they don't fix it, it's over with. I don't think I've honestly ever experienced something so crazy in my life before. This is nuts.
He got up in there. He got up in there. He was right at the breach.
Holy crap. The amount of people here is insane. You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe. Madness right now.
This is a word that I don't like to use very much, but fucking holy dystopian. Jesus Christ. Like and subscribe, guys, at fucking January 6th.
People are breaking the windows. SWAT team is right over here.
Oh my God, it's so fucking epic, bro. Oh my God, it's shit's crazy, dog.
We're picking up subscribers as we're going right now. Thanks for subscribing.
Oh, absolutely. Nick Shirley.
My lady right here. They're pushing against the SWAT team right now. Holy crap. They've taken the SWAT team shit.
This is why I don't super love like Andrew Callahan being like buddy with this guy. What a fucking clown. I think Andrew Callahan is like mostly good, you know, mostly good, mostly like his content. Sometimes he does some populist brain rot shit that drives me insane.
Brother,
Bro,
what's
like
that?
and subscribed, so epic. They're, you know, mauling
What's that,
police
brother?
officers and gouging people's eyes out and crushing people's rib cage. Like and subscribe, bro.
Shield. The ones you see in Black Ops. Holy crap. This is like the kind of stuff you only see in movies, and it's happening right now. Holy crap. Where the heck did they get a ladder from? They're bringing up a ladder right now. Holy crap. Now this is where it gets interesting. I found this guy walking around the Capitol saying he has a letter from Nancy Pelosi's desk, so I hopped in and got an interview with him. Little did I know it was this guy. He literally broke into Nancy Pelosi's office, and now this guy's one of the top 4 wanted men in the country right now. This is absolute madness. Sir, what'd you do?
I took over Nancy Pelosi's office. I fled on her envelope, so I took it with me, but I didn't steal it. I left a quarter on her desk and a note that says, Nancy, let me think, I'm wore out. I got maced really bad. But it says, Nancy, Big O is here, you bitch. She'll find it when she gets back to work. You're the guy? I was the first one to the door. It was an accident. They shoved me through. I had no choice.
Pardoned by Donald Trump, by the way. Hell of a guy. Wow, such journalism. Just unbelievable. It's so valuable that we have independent journalists that are giving us such riveting and informative coverage of these things. Can't imagine any negative impact on society or discourse by propelling these people to have massive lucrative careers and enormous platforms when they have... What could go wrong, you know?
Stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football, basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having
ACAB, all content creators are bastards. Oh,
fun,
no.
hanging out with friends, riding your bike around.
And you said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just we're not Mormon. we don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is the Savior. Oh, okay. He's also a prophet, but he's also our Savior. He's your Savior, he's my Savior, he's everyone's Savior.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't Mormons believe that Jesus literally painted the skin of indigenous people red? Because they were godless or something like that? Don't they literally believe that? Swear to God, I'm not even kidding. Several church leaders have stated that the Book of Mormon teaches that Native Americans have dark skin, or, quote, the curse of redness, because their ancestors, the Lamanites, were cursed by God. But if the Native Americans follow church teachings, their dark skin will be... Oh no, there's no way. Several other Mormon denominations, however, continue to teach into the present day that skin color is related to curses or personal righteousness. This belief was also used to justify LDS social segregation and other skin color-based policies within the church, such as denying black women and men access to ordinances in the temple necessary for exaltation to the highest tier of heaven. The temple and priesthood restrictions were removed in 1978, with the top leaders stating that all priesthood ordination would be practiced without regard to race or color. They were about 15 years late to the party in terms of desegregation. They were a tad behind the curve on desegregation. Took them about 15 years to stop segregating, and they were allowed to segregate because they're a church? Okay.
So what do you think is the main thing people get wrong about LDS?
We're Christians. We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking, no sex before marriage. Go to church on Sunday, follow the 10 Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible.
One of your earliest videos that you now deleted was about some of those loopholes.
Oh yes, that's soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
Because there's a lot of misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
Isn't this the thing where if you have anal sex or oral sex, it's not considered premarital sex? Is that what they're talking about? Paper Citadel with $5. Hutch, you got to watch cute little Mormon cartoon explaining why people are black. Excuse me? Is there literally a video about this?
To build planet Earth, where the spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world. Wanting the glory for himself, he planned to force everyone to become God.
That was made by anti-Mormon people, not a Mormon cartoon. Chad, is this real? Is that true? Okay, hold on. Let me look this up.
Is it real, though?
I interviewed people at BYU, and they might have said it was.
So you think it counts?
Yeah, oh, 100%. 100%.
Okay, what the fuck is soaking? What is this? Young members of Mormon community where a couple engages in oh, I see. A couple engages in penetrative sex without movement, attempting to bypass the church's strict rules on premarital sex. Soaking is described as a method where one partner inserts their genitalia into the other partner's vagina without any thrusting or movement. Well, wouldn't it be considered a thrust when you initially penetrate? Or I suppose she could sit on top of you and there's no thrusting. That is an interesting loophole. There could be some merit to that.
Wow, the rumors are true. Kids here at BYU actually do soak.
They soak and they hump.
Definitely.
I think that's like my biggest advantage, that I don't really have many vices, whether it be pornography, whether it be alcohol, whether it be cigarettes, whether it be vapes, whether it be nicotine. That stuff doesn't tempt me.
And you feel like living a clean life that way gives you like a journalistic superpower that allows laser focus, so you can just be...
I'm sorry, bro, but you are fixing for sure. Getting these dopamine hits from social media, that's not a vice? I think that's a vice. In my opinion.
Become a content machine?
No.
It's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's just who I am.
But I mean, I feel like if you drank and partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had some years.
But if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Aside from the recent stuff, what pieces have you been most proud of since I last saw you at Turning Point USA?
I'd say my Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas, that was an experience that I can't even believe favelas are real after going there. Because I came this close to dying in the bottom of a destroyed house on the top of Rio's biggest favela.
When you say close to dying, like there was a gun in your face?
Yes, and if I didn't pay the man, I would have died.
You think so?
100%.
Você dá-lhe uma olhada que você vai ver que aqui não tem trégua.
The cartoon you're referring to was created by critics of the LDS Church, not by the church itself. It's meant to satirize and criticize older Mormon teachings about race.
Oh, this is heavy.
Aqui, entendeu? Não há paz. Paz para a polícia, fogo.
That guy, after I interviewed him, he got beat up by the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
Some other unknown, or perhaps known by some, Nick Shirley lores that you've met deceased rapper YBC Duel.
Yes, I did meet him. It was Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
A special guest right here.
Oh, we got a special guest.
No,
Talk
listen,
to him.
this is Nick Shirley from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You ever heard of the Mormons? This is the first Mormon, the first Church of Latter-day Saint member ever to be out here in Philly like this.
Wait. Is this the guy that was in the hospital because his like heart was all fucked up? There was some guy that, and it looked exactly like this guy. Did he end up being okay? There was some speculation about, weren't some people accusing him of like fraud when it came to, no, I don't know. I'm not saying that, but like, weren't some people, dubious on the GoFundMe that they set up? Did we ever get an update on that?
Just like that. Just like that.
And he feet on land.
Look at his sneaks though.
Yeah, so that was an equally, I would say, or similarly dangerous scenario.
No, I'd say the America hoods are about just as dangerous as the favelas. For instance, Chicago, you have armed militias walking around Chicago as well. Same within Philly. Think about how many young people are dying because of gang violence. Like, I loved your video you did in Baltimore about them kind of combating that and showing that like community really can make a difference and people really need to be looking out for one another because it's not worth dying for.
So going back to high school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile, Santiago.
Is that where you developed fluent Spanish?
Yeah, I actually was fluent in Spanish when I was younger. When I was here in Utah, when I was growing up, I was in a Spanish immersion program from kindergarten to 4th grade. Spoke Spanish fluently, moved to Washington. Similar to you, moved up to Seattle area. I didn't practice my Spanish anymore. I lost it, decided to.
Andrew's Spanish is pretty fucking good. came out of the blue. I'm watching some video he's doing at the border, and then all of a sudden this gringo starts speaking like perfect Spanish.
Go on this mission thing for our church, and they sent me to Chile, Santiago, and I learned Spanish again.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there to go share the gospel, the restored gospel of Jesus Christ, and to teach people about Jesus and give them the opportunity to come into Christ, and if they want to follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all you're supposed to do.
At what point did you start to really take political interviewing seriously, and why did you dive into that realm?
I have known not just like one or two people. I have known several people who have been excommunicated by the church, and the church leaders do not allow the parents to communicate with their children. Now, I'm trying to remember if they were Mormons or if they were Jehovah's Witness. I know for a fact Jehovah's Witness, that is a policy that they have. If the kids leave the church, the pastor or priest will instruct the parents, do not speak to your children for so long as they're like excommunicated. Do Mormons do the same thing? It's actually crazy and awful and traumatizing, and it really fucked. Two people I'm thinking of in particular were like a brother and sister who left the church and had no contact with their parents, and they were kind of fucked up about it. Yeah, they were young. They were like late teens, early 20s.
Well, I think when I started seeing people get trafficked into the United States from the border and started seeing mass corruption with inside the government, I just like couldn't believe that. I met somebody at the border. She gives me her WhatsApp, and the next day she texts me and she's in New York City. I was like, how is this happening? How are people just being trafficked around the country? How are little kids just coming over here? How's there a 15-year-old girl, or I think she was 17-year-old girl from Dominican Republic, all by herself? How are people doing this, and how's the government enabling this to happen? I remember going to the border for the first time, and I saw migrants.
There's all kinds of reasons for why unaccompanied minors show up to the border. Some are victims of trafficking, yes, but there's all kinds of reasons. Parents will pay coyotes, thousands of dollars because they want to try to get, maybe they have family that's in the country that can sponsor her. And also it's become kind of an industry. Like coyotes are like telling people exactly like what to say when they show up at our border, in order to get like a valid asylum claim process so they can be allowed into the country. But this has been going on for years. This was happening under Barack Obama. They had to institute policy addressing this very thing. This is not new, not something that started on Joe Biden's watch. That is bullshit.
Migrants coming over the border. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, shouldn't they be running?
I don't know if that's what he was saying explicitly. It seemed like that's what he was implying.
Wasn't Governor Abbott the one transporting people from the Texas border to New York City?
Yes.
So you feel like there was mismanagement of the
Hutch, as an ex-Jehovah's Witness, that shit was corrupt and occult. I just saw how it fucked up these two people that I knew. Like some girl that I saw very briefly and her little brother. It fucked them up. Like she was devastated that her parents wouldn't talk to her. But the way she described it was that the church forbade her parents from speaking to her and her brother. And they were young, like, late teens, early 20s, and it fucking devastated them.
The border on a executive Biden level and a state level.
Yeah. And I think like Governor Abbott, that was his way of like saying like F you to the sanctuary cities, and for the Democrats for just accepting and letting this happen, saying, okay, well, we're not going to deal with it. You guys go ahead and deal with it. And we'll give them bus ticket to get out of our state or city.
So
it's actually up to the Congress if they want to address immigration. That's a job for Congress. You should be talking to Congress. But
you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, like, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Fill the swing states, fill the big cities.
If Andrew does not push back on this, I'm going to lose my mind. There's been a couple points in this conversation where I get pretty triggered. But this particular thing, like, Democrats are, they want illegal immigrants to flood into the country so that they can vote in elections where they just simply cannot vote. There's no mechanism for these people to vote. Not possible.
We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump's doing so far this term?
Oh, we're just going to let that slide. Okay. That's interesting. Maybe he's picking his battles here. I don't know. We'll see.
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election. Right now, you're not seeing illegal migrants come into the country. Me and you both did videos at the Loopfield border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in years, as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them...
No pushback on this too? Letting people be trafficked into the United States?
And rely on the government, not giving them working visas, putting them inside of shelters.
Rely on the government? What does that even mean? These people cannot qualify for... Can asylum? Hold on. Can asylum... My understanding is that like state and local governments can allow for benefits, but hang on. Employment authorization. Asylum seekers can apply for an employment authorization document after about 150 days of pending asylum application, allowing them to seek employment. There's a refugee cash assistance program if they're granted asylum. There's a refugee medical assistance, but these are, hang on, these are different. I'm not talking about refugees specifically. Sometimes they're given a stipend. You know, they might be transported to, like, say, a hotel in New York, and they're given a stipend so they can, like, eat in the first like week that they're here. But I thought the process eventually would get to a place where they need to be set up with like a sponsor that's in the country that can assume guardianship or responsibility for the asylum claimants while they're awaiting their trial. I don't think these people can qualify for like welfare benefits.
Busing them all around the country. Families are separated. Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them.
None of this is true. None of this is true. The idea that like the government, that this was something that was being passed around a bunch. This nonsense claim that like the Biden administration lost, I don't even know what the figure was, but it was like hundreds of thousands of kids. That's actually not what happened. They knew exactly where these kids were. It's just when we set up like an unaccompanied minor with a sponsoring family that's in the country, and like if you pick up the phone and call and they don't pick up the phone or something like that, they were logging that as like, you know, haven't been able to contact on this. And in one moment so they took that and they turned it into just like, oh, we have no idea where these kids are, but we had their information, the information for their guardians, that obviously the addresses, if they're in school, like all that information. Yeah, I don't love this interview. But like, yeah, the just asking question things, the just asking questions thing, I think there's like an acceptable level of that, and it depending on what you're talking about. But in this video so far, Andrew is just giving this guy a platform to just vomit all kinds of blatant disinformation.
To leave their houses in Colombia, leave their house in Ecuador, and then to come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel?
This is me confronting a group of Venezuelan migrants who are potentially dangerous gang members of the gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought life would be good, and they end up getting put inside the shelter and became essentially slaves to the system in a way, where they're relying on the state to give them money, they're relying on the state.
They don't permanently stay in shelters.
For housing, they're relying on the state to give them a work permit to be able to work. Like,
as opposed to what? Hello? As opposed to what? You're going to let someone into the country while they await their asylum claims, and then you're not going to give them a permit to work? How would that be better? Excuse me? What's the issue?
that's not right. That's pretty mean if you ask me. Why
What? How does that mean? Giving someone a work permit?
They're relying on the state to give them money. They're relying on the state for housing. They're relying on the state to give them a work permit to be able to work. Like, that's not right.
No, come on. Andrew. At any point, Andrew, you could simply in this moment be like, so it would be better if they didn't work? I guess they're just going to sit around, and what do they do if they can't feed themselves? Maybe that would like perhaps increase the risk that they would do crimes if they couldn't get a job and feed themselves while they're in the country legally?
That's pretty mean if you ask me.
Well, I suppose the reason they have the border in the first place because the immigration system is so backed up, right?
Well, yeah, there's major issues with immigration here inside the United States, but you just can't walk into the country and think that you're going to be treated just like a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen.
Mm-hmm. Who was filming most of your stuff back then?
Me, myself, and then I also bring my mom with me. Definitely. She's like a producer on the channel, kind of.
So they're coming right now because...
Oh, God. Oh, no. It's all becoming clear. Oh, no. This kid was fucked. This kid was fucked from the get-go.
It is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to show, because all of America, we just sit at home and watch this on our TV and get angry with it. And we wanted to show like what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcast.
Oh, God. No, guys. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just doing headcanon right now. Did she give up her career, like a pursuit of a journalism career, to be like a stay-at-home mom, and now she's like living vicariously through her son? Pure headcanon. Like, what do we know about her? Maybe he answers the question right here.
Did she have a hand in your decision to really like start taking things more seriously as far as political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in like anything I thought politically. But as you know, during like 2020, for instance, I couldn't, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized. Mm-hmm. And so there was no incentive to actually.
Well, were you doing like COVID denialism or election? You could talk about Trump. Like, you wouldn't get demonetized for talking about Trump. Excuse me? Entire industries formed in the media because of Trump. People had their careers launched posting YouTube content about Trump. I mean, that made a lot of careers.
Create political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody. Mm-hmm. And so you couldn't really make those videos. And then when I did get back from that mission, I could then make videos on politics, and the censorship kind of got lifted because of Elon Musk buying X. People hate on Elon Musk, but they don't understand like what he actually did by buying X. Yeah. Because of him, you're actually able to post stuff on YouTube and not have to worry about being censored or worry about not being able to get the video monetized.
What's the timeline here? When did YouTube start rolling back the policies? Because like all of these social media companies eventually begun to roll back their policies. Facebook did it. YouTube did it. Don't know about TikTok's policies. He might be right. He might be right that Elon and like the push to take over Twitter and reverse those policies could have prompted these other platforms to do it, but I just don't know what the timeline is. If you read the comments, this interview was terrible for Nick. I think this interview was terrible for Andrew. You know, I understand if there are some people in alternative media that are conservative that I'm friendly with, that I have no ill will towards, but I would never sit and interview them and not do pushback when you're making all kinds of just really wild claims. I would never do that.
Yeah. So if you can't get your video monetized, you can't make your videos. And so I think what Elon did really did change the shape of our society. Because then you also saw other platforms like Rumble follow, Facebook, they lifted their censorship, YouTube lifted their censorship. So without Elon Musk, none of that would have been possible.
How much of that was Elon, and how much of it was these social media companies sort of perceiving the political winds shifting? and maybe there's some overlap there. I mean, I don't know. I think Elon probably had something to do with it. I don't know if you can say that he is the reason why these social media companies started to roll back those policies.
There are part of you that was wondering why the Trump administration and various allies promoted your expose so hard when they did.
I think it hit the heart of every American being able to see that their money that they pay for taxes is going to fraud. People like to talk about how our money is going to other countries or how it's being used wrongfully, but people can't actually see it with their eyes. And that was one of the first videos ever where people could see that people were abusing the system and taking dollars from the United States citizens, and they're actually not operating a business.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th.
Yeah.
Which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
Yes, and it wasn't just because of the Epstein stuff. I mean, there were like 4 different fronts where Trump was losing significant ground and this polling was really bad. Obviously, they were trying to leap on this to try to change the narrative, change the discussion.
That I don't know. Like if that was their initiative.
There's all kinds of fraud that occur in this country in every state. Why is there such an outsized amount of attention being placed on Somalis in Minnesota? You know, I think it's pretty obvious. They're feeding red meat to let's be honest, the racist base, you know.
It probably worked pretty well. But I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet, is you just post and see what happens. Every week I've been uploading video. To me, that was just gonna be like another YouTube upload. Like I didn't know that it was gonna be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
Hey, what's up guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here from the new mobile editing studio.
Wait a second. Does he have the same monitor that I have? It looks like an ultra wide, is it?
So statewide fraud is a serious issue. Defrauding people is bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass to figure out what the frick is going on. But before most people get the raw facts and data, the narrative is already being shaped by who, you might ask? Both sides of the mainstream media. And to be honest with you guys, nobody is immune to algorithm.
God, I hate it. I hate it.
Driven political hypnosis. So before we put boots on the ground, we like to get informed using what you might ask, ground news. Ground news screen here.
Africans?
No, Somalians.
I hope that you do too. All right, back to the cabin in the wilderness of Utah where Nick Shirley's hiding out.
Like what are they known for?
Africans?
No, Somalians.
Well,
what kind of a question is that? A very broad question. Are we talking cuisine, culture, history, war? Like what are we talking? Dr. Imposter with 64 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
Say the thing that's on top of your head.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm
piracy. Gotcha.
Also an American who doesn't know any Somalis. Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota by Somalians? Yeah, and why have apartment complex?
Where did that figure come from? Is he conflating two different things? Where did he get that number?
Is in locations inside of Minnesota. White people have been pushed out.
White people?
Yes. Inside these apartment complexes, you will not find a white person living inside of Cedar Riverside, for instance.
Where'd they go?
They got pushed out.
Like to low-income areas?
They got pushed out of, I don't know where they went, but they're not there. Cedar Riverside was originally housing for the College of Minnesota. There's a bar there called Palmer's Bar. It used to be a staple for Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag.
This is so dumb. This one is so dumb, and we'll watch it tomorrow, but it came up in the conversation with PKA. There's no merit there's no merit to the idea that they changed their flag to be more like Somalia. The flag got changed because of a contest. It was a contest for state residents to submit their proposed flags. And then it was decided on by like a council that worked for the state. And the council, I don't even know if they had a single Somali member on the council. The guy who came up with the design explained the design. You know, one of the shades of blue is about their water. I guess there's like is Minnesota the one with a lot of lakes, or is that Michigan? I don't know. One of it has to do with the water, like a bunch of lakes or whatever. And then one of the blues represents something else. I don't remember. And then this represents the North Star. This exact symbol is on in the rotunda of the state capitol. this exact star. You can actually see, and Woody went over it on the podcast that we did, but you can see that the proposal to have this particular flag changed to something that looks like this has been evolving since like the 50s or the 60s. Like you can go back to the 50s or 60s to see similar proposals that look very similar to this flag. But it doesn't matter how much you explain this. People don't, they won't stop believing this idea that they deliberately chose this flag because it resembled Somalia's flag in a state where Somalis represent 2% of the population. Like, where is that pressure coming from for 2% of the state's population?
Flag in Minnesota, Tim Walz said their other flag was racist, and he called people like me white supremacist for talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way
He's been talking about fraud since 2019, but wait, I thought the whole thing was that he wasn't addressing the fraud. I'm a bit confused there. Maybe I misunderstood. Genuinely. Tap nods with $2. Minnesota's nickname is the land of 1,000 lakes. It was either them or Michigan. I didn't know.
I guess liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized the reporting.
They're defending fraud. I'm showing people what's happening. I showed it exactly how it is, as it is, and now they're defending fraud. Even if one of these businesses is operating, why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycares ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars? And out of the population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million. You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Somalis.
Yes. Why?
This is literally the fucking Civil War. Like, well, what kind of American are you? Like, it's literally just that. If these people are naturalized citizens, if they're, you know, here, if they came here as refugees and they're naturalized citizens, they're fucking Americans. I would not think twice or be offended if I went to a predominantly white rural area and I went to their school and everybody there was white. That wouldn't shock me or offend me. I wouldn't be like, why is everybody here white? All of a sudden, identity politics, when it serves your purposes, I guess. Should we have quotas for white people to work at childcare centers in areas that are predominantly Somali?
Why isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali?
What? What is he claiming? What people in Minnesota are saying don't prosecute or investigate fraud? Who are these people? Dawes Donnie with $2. I think this guy might have some racial biases. Perhaps.
You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Somalis.
Yes. Why is...
To him, being Somali and Minnesotan, being of Somali descent and Minnesotan, are mutually exclusive. Like it it doesn't compute in his mind. It's like, well, that's not an American. They're Somali.
Isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares inside of Minneapolis? There's white people, there's Mexicans, there's Asians, there's everybody inside Minnesota. In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child? I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either. I don't support our money funding Ukraine. But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People don't understand that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
People.
This interview is kind of disgraceful for Andrew, in my opinion. I mean, you guys have heard, like, regulars, you guys have heard me say that I think he does some brain rot stuff sometimes. But man, my judgment of him, like, in the capacity for the kind of work that he does, has just nosedive in this conversation.
Dox me.
Whoa, Jesus.
Death threats. I have 24/7 security right now because of how crazy people are mad at me for exposing fraud.
What are some of these death threats?
Like, that would have been such an appropriate time for Andrew to jump in when he said there's no Minnesotans that are saying that their kids go to the school. And he said, well, I saw someone. Well, who were they? Somalis. Like, that would have been the perfect time to be like, you can be like Somali and then also be an American citizen, right? Like, when we say Somali, I think people understand that to mean like their ethnicity, right?
What do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said, tick-tock, tick-tock, Nick Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud? I have 24/7 security with me right now.
It's a bit of a red flag that your brain couldn't compute someone of Somali descent being American. That's a bit of a red flag to me.
Because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy and messed up?
Yeah, I just think everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance. Meanwhile, they call people like me fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call me a fascist. Meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady,
They won't let you speak, excuse me? They won't let me speak on a video with currently 220,000 views in 6 hours. That's probably going to be up in the millions by the end of the week, I would assume.
Yeah, came up to me. She took her shirt off, started jumping all over me, and she said, say Black Lives Matter. Say Black Lives Matter. I said, all lives matter. She said, get out of here, white boy. Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Black lives matter. My life matters too.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I think it was probably, it hits a little different.
That's pretty unhinged.
Now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just...
Oh my God, dude. He's just... Okay. The most unremarkable people have the biggest platforms on social media. I swear to God. Just the most average to low intelligence, Blows my mind.
Can't fathom how people can side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets deported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOP. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm going to join I'm going to join a caravan. Like, I'm going to join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to go join a caravan.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No, that's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, well, okay, I'm going to go to El Salvador. I'm going to go speak to people. I'm going to find a caravan. And I'm going to go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no.
I'm pretty sure that would be a crime, right? Like, in a vacuum, that's an interesting, like, journalistic proposition, but you would technically be filming yourself doing a crime, right? Like, I don't know. That seems very risky.
We don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like, we're thriving. I had to change my plan to make a video about how one country.
We don't have any migrants here. Yeah, no shit. It's El Salvador. Hello? People don't usually want to migrate to countries where people are poor, you know, like a poor South American country or Central American country.
Actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah, I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man, is like, on that note, how do you think I could like build more credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go?
Don't
What the fuck is this interview, you guys?
be afraid to say what are Somalians known for when you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based in a
Excuse me?
credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go.
Don't be afraid to say what are Somalians known for when you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based in a stereotype or if it's not.
You know
I'm
what
not
they're known for. You said it.
What,
Pirates. So you're scared.
Oh my god, dude. What is this? Tell me he starts to push back at this point. Tell me he reaches like a breaking point and is just like, you know what? I have to just like push back here. Like, what percentage of Somalis have participated in piracy? I would assume it's very, very low. Very, very low.
I'm not scared. I just want to
No,
I'd have
you
to
were
go
scared 'cause
and
you had to
talk to
think-
them.
you had
I'm
to
not
Like, it's such a broad question. If you ask me what Somalis are known for, my mind would go to like food. I don't know. Like, it's such a broad question. And then his notion that the first thing that should pop into your head is piracy, I think gives you a pretty interesting insight into how his mind works, you know?
I don't want to go out and say things about people if I don't know the community. I gotta go to the restaurants. I gotta go
I asked
to
you the
some of
question,
dances.
what are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips. I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers?
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think
What the fuck? It is a fact that the first thing you should think of when someone asks you what are Somalis known for should be piracy. That is a fact.
The fact is, what are Somalis known for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust?
I am just so... There's no way. This kid is a fucking idiot. This kid is a moron. Propped up by probably a moron mommy moron. Doing all of his fucking bookings and shit.
Trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
you know.
I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
What? You didn't watch the interview? Then why are you accusing him of not denouncing the violence? If you didn't even watch the fucking interview. This kid is like maybe low 60s IQ. I mean, I don't know who guided this young mind. Stay-at-home dad was 74 months. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see...
How does his mind put two thoughts together? Like, how does he connect things in his mind?
A world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so that like is a lot of their audience. But when me and you are 50, 60 years old, do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to operate at the scale that they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know they have more than 1,000 employees, and it took one person to expose $110 million in fraud in Minnesota. And then when he does expose it, they investigate the person who exposed the fraud versus invest.
Top Notice with $5. Why are none of these independent journalists concerned about the documented fraud of Brett Favre? You should read about that, Hutch. I read a little bit about that. I'm familiar. Something to do with welfare fraud, right?
Investigating the fraud taking place. Nobody has trust in them. They're
money was given to him that was meant to be for welfare, I think is the gist of it, right?
Is at all-time low because people like me are able to go and talk to the liberal woman calling me an ICE agent outside the daycare, and also talking to the
unbridled confidence and sheer stupidity are a very potent combination.
And who's lived there for 8 years, who's never seen a child. It's impossible for them to do that.
So you think once boomers go?
Yeah, I think once boomers go and once my grandparents aren't here anymore.
Which we don't want to happen, but it has to happen.
Well, it's just a part of life that people will die.
Yeah.
But at that point, I think mainstream
I think that's the smartest thing he said this entire interview.
Media will not really be a thing.
So what can we do to avoid the mistakes that mainstream media made in the past? Because at one point they were quite trusted.
Yeah, at one point they were quite trusted, but actually were they? Do we know that the history books are correct when only the victors write the history? And at that time they didn't have social media to combat with the information at that time?
I'm just...
I'm gonna vomit. You guys.
Talking about like Walter Cronkite, like when there was like 2 stations and like, you know, there wasn't such a divisive news media corporate competition taking place to where people were competing for views by using pundits and having a 24-hour news cycle. Like when the written word also meant more as well. There was more faith.
Well, I can't speak on that because I wasn't living that generation where you had to get on
You could even go back, I mean, honestly, the 24-hour news cycle, if you talk to older people like in their 30s and 40s, post 9/11 was pretty much the first time where cable networks
Didn't it start in the 90s?
Works had to keep their airways on all the time. So they started filling slots with not correspondents and not field pieces, but just pundits. So what they would do is they would get somebody, 2 people who fundamentally disagree and just have...
Yeah, he's like, oh, I wasn't alive then. Well, you could read a book, you know. You could like, you know, study history. But apparently we can't trust history books either, guys.
Yell at each other for like 2 hours to drive up engagement and keep people watching. So news kind of became like soap opera. Everything kind of became about...
It's just so vomit inducing that he's, you know, drawing this contrast because between, you know, him and Nick is like these alternative journalists, independent journalists that are challenging the, you know, the divisive coverage that the legacy media networks are doing. And then you go to this guy's YouTube page and he's like, he's doing the same thing times 1,000. He is actively participating in that kind of divisive coverage times 1,000. He's not breaking the mold. He's not like challenging the framework of how like legacy media covers the news in a very divisive way. He's like fully playing into that on his own channel. He's no different than CNN. He's worse than CNN and Fox News.
Engagement, like almost like reality TV, and then gradually trust faded because it became so partisan.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust.
I don't think he could tell you what partisan means. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like, yeah, no, totally. Does he know that he is partisan? That's not a good or a bad thing. It's a neutral term. Like, I'm partisan, right? Like, it can be bad in some contexts. In other contexts, it can be harmless. It can be just a neutral descriptor.
We're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things out for facts. And you shouldn't be afraid to say when I ask you, what are some...
Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God, you guys.
...is known for. You're afraid of your viewers watching this video calling you a racist or Islamophobe.
No,
Andrew, do you not understand? He is being wildly disrespectful to you. Like, challenging your integrity, calling you bad faith, calling you audience captured, and you're sycophantically asking this kid, what do I need to do to appeal better to conservatives? Like, why are you asking him this question? Hello? What a humiliating interview. No, you relax. I'm perfectly calm.
Clarify. You knew that word, Andrew. You knew you were saying pirate. You knew in your mind.
Well, you're
knew
asking
pirate.
me to think in a stereotypical mind. What do I think comes? What's the first
afraid to say it, though.
You're asking me what's the first stereotype that comes to mind when I think about Somalia.
I said, what are they known for?
They are known by Americans who don't know Somalis.
And what are they known across the West for?
Well, the West is very much indoctrinated by Hollywood. I'm just saying I want to wait to answer that before I actually have engaged with the community on a level to where I can actually say like they're known for this type of thing.
Well, when they're committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
That wasn't the question. You asked me, hey, what are Somalis known for? And of course, I'm thinking of the movie because it's a Tom Hanks Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's a fact that they're committing some sort of piracy in Minnesota.
Oh my
89%
God.
of fraud is committed by Somalis. And that's a fact. When we talk about building trust in the future of media, we need to be able to say things for what they are. If Tim Walz goes on TV and calls people like me a white supremacist, it's my responsibility to call Tim Walz. He's enabled this to happen because he's afraid to be called a racist or an Islamophobe. Meanwhile, our generation can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars.
Piracy. The practice of attacking and robbing ships at sea. Robbery on the high seas. The unauthorized use of another's production, invention, or conception. The illicit accessing of broadcast signals. None of this is like daycare fraud.
And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe.
I think the one main issue that I feel like unites the left and the right, at least in a certain income bracket in the U.S., would be affordability.
Yes, 100%.
I think it's probably the main issue that we're talking about. Deep down, I think that the main difference here is diagnosing how we can get to that point. You know, because when you're talking about your issue with fraud, you mentioned healthcare being expensive.
Yeah.
So we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just, I think the main difference is how are we going to get there?
And then when we have someone like Elon Musk.
Andrew, we know what the Republicans' solution to healthcare is. Okay? We can't treat this like, oh, we all want the same thing. We just disagree on how to get. We don't actually want the same thing. Their solution to healthcare is to cut healthcare benefits, to cut Medicaid. That's their solution, okay? That's what they want to do. They want to cut benefits. They want to implement policy that would result in less people having healthcare coverage, less subsidies, okay? What is this framing? Drives me insane.
The smartest man in the world who offers his help to get rid of fraud here in the United States that could potentially cut down prices for healthcare, that could potentially help cut down the prices for homes, that could potentially give people better wages, and then they go and attack him?
Well, I think one of the biggest problems...
Andrew, how do you not understand in this moment that your interlocutor is an actual moron? How do you not get this? There's still like plenty of time left in this interview. Maybe it gets spicy. I hope it does. I hope it picks up because he keeps trying to steer the conversation away. Like this kid is like trying to attack his character and he's done it now 3 times. He's like steering the conversation away from that kind of conflict.
Problem is also the private sector controls so many of these things like medicine and also real estate. Like it's not like home prices are going to get knocked down because the government has more money.
It might be able to help people not have to pay so much in taxes. Yeah. It might help people to be able to take their dollar to buy the next thing. $120 billion in 2024 going towards fraudulent activity here in the United States. And then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that?
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions too that I mentioned early on in the interview is like, do you trust the government?
Wait, hang on. How much of this was like retrospective investigations of like COVID fraud? Because they discovered billions in fraud as a result of the Paycheck Protection Program, the loans. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, how much of this was because of that? Because I know it was significant. It was billions. They discovered billions in fraud for the PPP.
In 2024 going towards fraudulent activity here in the United States. And then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that.
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions too that I mentioned early on in the interview is like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
Say that question.
Like, let's say like fraud is totally eliminated and the government has like an extra stipend of money that they have that they could technically redistribute to things like making medicine cheaper and helping us pay rent. You think that the government would actually do that? Like, do you think they would genuinely invest?
He doesn't want them to do that, Andrew. He's fucking conservative.
And social programs that help change the affordability crisis?
I think so. And that kind of goes back to having like faith that we hope our politicians are going to do better and work for us and us not be working for them. Trump's the only president of our lifetime who's actually not even collecting a salary, other than what people will say
he's profited on the order of billions because of the shitcoin. Forbes reported that he made $2 billion, $2 to $3 billion during his time in office. Who gives a fuck about a $450,000 salary? Who cares?
Feeding his ego. Well, he's actually not even taking a salary. He's lost money. He's been attacked. He's been nearly shot and killed twice. He's had.
That is true in one case.
I think was it 2 or 3 assassination attempts. I want to say 3. The guy in Pennsylvania, the guy at his golf course, and there's another one. And people want to keep demonizing Trump like he's some sort of devil. He's not even taking a salary. He wants to put tariffs on other countries with the goal of hoping that we can have more money. And actually with that tariff income, he's even given military a bonus for Christmas.
Yeah.
And people are saying tariffs are.
I didn't even know if that happened. Did they end up getting those checks? Did those checks ever actually get sent out? And then also, didn't they just take money from a veterans program and then shift the money and then, like, wasn't it like robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of a situation? It didn't come from the tariffs. It came from money that was already apportioned by Congress.
Are bad.
Like, you can't just unilaterally take tariff money and give it to people.
Why should we be paying more money than Indonesia for sending stuff into our country?
It's a good question.
So,
but it's also like if Trump's cutting all these different social programs and stuff, who's to say that if he had more money, he would reinvest in the people?
He's not. For instance,
he's not.
When people say he's cutting out funding for food.
He did. They cut Medicaid kind of funding.
What the fuck is this?
That's a great question.
Stamps. He's telling people, all right, you're on it for this amount of time, but you need to be showing that you're trying to get off it. Trump is actually incentivizing people to go make a better life for themselves. He's even giving children, he's showing kids how to invest money at a younger age through the stock accounts he's created for them. Michael Dell, the owner of Dell, he gave each child like I think $250 so they can see how to invest their money. Right now you're seeing more people who actually have the power to make a change in America than ever before get involved in the politics, and not because they want to, but because they've been forced to. But then you see people come after them for it. I don't know what you're going to title this video.
Nick Shirley interview.
Okay, sick. Yeah, but I just think there's so many issues in the United States right now, and we can actually go out and combat them. We can combat the immigration crisis. We can say that illegal migrants should not be here. The word is illegal. If you're going to come after me for exposing fraud, something is morally wrong with your brain, where you've gotten to the point where you think fraud is good.
That perspective is probably more
nobody
like
thinks fraud is good.
Socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Who the fuck said fraud is good? What an unbelievable straw man. Who the fuck is saying this?
Not though. They're here in America. We all have the same opportunity. They're Somalian Americans.
Well, there's pretty significant funding and financial disparities between areas in the U.S.
Well, 81% of Somalians are on welfare.
But welfare doesn't necessarily cover everything. It's not like they give you a ridiculous amount of money.
But they have the same opportunity I do when I wake up in the morning to go create the best life I can possibly create for myself. Everybody has the same opportunity if you're a United States citizen.
Well, you were well funded enough, either through your family's money or whatever, but you were well funded enough to just pursue a full on YouTube career. Where did you get your money? You know, you were making these YouTube videos or whatever. They weren't doing that great, and then somebody was funding your operation. Did he work at Burger King and save money for 4 years, and then he had all this seed money to do all these lengthy productions?
Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian. I mean, look at your crew filming right now. You have a Asian, Japanese man.
Oh my God.
I don't know who he is. You have a Mexican with the face tat.
Look at that Mexican and all the opportunity he's got. And what about him?
He's a white American with face tattoos, and he's working just with you.
Yeah.
So the fact that people think that they don't have the same opportunity or they can't go create a lifestyle they want, I don't believe in that.
God.
I've never worked for anybody in my entire life. I've created everything I have. Who knows what I can do in the next 20 years.
Yeah, same here. I'm 20.
Oh my God. I am cringing out of my skin right now.
So maybe you and I will
What's
be...
your plans for the future, Andrew?
Man.
So do you want to make YouTube videos until you're like 60?
Yeah, I want to make YouTube videos until I'm 85.
That'd be sick.
So what do you want to do in the future? What's the long-term plan?
Long-term plan would be, I think what you just saw is actually creating change inside of America. A video that actually created change. And so I'd like to continue making the world a better place, whether it be through cutting off fraud.
I mean, I surged in Minnesota as a result of this guy's, that whole thing. So she literally, that woman literally died because of the chain of events that he set in motion. I'm just saying.
Speaking out against corruption or helping the old lady next to me.
And are you ever worried the Matrix will come for you if you continue to accrue power and influence?
Well, they are. Like when you say
this is a shameful interview. I have lost so much respect for this guy. What a clown. Andrew Callahan is a clown. This is not a serious person.
The Matrix, like I think that's like the mainstream media, or
I think he's too nice. He seems like a nice guy. Too nice. Okay.
People, but like, who do you think the Matrix is?
I think it's the C-suites of the corporations that own the major news channels.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, but that's why I think it's so important that we have platforms like X. Say the mainstream media hates you, you can still make a business off of people who support you.
Is there any coverage that you regret at all?
Yeah, there actually is some coverage that I think I've like...
The Matrix or the...
messed up on, or not that I necessarily messed up on, but maybe not have been totally informed, which is hard because when you're making a YouTube video every single week, you just can't be like the expert on every topic. So
you can't expect to get everything right when you got to feed the content machine. You know, I got a schedule. I got an upload schedule. And if that means I skimp a little bit on you know, researching the things that I'm covering and I get some facts wrong, it is what it is. But I got a schedule. You know, thank you. You've just described the problem with alternative media. You have no standards. You are not rigorous in your fact collecting.
there was a time when I went to Ukraine and I made a video, and I was missing. I kind of like, geographically, I'm from Utah, so all the mountains and stuff, you know, like north to south. And someone when I was in Ukraine, they asked me, like, do you want to go to where the first place where Russia invaded, which was a place called Busha? And I didn't know, like, whether I was north, south, west. And then somebody interviewed me after, because I had criticized where U.S. tax dollars were going. Somebody interviewed me after asking me, did you go to the east? And I said, well, yeah, I went to Busha. I thought that, like, that's where Russia...
You didn't look on a map at any point in transport to Busha, or while you were in Busha, or after you got back to the States? It didn't occur to you to look at a fucking map?
Initially invaded. That was one of the main places they invaded before trying to go to Kyiv, so that was like a mistake on my end. And I felt so bad after that, but it was just a mistake that we had made, and I just made it publicly. It didn't make me want to do YouTube less. It was just a learning lesson, which is hard for people to have an actual learning lesson publicly.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd actually like to ask you a question.
What's up?
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, do I think that he is somebody who's going to fundamentally change the structure of the U.S. for the better? I don't think so.
So do you think just by like flooding the country with 20 million people helped us with affordability? It's not a human right to receive citizenship here. If anything, it's an opportunity if you get it, and you got to follow the rules for it.
I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
So like, I think like sympathy towards people who want to come in here has in a lot of ways destroyed the opportunities for our generation.
I think if sympathy
Devout follower of Christ, by the way.
Overpowers your ability to look at a situation objectively, that would be an example of you kind of being like hypnotized by the wrong sources of information. But I think you can have sympathy for people struggling with their better life.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Landlords have been raising the prices systematically since the 1980s. I mean, the reason you can't buy a house is not because of an immigrant. I mean, they want us to think that because it's an easier scapegoat.
Well, if you look at the graphs, when we receive all this immigration, the price of homes has gone up more than normal.
I don't think
that had to do with the 30-year mortgage. More than fucking immigration, right?
Two things are connected. If you look
and a restriction on our inventory, especially after the housing crash,
based off simple supply and demand.
Those you can.
If you bring in 20 million people, they have to be able to sleep in 20 at least.
They introduced the 30-year mortgage. All of a sudden, a lot of people that were not historically in a position to buy a home were now able to buy a home. That skyrocketed demand. That drives up prices. This happens
10 million.
Well before like any influx of like Central or South Americans.
In different locations.
Yeah, but we have 340 million people. I mean, I'm just saying home values rising and rent rising is a result of like greedy developers, landlords doing price gouging, so many factors. Like I'm from Seattle, a city with...
He's missing a few things there. He's leaving a few things out there.
Not that much immigration from the border. And since 2013, before all of this stuff, like rent had doubled because of Amazon moving their corporate campus downtown.
H-1B visas and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying Amazon as a tech company themselves bulldozed my home neighborhood, built apartments for their workers who are legal, and most of them are from the U.S., but from surrounding suburbs, and none of us could afford to live, so we had to all move to other low-income areas around, or just build our own way or move into an RV like I did. So I don't think there's a correlation between home values rising and migrants coming.
I think that'd be very stupid to not be able to come to the conclusion that supply and demand is really
poor,
rising prices.
So landlords raise prices when rich people move in because they go, oh, we got some big bucks in town, like in Aspen or somewhere.
But just a normal size home that
landlords raise prices when the demand goes up. So
used to cost $200,000, now costs $300,000.
So you're saying real estate developers see like a bunch of migrants rolling into town, they go, let's jack these prices up. These Venezuelans are rolling in cash.
And then the billionaires are able to come and buy the houses, and it causes the rent to go up, and they're able to charge certain prices, and a migrant can then move in with 8 other migrants and they can afford rent, versus the one person who has a family with 2 children can't go and get that house because
rent is going up because the richest people in the country don't care about people like you and I. And
that is not okay. All right.
They're interested in making as much profit as they can and keeping us as poor as possible for as long as they possibly.
If they were interested in making the most profit as possible, they would build more homes and sell more units, right? There's more to it than this here.
Probably can, until regular people can figure out how to get control and get a foothold in the government. I think that they want us to blame migrants because it's easier for them because they don't threaten their power either. So if they can keep us bickering about whether or not this migrant group got here the right way, then nothing will ever change and we're just going to be here forever.
You guys are being a bit silly in the chat. You guys are being a bit silly. There's some silliness here.
I would beg to differ, but I do think there is corruption within the billionaire class here inside the United States, just on a matter.
Some of you guys, I should say.
For fact basis, that the issue of supply and demand instantly comes into place when you bring in 20 million people.
If anything, wouldn't they lower the rent?
No, because then they have more competition and they can raise the prices.
Says the guy defending When did I defend billionaires? When did I say that? What are you talking about? I said that the problem with housing right now, and it's been a problem for how many years now? 16 years, is inventory is the problem.
I just don't think that immigrants are increasing the density of New York City.
When you bring in 10 million people, there needs to be 10 million locations. Not 10 million, there needs probably 2 million. Still, that's a lot of infrastructure to be up. That's a lot of building to take place. You're going to be able to raise. It's just a supply and demand issue.
Yeah, I just think we fundamentally disagree on that, knowing how just greedy developers are in general. You know,
if people aren't able to afford it, then they have to get Section 8, and then they get stuck in that system where if you make more than $40,000, you're going to lose your Section 8. And then if you go and do better, like the lower class is trapped here inside the United States because
the middle class has been erased by corporatization.
Yeah, and so
the small business sector has been gutted since Reagan.
Yeah, there's a huge issue with affordability in housing, and I think we'd be in a better place if we didn't just let in 10 million people.
He just doesn't listen. He's just not actually listening in this conversation. This kid thinks he's, I think this kid thinks he's so much smarter than Andrew. I think he takes the attention that he got from like the White House and Elon and the entire conservative movement. They propelled him to be a superstar, and he took that as like validation that he's a genius. Legal Eagle put in their opinion on the MD shooting. If you haven't seen it, podcast is going to start soon. I am curious about that, but I kind of want to power through this as fast as I can here.
Through our borders.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. I hope that you're right, because that's what Trump is doing. You know, if the border's closed and in 15 years, everybody my age is just living happily in a three-bedroom family home.
Prices will continue to go up as they go up over time, but at the rate that they were going up was unacceptable, and it screwed over me and your generation. Like, how are people supposed to be able to buy homes?
We can't.
Exactly.
You think closing the border will make it so we can buy a home?
Well, the effects are already in place. The inflation already went up. The houses and the prices have gone up, and the wasteful spending has increased as well. And who's profiting? The billionaires and...
What does this have to do with his question?
The politicians.
Well, I think they have a vested interest in making sure
the NGOs. I don't think so. I think there's...
What a nonsense, non-responsive answer to that question.
Well, there's bad billionaires. I think there's good billionaires in this world. And I think a lot of billionaires are trying to make a lot of change here in this world. And I think they create a lot of opportunity. You talk about Amazon. Well, Amazon also employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the three most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned.
You could have just said, I don't know what that word means.
Positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he's a good one. I think Elon Musk. I think what he's doing is creating innovation. He provides lots of jobs to people. I think that's a good one. And then the third one, I have to think about that. Like, I think David Sachs, he's looking for innovation inside of AI and crypto. I think that's a good thing to be happening. I think that all the guys on the All In podcast, I had a conversation with them on their podcast. I think they're looking out for the best of America. And I think a lot of the people are, I think a lot of the billionaires are actually trying to make a difference in this world with their money they have, because you don't need $1 billion, and they know that they are able to use their resources.
Well, then why do they virtually get, taxed almost nothing, while the basically bottom 99% have to give solid 20-30% of our income to the state?
Yeah, that's unfair for us. And but that's also how businesses are set up. So if you're running a business, Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money.
20 to 30% for the low income earners? Is that true?
Yeah. I fundamentally hope that everything...
I don't think that's true, for the record. What percentage do you get taxed on your first 40K? It's very low, right? Isn't it like 11 or 12% or something? And maybe you have state taxes?
You're saying it's true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing it.
Up to 11,000 for single filers, 22,000 for married couples. They get taxed at 10%. 11,000 to 44,000 for single filers. It's 12%. It jumps up to 22% once you get above that rate. Okay.
Innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money
in Minneapolis, but there's innovation happening elsewhere.
Yes, but there's so many restraints happening. Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
that is just so far. Okay. We are the most prosperous, Democratic run cities, but by a wide margin, are way more prosperous.
Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either. Yeah, so I think what you're seeing is the right is looking to have innovation, looking to succeed, and you're seeing left locations like Democrat-ran cities not prospering. In fact, they're going backwards.
Those are also the most expensive.
If we want to do how would we determine if a city was prosperous? We could do GDP per capita or average income, or what would we look at?
Then they generate the large majority of the tax revenue for the entire country. The San Francisco Bay Area, which is a big city, probably generates more tax revenue that's used for programs in the entire American South, excluding Atlanta.
That probably tells you why there's so much corruption, why there's so much bad, because you use the word programs.
Not programs, all tax revenue, highways, basically every single thing we need taxable subsidies for. So these are economic powerhouses. Even money made in a blue state still cycles back on a federal level to benefit, everything that we use tax money for. The post office, fire stations, cops, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's
why are cities? Why is California trying to essentially push out the billionaires by imposing another 5% tax on these people, when billionaires are literally the one who create opportunities and they create jobs?
Well, Newsom rejected this proposal. I doubt we're going to do a wealth tax.
for people. Yet the people who you support, because you say you're left-leaning, are the ones pushing them out.
Well, billionaires are choosing to leave because they don't want to pay an extra 5%, which kind of tell you what billionaires are about, right?
Yeah, because they're not able to then pay their employees as much.
I think they'd be able to pay
$1 billion is not a difference of $2 billion to a billionaire. You can't buy, if you have $1 billion, that you can buy a $10 million house, you can buy a $20 million house. There's no difference. The thing is they're going to face different restrictions inside of a Democrat-ran state than they are in a Republican state. That's why they all moved to Texas.
Yeah.
That's why now Elon Musk, he moved to Texas.
Yeah, they're moving to Texas to save money because they don't want their money to be taken and go to the poor.
No. And what happens in California? $24 billion went missing, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you that Gavin Newsom and the NGO industrial complex is embezzling the funds. But those, to me, I know this is probably going to sound crazy, I view them as like not necessarily having the best interest of the people.
We did not lose $24 billion, for the record.
Yeah, and those are the people you support.
I don't vote for California Democrats.
You're supporting the left. And right now you have the opportunity to support people who are actually trying to create innovation, change the country. You have the opportunity to. So does everyone watching this video. And if you think that deporting an illegal migrant is wrong.
Wait, mind you, like 20 minutes ago, Andrew was saying, like, the problem with legacy media is they're so partisan. That was like 20 minutes ago, you guys.
The word is illegal. If you think cracking down on fraud is bad, the word is fraud. If you think cracking down on the word corruption is wrong, the word's corruption. If you think a girl should be able to play, or a boy should be able to play in a female sport, it's a girl, or it's a boy playing against girls. What society benefits have come from the left?
We haven't had a sizable leftist political party in America in American history.
You had Joe Biden.
Liberals.
Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, 5-day work week, overtime benefits,
Centrist liberals defending elite interests.
And you had Obama.
Centrist liberal defending elite interests.
So who are you going to support? You need to support somebody.
You're telling me that if you can point me in the right direction of a guy, but I don't see...
stuff's happening right now. People can't afford houses right now. And then you're talking about people moving out of California. You're talking about programs.
I support...
That's the reason why California's one of the most expensive states in America.
I support voting on a local level especially. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do. So I support voting on a local level for sure.
And if we want to create change now...
He's fucking dumb, guys. I'm sorry. Andrew's a dummy.
Actually, you have to support somebody. You have to choose.
Now we have to choose.
So if you have to choose between the Democrats and Republicans...
Well, you just said yourself that the corporate media machine is on the verge of collapse. What makes you think the two-party electoral system is going to last any longer?
Quite frankly, it'll be impossible for an independent group at this point in time. I think in 50 years when the boomers are gone, mainstream media will die. But as of right now, they're still going to thrive. And right now, in this moment of time, we have to choose who's going to create the most innovation and change and make America a more prosperous country.
But Trump can't even release the Epstein files.
He has released them, and he did react, and that's his Achilles heel, is this Epstein file thing.
Yeah.
So we can't do anything about that. But what we can do is talk about fraud.
We can't do anything about the rapes. We can't do anything about the child rapes, guys.
We can talk about homelessness. We can talk about all of our money going to, like we can talk about going back to fraud, about 7% of our taxes going to fraud. We can talk about how $24 billion went missing for homelessness in California and how they're incentivized to keep people homeless so they can continue receiving money from the state.
Yeah, that's all true.
Right? Mm-hmm. So we can...
What do you mean? What? Okay, guys. Has he always been a dummy? Has he always been a dummy? Maybe he was always a dummy. I mean, I feel like I've always been a bit like Andrew Callahan skeptical. But wow, this is quite the display.
We can actually do stuff that creates change. We can't tell Trump to go release the Epstein files. And it's just because you support Trump doesn't mean you support everything he does. But he's the man in office right now, and you do need to think who's going to be able to create the change, and how are we supposed to be able to do it?
Well, he's in office, so I'm saying now is the chance to prove to people like me and like other people that positive change can happen. And if he does, it's Team Trump
I would
forever.
say he's trying to, but you're seeing what happens.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it might be that maybe he's not dumb, but I think he's like, I think he's too nice. I think he's conflict averse. I think that's my sense of things. He's super conflict averse. And so his instinct is to, he's done it like literally like a dozen times in this conversation, like steer the conversation away from conflict.
When he
Which to me, that kind of conflicts with his entire project, I guess.
Wants to go deport illegal migrants, leftist judge block his orders, or when he wants to deploy the National Guard to Chicago to make it a safer place, Democrats weaponize it. Like, do you agree that Chicago's a safe place? Would you agree the west side or south side of Chicago is a safe place?
I think that the west side and the south side are not safe places. However, I'm not sure how deploying the National Guard to that particular ICE facility out west is going to change the situations in O Block or somewhere like that.
Okay, so take a look at Memphis, for instance. They allowed the National Guard to go in there, or you can take a look at Washington, D.C. They allowed the National Guard to go in there, and crime significantly went down. In 2025, murders are the lowest they've been in years.
Well, they've been declining steadily since '94.
It's the lowest they've been in years.
One thing I want to push back on, too, is the conservative narrative that America was at its most dangerous point before Trump started cracking down. If you look at the graph, homicides have been trending downward since the mid to late 90s for a long time. We're actually in the safest time. Every single year gets more safe than the last. And of course, there are certain cities like St. Louis, Baltimore, Memphis that will always have some degree of violence, but things are not that bad in the U.S. as far as gun violence goes. They're really getting a lot better. So if things continue, I think that we'll gradually be able to root out the problem.
If you look at the graph, it's an exponential.
Well, gun violence is kind of like a uniquely American problem, but as far as like violent crime broadly, you know, we're better than a lot of places in the world.
Drop in violence in violence here in the United States.
I wouldn't say exponential. I mean, I think
it's a pretty large
the video we did about Baltimore, that they were able to cut homicides in half, and Trump didn't send anybody there. They did it all, you know, inside the community.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He just claimed that crime went exponentially down because of Donald Trump. and this is just very obviously not true. Bye-bye Bondi. Wait, what? President Trump has complained to aides recently, repeatedly in recent weeks about Attorney General Pam Bondi, describing her as weak and an ineffective enforcer on his agenda. I told you guys, motherfuckers. I told you guys that her... Oh, God, they did her dirty. Yashar Ali did her dirty with this photo. Look at the photo that he chose for her. Oh my God, no filter, nothing, bro. He did her so dirty with this photo. I told you guys her days were numbered, man. Numbered. I told you guys. She was the reason the whole Epstein stuff blew up. Like, she literally caused all of this Epstein stuff. She did that. Single-handedly did that. I knew her fucking days were numbered.
Cheers for Baltimore for doing that. Maybe if places in Chicago took that same initiative, it would happen, but they're not. So therefore, we have to trust the people in office who have the power to actually go make a change and to send a National Guard and to actually use them to make that place a safer place.
So what would they do in a place like South Chicago where you have like 50 blocks they're in food deserts with no health care?
If you had a National Guard man patrolling the streets, do you think...
No, he asked about food deserts and health care.
Young gangsters would feel emboldened to go and steal from the gas station.
Yeah.
Like, we have the military, we have them, we have law enforcement, we have laws. People haven't always been walking around in shiesties and shooting people.
They've always been shooting people. The shiesties came from Pooh Shiesty, who, by the way, is free now, and he's back in Memphis, so the homicides might be going up.
They're actually going down because the National Guard was there in Memphis.
Well, I heard his song, and he said the war's back on, whatever, but that's probably not reflective of the data.
So, like, everything we're talking about, like, they're trying to make a difference here in the United States, and we should also be trying to create change with our platforms, with our journalism. Well, I just did, as I exposed fraud, and within I think it was the next day, they freeze funding for childcare in Minnesota and telebusiness.
Because of my work, we've now cut all federal subsidies for childcare in Minnesota. Take my lead. as Andrew Callahan is like trying to, get him to like advocate for actually helping people. Now he's bragging about, like, thanks to me, billions of dollars are being withheld from Minnesota childcare subsidies. Okay.
They're legit. All they have to do is prove they're legit, but no business has been able to send them proof of legitimacy inside of Minnesota. What does that tell you?
But you mentioned the ABC Learning Center in particular.
Yes.
And I mentioned that they did, I'm not sure if this is real or not, but they did release footage of kids entering and exiting the building during operating hours on the same day that you guys were there.
And their capacity is for 40 children. In that video, there was 12 children, and that place receives $1 million.
But you do admit there was kids.
Yes, and I don't doubt that there are kids inside of some of these daycares. It'd be very stupid of a business receiving millions of dollars and not to show face with a few kids. It'd be very stupid.
Do you see also how some people could say that you pull up with a couple dudes in cameras and they would get suspicious and not want to let you guys inside?
I can understand that, but they should be able to say, they want to ask the question, how do I enroll my son, little Joey, into daycare?
Well, there's probably not that many Somali kids named Joey in Minneapolis.
Okay, so then why is it for Joey? Why is it only for Somalians inside these daycares? Where's the white little kids inside these daycares?
Maybe they don't go to...
If you walk up with a lav mic and a cameraman, I think people tend to get suspicious.
Like federally funded daycares, they get probably taken by their white parents.
So who's being robbed?
Like, I suppose in this premise, the taxpayer.
Yes, the hardworking taxpayer, while Somalians are taking and committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
Have you ever personally been defrauded?
I have.
What happened?
I gave a man money thinking that he was going to give me back on a loan. He never did.
Did you try to pursue any judicial means to get
That's not fraud, bro. You just said, oh my God, you guys.
Ability for that.
In the process right now.
Wow, that would be a crazy full circle moment. Don't you see this as potentially being a story that really evolved into a probe of the Democratic establishment in Minnesota and how they're kind of sloppily just allocating all these different federal and state funds as opposed to specifically highlighting the Somali community? Or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. And
he got it from Trump, by the way.
When I go to the daycares, there's not a single white person running any of these.
Trump made that claim, and he's just repeating the claim.
There's not a single white woman opened up the door. And a lot of them could barely even speak English. Yeah, then you also have another issue with it is these people are Muslim. Muslims literally have 4 wives. And inside of these daycares, who's all working inside?
Mormon talking shit about polyamory. Hang on a second.
The daycare woman.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
How many wives would you like to have? As many as God will give you. I grew up with 2 mothers and I absolutely loved it.
The general population, 99% of the population in Utah, do not. That's why also going back to the point of being called why we don't call ourselves Mormons, because you can misconceptualize that with groups that left the original Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, I would argue that less than 1% of Muslims in America have more than a single wife.
I don't know. Their religion allows them to have it. Maybe if they are, good for them. But that is a thing that they are able to have 4 wives. It's in their religion, and it's not against the law.
I'm just saying, when's the last time you seen a Muslim guy with just 4 wives?
Well, they treat their woman differently. You'll never see a man. You'll never see a Muslim man praying side by side with his wife. They're treated differently.
So you feel like there's societal and cultural differences that make people from Islamic societies incompatible with the U.S.?
I think if you ask a Muslim man, if we were to go to war with a country in the Middle East, ask them who they would support. That will tell you everything you need to know.
I'm on it.
Yeah, and with the daycare fraud, there's legit videos. You can find them.
The big picture: dating websites report a sharp rise in Salt Lake users who are seeking open relationships. Wait, no, that's not the same.
These daycare owners then going and giving the woman cash, and that's why you also have 81% living on welfare, because a lot of the women don't have to claim the money that they just receive from working from these daycares. It's a whole entire corporation. You have daycares, you have home health cares, you have adult daycares, you have transportation companies, you have translators that take these people to the hospital, and they're all working for that same group, and they're all receiving millions of dollars.
Yeah, the NGO.
They of course have to report those income.
Cash.
The NGO iceberg is pretty crazy.
And so why would you be actually doing paperwork correctly or giving these women paperwork if you don't pay them on paper, you can just give them cash?
Yeah.
And then they can go and claim welfare and get food stamps and then claim housing and get free housing. Why would you do that? It's obviously it's fraud, but it's screwing over Americans.
Well, it's time to stop getting screwed.
I 100% agree. And so
Andrew, oh boy. What the fuck, bud? What the fuck was that? All right, we got to start the podcast here. Holy shit. What a horrible interview. What a pathetic display that was. That was fucking crazy. Hold on. Hold.
Good job.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Hey, boys.
Big Hutch.
Hey. I'm going to run downstairs and grab a protein bar. Be right back.
Wow.
Okay.
Bro, how you fuck your shit up every time, man? That's almost impossible. Your shit is so fucked. I need a new interface or something, because I never have problems like that. No, can't hear you, bro. Keep talking to yourself.
Where's Pisco?
I don't know. Only that pickle behind you can hear you, bro.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
Okay, the gain was just on 0. Like the gain was turned. I have no idea how. Christ. All right, we got that worked out. Oh, Pisco's here. Cool. We're all here. All right. We good? We going live?
Yeah, you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm a bit sick.
No problem.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Ryan destroyed you so hard.
No, dude, like it was an insane situation. There was like sick people.
Let's go live and then you can complain about it live.
Oh,
all right.
Sure.
Oh, we all good?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I've been live. Did you guys know that, by the way?
You were live. You were streaming me saying "Let's go live," so they know this is manufactured. That I'm not. This is like all a personality I put on for the camera. And like we plan out every bit. We plan out every like interaction. None of our interactions
all highly scripted. Yeah, that's right. But just like Hutch's debate today. Did you debate people today, Hutch? I didn't catch all of it.
No, I don't think so.
With the PK something podcast?
Oh no,
PKA?
that was from last week. I was just reviewing it.
Oh. All right, I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it, bro. Sorry. How you boys doing?
We're good, but Pisco, I heard you got destroyed.
What are you talking about? I won.
Everyone's talking about it.
The vote is rigged. Do you understand the vote is rigged? And I told you guys it would be rigged. I love it, by the way.
Yeah, it's like the debate con people. This was originally set up by like the Andrew Wilson crew, right? But like some drama happened. What do you know about this?
I'm not going to speak out of turn. All I'll say is they treated me very nicely. And listen, there were Proud Boys there. My guess is that there is possible that there might have been some differences of opinion or whatever. But I actually thought Ben Swan is a low-key MVP. If you guys watched any of the show that happened, that guy was like very debonair, very dashing, and he did a really good job moderating. It turns out it's actually not that hard to moderate, counter to what Andrew Wilson was trying to claim. But it was a lot of fun.
Were you at the same event where Anna Kasparian debated Pearl?
Yes, that was one of the most one-sided debates I've ever seen in my life.
She froze.
Yes.
Pearl literally froze.
It was tough to be in the audience.
Wow, I gotta watch that.
She froze, bro.
Do you have the clip? Can we play it on stream?
Yeah.
There are multiple pause moments.
Wait, there are multiple times where she just completely freezes up. This is Pearl. This is like the red pill girl who like. I don't even know. Like, what do you even call her ideology? She's never said anything that I find even remotely intelligent enough to say like you have an ideology. But like,
we'll do a full recap. I'm gonna do a Kick exclusive stream after this show because I'm so close to the requirements for Kick verification. I just need 7 more subs. So guys, I need 7 people to sub to me on Kick, and then it'll go to YouTube too. But no, there were multiple moments in that debate which we'll take a look at.
I just thanked you. I just thanked you.
Yeah. Take a look at this.
Oh, we're opening it. Oh, cool. It's the Micah posted it too. Micah's just a viral boy, huh?
He's a boy and he's viral.
All right.
Just like me right now.
Let's do this epic debate. This is what politics is all about.
Just making things up. Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously.
It was horrible.
Next
There were
question.
multiple. So she's supposed to be interrogating Anna right now. She's supposed to be asking Anna questions. Oh my God.
No. That silence feels so much
How many
longer.
women die every year during childbirth? Not many.
It was so bad.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
No. It was so rough. So I'm in the audience right now. I'm like trying to kill myself.
Looks like she has like a microphone in her ear or something, like someone telling her what to say. That's the only thing I could think of.
No, she literally froze. Like she literally froze up.
The moderator had to like come save her multiple times to like, let me ask you a question now. Because like how they structured it was a little bit different from my and Ryan debate. Like they had interrogation times for internal critiques. And so Anna started with a bunch of questions for Pearl, and she was not pulling back any punches. It was like that moment when Cartman gets beat up by Wendy, or the moment where Homer Simpson is beating up the Hamburglar. Like, it was horrible. She was not pulling anything back. And then when it was Pearl's time, she just kept asking like questions like, why do they say that an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Like just questions about phrasing of memes, like weird repetitive questions about alimony, and then just like outright freezies. Like, it was horrible.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Anna is like, she's so scorched earth all the time. So like this is nothing to her, you know?
Can I just say, she was very sweet and genuine in person.
But what do you attribute it to, Pisco? Was she like on drugs, or was she just like caught in the headlights? Like,
I think some people are debaters, and no. So I don't think, I'm not gonna get into inside baseball stuff, but I don't think that it was because she didn't try to prepare for this type of thing. I think she did try to prepare, but not everyone is built the same way, right? Like not everyone is built to do a debate at all or the same style of debate, right? What happened on that stage isn't like what you'll see on whatever, or what you'll see on Tim Pool, or what we do sometimes internally. Like they're very different styles, and some people are bad at all styles. Some people are really, really, really good in one format, and other formats don't work as well. And just so you guys can, it's not just me just talking shit. I think that the style that Ryan and I had in our debate tends to, I think I wiped the floor with him. If you actually follow the argument, it's so fucking easy. I totally.
That's not the poster says, Pisco. There's a big X over your face.
The vote was rigged because they're all MAGA supporters. All right, the vote was fucking rigged. But that format tends to help people who filibuster and who just have the gift of the gab, because it's not as well for the Socratic thing I do on these kind of online styles. So yeah, the formats shift according to different people's skills, and I don't think Pearl is necessarily made for that format, and I just don't think it suits her.
But wait, did the MAGA people, did they choose her?
No. Oh no. Okay, so this is what you're saying. Okay, this is what you're saying.
So they chose Anna. I don't know. I mean, it seems like they're an unbiased.
So
crowd.
You're saying, excuse me. So you're saying because there was a historically awful performance in one of the biggest beatdowns in debate history.
Put yourself down, that Pisco.
Oh my God! You know what? I was gonna recommend you for World War II, but now I'm not so sure.
So it's a rough week for Pisco. He lost a debate to me, and then he lost one to Ryan. That's crazy.
Wow. Time to take a break.
You know what? You guys absolutely can take your fake W's with your rigged audiences. That's all good. You know what? All the real ones know who won those debates.
Oh, did you declare victory? Because that's what those guys always do.
I did. Yeah. So they did an interview. I don't know if they actually showed it, but Ryan is it's so pathetic. I'm not saying Ryan Mullally, like we had a great time. His behavior is so pathetic. He's replying to like Ted Cruz with like 0 interactions on his post, being like, look at how I stomped Pisco. Pisco annihilated. Like Ted Cruz doesn't know who Pisco is, my guy. But in the debate where he got raffle stomped.
You knows who I am. He retweeted me one time.
Cruz retweeted you?
Yeah, he did.
No fucking shot. Well, anyway, yeah. So go for it.
He wasn't like he shouted freedom or something like that at TPUSA event or something, and then I slowed it down and said it sounded like Braveheart, and then he quote retweeted me. So I'm pretty famous. If you guys need any connections,
he also
look cool. That's the only reason.
He also retweeted like porn that time.
He did on 9/11. On 9/11, he liked the porn tweet.
Wait, that was kind of old because the porn star looked like his wife.
A little bit.
Was that his explanation for it?
A little bit.
No, his explanation, it was an intern, but I think it was Ted Cruz.
It was obviously Ted Cruz. Yeah.
I will say shout out Eddie Bravo. We'll talk more about this during my Kick exclusive stream, but he came up to me because one of the producers was talking to me about flat Earth, and it was a very interesting conversation. I just got to say, a lot of funny people there, a lot of great stories, and yeah, it was a great time. I think that you guys would do well in these kinds of situations, and there even is like ideas that they have. Listen, I'm sure this is all dark money. It's all conservatives funded by like horrible foreign interests or whatever. But I don't think that it's bad for us to spread our ideas. There was talk even of like having debate teams or different people representing worldviews, and many references were made to you guys. So I was happily encouraging them if they wanted to reach out to you guys, and if you guys had any interest in banging with the best, that they could do that.
I have no interest in doing a live debate like that.
Oh shit! Ever?
Why, Hutch?
No.
I've been begging Hutch to do Jubilee.
I'm getting kind of blackpilled on it. I don't know about you, Hutch, but like the more I see these, just like anyone who calls it blood sports debating or like this ridiculous like shouting matches where it's like everyone already knew what they were going to say beforehand, and it's just who can be most optically like, oh, I got you real good. And it's like, yeah, I can get those clips and that's fine and all, and sometimes this convinces people, but it's so like, it feels like such a waste of time, especially when the people on the other side are so fucking stupid that they won't even like listen to the words you're saying. It's just like, hey, that's a good point. How can I deflect? It's not, hey, how can I acknowledge what you're saying? Like the only thing close to this is two people sitting down for like
skill diff
2 or 3 hour conversation, and that never happens.
It's not that I judge people who like that kind of thing. If you like that, that's fine. I'm a pretty like, I don't know, what's the word for, you're introverted, but you still. Like I do need social interaction, but there's like a hard cap. a hard cap, like 2 to 4 hours of like socializing with people, and then I have to.
You want to be like left alone?
Yeah, definitely in my older years for sure. Yeah.
I just think it's a good skill. Like it forces you to think about your arguments a little more differently. It might make you go buy a new like dress shirt or something, you know, a new pair of shoes. It just kind of forces a bunch of other things, you know.
You look like you have a lot of fun when you do it. You look super comfortable up there. It's fun watching you when you do the Jubilee stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, you look really good at it.
I was nervous as shit. I could barely speak my first appearance. So it's definitely one of those things you just got to jump in the deep end.
It doesn't show, bro.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you did the Ben Shapiro one, right? I think I saw the clip.
Yes.
And like the way that you were able to like, I think Ben Shapiro is like bad faith sometimes, but he will like acknowledge truth. And like, that's why I think your clip works so well, because you got him to acknowledge like, hey, but this is reality, right? And like, I think a lot of these people, especially the ones that go to this like word war debate, is that what it's called? Like, are just like, why am I?
Yeah,
like,
they're all MAGA people. They're all MAGA people. But I will say, after the debate, number one, I had a bunch of like, or a couple people come up to take pictures. At least one AV production assistant came up and said, I'm a big fan of you, a big fan of Destiny, I'm a big fan of what you guys do. And so that was a very cool moment. But a bunch of MAGA people came up to me and were like, listen, I obviously don't agree with like anchor babies. That's what they term the birthright citizenship thing as. But they were like, when you said that shit about what if Democrats got in power and, you know, did what they were doing with us, that Ryan's rule would allow for, it actually like that really, I hadn't heard that before. And so I was really happy with how the crowd was reacting to it. I know that like people will say that nothing can ever change the mind of MAGA people. And I think that usually that's true, but sometimes framing it as a different issue. It's not about anchor babies. It's about what Democrats could do to you if they have the power to like ultimately adjust birthright citizenship. They do hear a little bit more from that vantage point.
Did you guys see that the Groypers were disavowing the Minnesota shooter because his wife is from the Philippines and they're trying to get her parents?
Good segue.
And they're trying to get her parents to get citizenship, like literal like chain migration is what they call it. Yeah. Anyway, so there was a
fucking killed a white person, right? Which they would hate.
He did. Well, a white LGBT person, right? Is that confirmed?
Now that we've like looped into the identity politics, it's like what on the oppression Olympics like do Groypers rate like a gay white woman, like whether or not they want to preserve that part of the white race?
No, she's fair game, I think.
Yeah.
When you look at the Groypers, I feel like it's like one of those like coexist stickers on the back of a car, or like one of those with like all the colors of the rainbow, because they're actually more ethnically diverse than you would think, and like very I'm a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I'm surprised sometimes at how many Black people, people of like LGBT Q identity join the Groyper movement, given all of their at least stated beliefs.
Hey, it started by a Fuentes, right? It doesn't really make any sense. So
calls himself Afro-Latino.
I got a super for you, Hutch, from Ben Riley, who says, try to explain to Hutch to avoid narrating the ICE shooting with so many adverbs, adjectives, or mind reading. Then tell him the HTML first, JavaScript, CSS later. Also, Pisco is our senior legal correspondent.
Oh, shit.
I get the title. Three things in here. Are you building a website?
No. I don't know what all the coding stuff means. I'm lost with that.
I do. But HTML is like what websites are built off. JavaScript is like if you have like functions. And styling. I just don't know why he's telling you to do this.
I think he's using like coding language to make his point. But I was covering the shooting, and I was using a lot of words like clearly, objectively, obviously, stuff like that. And he was saying to not do that. But I was saying it in the context of so like there was a moment where we didn't have the footage from the officer, right? Like he had recorded stuff from his phone, and there were like 3 different angles of that shooting, and we didn't really have like a clear view into the of the driver and what she was doing. And then they finally released that footage, and you can very clearly, obviously see her quickly turning her wheel right before she even hit the accelerator. Yep. And I was saying that this obviously clearly shows that her intent was not to run him over. I don't know if we want to kick off the conversation this way, but
that's a good kickoff. Yeah. I think that's completely fair to say. I mean, the narrative that you have to go with, and like you have to ask these questions when you're like, we were supposed to have a conservative on, but they never showed up because they're all scared. But
AJW said he'd be down, just not tonight because he had dinner plans, but he said he's down to come on.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. He's actually a pretty reasonable, not reasonable. He's a not adversarial, mean person in real life. I met him at AmFest. But he did say I look like John Doyle, which might be an insult. The idea that you have to ask every conservative, like before you get into the like nitty gritty of like, was it justified? You have to ask them, do you think this woman was trying to kill him? And if they say yes, like, I just don't know what video they watched, because if I was in that car and I was trying to kill that guy, I wouldn't turn to the right if he's on the left side. And I wouldn't be smiling and saying, I'm not mad at you. Yeah, it's just like this ridiculous narrative of like, oh, they tried to run him over. And that's what comes from Kristi Noem and Donald Trump saying he got run over. And Donald Trump hadn't even seen the video. So they've like completely run with this like evil narrative of this like domestic terrorist. And now the video comes out and it's like, oh, she like maybe swiped him. But even then it looks like his hand was on the car because he's leaning on the car. Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's totally inconclusive. You can't tell at all whether he was hit. And for me, it doesn't matter if he was. Anyone who focuses on that, I mean, I do it just because people will like assert it that there's clear evidence that shows that he was hit, but that's not the standard. The standard is objective reasonableness, and the standard is as laid out by SCOTUS and other laws and statutes, the deadly force standard for officers. And we just need to apply that if we're having a conversation about whether or not this was a justified shooting. If you want to talk about something else, if they want to say that she's a terrorist, I mean, I think it's ridiculous. It's laughable. And that's a pretty good, I guess what you're saying, Soy Pill, is a good like gut check to tell if the people that you're talking to are coming at it in good faith, because no one can watch that video and seriously contend that Kristi Noem, JD Vance are telling the truth when they call her like, oh, intending to run him over, this kind of stuff. So maybe it's useful for that, actually.
So wait, well, go ahead, Guy.
I just want to say that the investigation will reveal what really happened, right? We hope, though Minnesota not being included is alarming. But what I've been doing is just confronting people like what Soy Pill said on the language used by Trump, that the officer was viciously ran over and lucky to be alive and recovering in the hospital, all fake, all lies. And then Kristi Noem's calling it an act of domestic terrorism. Usually you don't try to avoid your victims when you're committing terrorism, but hey, what do I know?
No, I mean, that it's so clear that she's trying to avoid it. The initiation of the turn in the first place, her demeanor, and just putting that aside, if we took this rule that anytime a vehicle is sort of in the direction of a person, it constitutes de facto or by itself justification for the use of deadly force. Do you want to know how many incidents would qualify for that? It's insane. So this is not the standard. You just have to apply the constitutional and legal standard if that's what you're looking for. If you're trying to talk about something else, talk about it. But like, so many people will just invent a new standard, which is, was he hit or not? And if he was hit, you must acquit. Like, that is what they're trying to turn this conversation into, about whether he was hit or not. That's not the inquiry. They need to give a test. Once they have the test, they need to apply the test, but they never do that because they don't have a test. They're just going off of their feels.
Did you see your former co-host, or maybe you guys are on hiatus, Straighteraid was on Tim Pool talking about this?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Tim, one of Tim's biggest arguments is, well, this has happened to him before, and he has PTSD from it, so he reacted differently, which is like, I don't know, maybe you can speak on this as the the senior legal correspondent, but if someone has a experience that would otherwise make them act irrationally or differently from a reasonable person, whatever that's,
if Aaron was arguing
that at all, like
if Aaron was arguing against that, she was right. Like, the whole reason why we don't look to good faith of the officer at either is because the test isn't subjective reasonableness or subjective beliefs. It's objective reasonableness. So you need to show that an objectively reasonable officer in the position of said cop would do X, Y, or Z. And obviously, an objectively reasonable officer wouldn't be operating using trauma. Like, saying it's trauma that caused the response is another way of saying
he should have been on leave.
Correct. Like, it's a way of saying that he wasn't in his right mind.
Yes.
And that, of course, is not an objective reasonable test. That's like Maybe it's a way to explain away the conduct. Maybe you could like downgrade it from murder or something for some other form of homicide through one of these, I don't know, state rules, but it's not the test for justification.
I've been telling my chat, like, I've been saying it on the podcast too, like, don't underestimate Vance. He's an intelligent guy. He's a shrewd guy. But when he said that during that press conference on Friday, I was like, that's pretty fucking dumb. Because you're making the case that he should have been doing a desk job or he should have been put on leave. Like, that's not that's not a justification for the killing. I mean, back to what we were talking about, like in terms of the wheel positioning and her steering wheel. In a particular context, it doesn't really matter what her intent was, because if he had a legit fear, like or credible or reasonable,
right? It's his apprehension of her intent that matters, right?
But it does establish like really firmly that not that we didn't already know this, but like Kristi Noem getting up there and saying that, you know, literally not even before her body was cold, was so unbelievably unprofessional. Like even a Republican senator, was it Tillis? Is he a Republican?
Yeah, Tom Tillis.
He came out and he spoke about how this is really unusual for the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security to get up there and make such a declarative statement like that. To use language like calling her a terrorist, like the word terrorist. And I don't know if you guys saw the Tapper interview, but he did a pretty decent job grilling her on this. And I
don't watch Tapper anymore after he mutilated my boy Biden.
He's a bit of a mixed bag, but
I'm just joking.
But he was good in that interview, and she was just she was totally non-responsive. Like you would ask her questions, and it was like 3 or 4 questions in a row. She just completely dodged the question.
Yeah, she wouldn't take the bait. She wouldn't engage. She stuck to her original narrative, which was ridiculous. She stuck to her original story of the ICE officers were stuck in the snow and they were trying to push their car out, and then this woman came barreling down trying to run them over. It's basically how she described it at first, and she's like, well, that's the facts. Like, that's not the facts at all, you nut. What do you guys think of some Democrats are saying we should shut down the government, and not shut down the government in exchange for ICE training being extended? Right now, I guess it's like 47, 48 days for new officers. I don't know how true it is.
Support. Yes. I think they should.
So
I think
Democrats.
Yeah, do it. Yes. Now's the time.
Hell yeah.
That's the wedge issue, though. Like, if they say, okay, we'll give more
And
training to
healthcare.
ICE agents.
And healthcare.
Okay, I was going to say,
Not-
that should be the expectation, but like, I don't know if we like, ICE is doing horrible things. The worst part about ICE is not that they're incompetent dumbasses. That is a big bad thing. But if you
defund ICE, dismantle ICE, destroy it,
to be better at doing what they're doing, that can't be our win from the shutdown. It's like, oh, like that is the like left wing, you know, the Democrats are just diet Republicans. And when we say, oh yeah, like what's the win? It's like, well, we have the more trained ICE, you know, like, oh, great, cool.
Hold on. I think that a lot of people are saying get rid of ICE and all this, and I agree that the agency is poisoned and probably gonna have to be remade when Democrats take over. But we still want, maybe you guys disagree, but I still want ICE out there getting bad criminals out of communities. I mean, does anybody?
I don't want ICE doing it. I want some other people doing it. I want some other people.
Abolish ICE. This is like one of the things that I've like fully moved left on, because before I'm like, this is like abolish the police. This is ridiculous. Obviously, we need some sort of law enforcement, immigration enforcement. When you see how rotten to the core this institution is and how corrupt and evil they are operating, I'm like, destroy this institution and remake it and enforce immigration some other way. I want ICE gone. So it's not I think cool, more training.
I think that's probably politically dumb, but I mean, as of like right now.
Do you agree? Like, maybe it's bad to say rhetorically. Is it something you agree?
I'm just gonna say fuck ICE.
Wait, hold on.
I'm just gonna say
it. I'm 100% with you. Fuck ICE. It is rotten. You're 100% right about that. I'm not talking about like the idea of abolishing ICE. I'm not opposed to that. I'm saying that if you run on abolish ICE right now, then you are going to run into that issue where a lot of people, they're going to twist it and they're going to turn it into they don't want to enforce immigration. And
so like say something crazy like Democrats are for open borders and they want an invasion.
Well, they
to
will.
Continue. And they would never say that.
They will do that, and it'll probably work on a lot of normies.
They've been doing it for years, right? Like, how much worse can their lies about Democrat positions get?
They're doing it now. They're saying like, oh, we actually were trying to arrest a child molester, and Democrats don't want ICE to do that, right? That's what they're going to say, stuff like that.
And if you have like the entire party running on abolish ICE, you're just kind of giving them a layup there. So you can run on aggressively implementing reforms, and I think that's probably the politically smart thing to do.
I would say abolish ICE, fund CBP. That's my new fucking strat.
Okay.
Well,
Fund
I mean, I don't know if
CBP.
you guys saw there was a civics civics poll that came out today that showed support for abolishing ICE went up 17 points since
Hell
the
yeah, fuck ICE.
since the incident. So this incident is clearly not like, I think the Republicans thought this would be a total layup. They saw that they got really stuck on that one really grainy one where you don't really see the angle at all. And they thought this was a slam dunk, but the public is very much sympathizing with the protesters right now. I thought it was also really good that we had thousands of people protesting over the weekend and it didn't devolve into like a riotous kind of violent thing. And so we have public opinion on our side at the moment. I think there's like movement towards like being sympathetic to abolishing ICE, but it's still unpopular. It's like 42-50. So, conventional wisdom would tell you don't run on unpopular things.
This is
don't free the slaves.
This is the problem we ran into with defund the police. Is like we just assumed people would understand what that meant. Like, oh well, that means then we're gonna move some of the duties onto some other services, but we still want some cops. People don't have the imagination to figure it out. So I
agree with that.
Criticizing ICE too hard.
I agree. Like, yeah, if you say abolish ICE, that's going to be way more detrimental to your campaign than if you say heavily reform ICE, and when you get elected, you actually end up, destroying and reforming it into something new. You can't run on just get rid of it. That's a soundbite that could be used against you.
We can and should criticize the fuck out of ICE right now. Like
my campaign strategy would be fuck ICE. That's my logo.
Every day that passes, there's like a dozen new videos of ICE agents acting wildly unprofessional. Like it is so apparent that they cut back the days that they train these people. There's no professionalism. I watched a video today of a guy encircled by 5 ICE agents. He's screaming at the agents. They're getting into an altercation. He has a serious problem with one of the guys. One of the other ICE officers, he looks at him and says, "I'll talk calm to you. I'll speak calmly to you because you're speaking calmly to me." And the other ICE agent, like that's a moment right there of de-escalation. That is like ideal situation. You have an interlocutor on the ICE side that is the man is willing to speak like calmly to, and the guy right next to him, an ICE agent he just like in that moment jumped in and escalated it immediately. Just started screaming at the guy, saying he was gonna arrest him. Like how many dozens of videos have we seen of ICE walking up to people doing constitutionally protected things? Like you can monitor ICE, you can follow them, you can record them as long as you're not impeding their arrests or their the course of their duties or anything like that. And we've seen dozens of ICE agents walking up saying, did you not learn your lesson? Like these putrid fucks should be criticized like relentlessly by this party. I'm just saying we should stop short at like abolish.
Okay, what about Nuremberg trials for current ICE, and then we'll put in good ICE agents?
Closer.
I'm saying we could threaten a shutdown over some major changes to ICE and how they are trained, starting with training, like double the training, but also, some of their actions. Like
Democrats can't fund this government. Democrats can't vote to fund this government without getting something in return. I don't understand. This should be so clear.
No.
I'm glad you. Oh, what? Hutch.
It's a must pass moment. Get something every time. We should be getting something every time.
Hell yeah.
Again,
what did we get last time?
You can't force compliance out of this Republican Party. You just can't force them to do things. If they decide to dig their heels in again and say, we're not going to move
then
an inch.
It shuts down. Shut the bitch down.
No, then you exploit the shutdown for as much political value as you can extract and then end the shutdown. Because like you guys cannot seriously be justifying like several months of not sending SNAP payments for a Republican Party that's not going to give any concessions.
I am.
Off the table. Snaps off the table through September. So we don't have to worry about that. But Hutch, you wouldn't support shutting down the government over major reform to ICE? You don't think the public would be behind us on that?
Well, hang on. What you just told me changes the calculus. What did you just say? The SNAP payments are what now?
SNAP payments are off the table through the end of the fiscal year. That was part of the deal the Democrats made.
If that's the situation, then I would be way more amenable to a prolonged shutdown. But I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think that there might be some momentum here to force some changes from ICE and how Trump is using them with this shutdown.
I want to push Hutch a little bit in our ritualistic conversation. All right, Hutch. Why the fuck does it change anything? Trump was already illegally withholding SNAP funding. So if it changed your calculation and then Trump started illegally withholding SNAP funding in month 2, and you'd be like, but it's funded till September.
The courts forced his compliance there. The courts checked him on that, on withholding SNAP payments.
That wasn't enough for you to be assuaged at the time that the shutdown was lifted by Democrats there. There was still some runway.
No, we've already had this conversation though. I said that I think that they could have gone like a little bit longer, is what I said. But like I literally like 1 or 2 more weeks. But there does get to a point of diminishing returns. Like if you do have a prolonged shutdown that lasts for like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, then you do risk the political benefit of the shutdown fight that we had in the first place. Obviously that benefited Democrats substantially. Like we've seen the polling, they overwhelmingly blame Republicans correctly and Trump for the expiring tax credits. But if you keep a shutdown going for like 4 months, especially given that it was also going into holiday season, you do run the risk of like people just at some point saying, okay, this just needs to end. And then you lose all the political benefit that you got in the first place. And so I think
who does Trump or the Democrats?
No, the Democrats.
Yeah, but what is feeding that intuition? I mean, we saw the Republicans being blamed. I don't understand what feeds the intuition that Democrats be blamed as opposed to Republicans. That's what I never understood.
Can you not understand what I'm saying? Like if it's a 4-month shutdown, a 5-month shutdown, then you're talking about
why does that change who will be blamed for it? That's what I don't want to know.
Because people will feel directly the impact of that shutdown over time. Like you and me, maybe we didn't feel the impact of the shutdown right away.
Yeah, no. Why would that change who people would blame?
Because people at a certain point don't want to do those sacrifices. They don't want to be the
ones. Why would that change whether they blame Republicans more than Democrats?
Are you playing dumb right now? What are you doing?
No, I'm not.
Do a piece on this. Why would they shift?
Why would they switch their target of who they blame?
No. You're not understanding what I'm saying. At a certain point, if people experience the chaos, especially going into holiday season with air travel, people are all over the country stuck in airports for like.
Yeah, still blame Trump more.
Literally 12
yeah, still
hours.
blame Trump more.
No.
You'll be more mad at Trump.
You don't understand the risk of that person in that moment saying, I don't care who ends this shutdown, but someone needs to end it. And at that point, you have lost some of that political value because people don't care.
In virtue
at that
of
point.
what? In virtue of but like they were blaming Republicans. So what? Why would they change?
We're circling the drain here. I can repeat myself, but you keep repeating yourself. The more prolonged it gets, the more you risk losing that political benefit.
Why? I don't understand why.
I just explained it to you.
No, but you didn't say why. You just said they might.
Did.
They might decide ends it.
Hold on. Let me try it again. Did any of us directly feel the impact of the shutdown? Like
irrelevant, not answering.
Did any of us feel the impact of the shutdown?
Not answering.
Did any of us
not answering?
Shut the fuck up. Mute his mic. I swear to God. Did any of us feel it?
No, I would
probably not, right? Like mostly not. But if it goes on for 4 months, all of us are going to feel it in some form or another. And at that point, people get impatient and they don't care who's to blame. They just want it to end. And the longer it goes on, the longer they're thinking either party could stop this right now. Like the Democrats could stop it right now. And you do risk losing that political benefit.
Well, can I give a story too? I'll give a Just So story. Yeah, the longer this goes on, the more anger they'll be at the people that they're blaming for it, namely Republicans. Therefore, the longer it goes on and the more pain they feel, the more they'll blame Republicans.
Maybe.
Why does that story not make sense?
Maybe that happens. I'm saying it's a risk. I would say a considerable risk.
The Republicans would have been blamed more. May have the gap may have shrunk over time, but in the end, they still would have been blamed more, I think. But I agree with you, Hutch. I wish they had held out longer. But look, we just had a vote on a clean 3-year extension of the ACA enhanced subsidies.
Republicans voted for it, right?
Passed in the House.
17.
Passed in the House.
It's dead in the Senate, though. But the thing is, if it passes,
I don't know.
Go for it.
Well, because people like Van Orden voted for it. These are total Trump dick riders, and they voted for it. So there may be some momentum there that ends up getting a vote in the Senate eventually, and it passes, and Trump signs it. So in the end, we may get what we ultimately wanted. But we still won because we moved the issue to the forefront, and now we're seen as the party fighting.
That I agree on. Net Democrats are better off for raising the issue in the first place. No doubt about that. And I think that was a good issue. Ultimately, I think that's totally fine. And so I'm not here saying Democrats are useless at everything. I'm not that kind of guy. I love Democrats. I love the Dems. All right. But I'm just saying We just want a little bit more fight. We want some viciousness. That's what I want.
Can I ask you guys a hypothetical?
Yes.
If we had a crystal ball, excuse me, if we had a crystal ball, and I could tell you with 100% certainty that the Republican Party will never concede anything because they're too beholden to Trump's interest right now.
Yes, I would.
Explain that to me. Please explain that to me.
Because it doesn't mean the voters.
What I was going
won't
to ask is, would you be okay with stretching the shutdown for a year?
Yes. Yes.
If you knew that you weren't going to get any concessions,
yes.
Why?
Yes, I'll tell you why.
The Republicans were and vote for you. Like that, isn't that what we want for them to be out?
Yeah, that's your argument, Hutch.
Hold on. Say that again.
You would partner with civil rights abolitionists to defeat fascists.
Yeah.
Hold on. What parallel are you drawing here? Hold on.
Just because we don't get any concessions in the Senate from the shutdown, let's say they're stubborn as a mule. Your crystal ball is 100% correct. Does not mean that the voter base is going to say, "Look who's in charge. They are fucking us. They've been fucking us for a year. We are not reelecting them." That's the win.
And you guys think that you would have like the support of the broader electorate for a year-long shutdown? You are fucking insane. No,
wait, why?
You are in a bubble, an internet bubble.
No,
if you think the
I'm not
public
saying
would back a year-long government shutdown,
they're going to blame Trump. They're going to blame Trump. Trump's in charge. They're going to blame Trump.
Wait, Hutch,
you have lost
you don't think
your mind.
Even they would blame the Republicans even 1% more? You don't think that even 1% more blame
I
would
think beyond a
benefit
certain
it?
point, the broad electorate are going to get to a point where it's like, I don't care who ends this, but it has to end. Because
based
you
on
cannot
what?
shut
In
the
virtue
government.
of what is feeding that intuition?
Because you cannot shut the fucking government down for a year, Pisco. It's not
Yeah, but like, do you have any, other than like,
there would
it
be
feels like
so
they wouldn't
much
like this, you have
disruption
like
and chaos.
precedent.
Yes,
or,
that
like,
they would blame on Trump, the people in power, Trump who
So that
won the
makes
election.
it worth it? I mean, we already have a huge advantage.
Yes.
But we already have a huge advantage on them electorally right now.
The inches we need are all around us.
We are
Hutch, all right?
already demolishing
We need to win
them.
Alaska. We need to win Alaska. We need to win Iowa. We need to get Carrie Lake in there. Did you guys see that? Carrie Lake, like apparently moving to Iowa to.
Yeah.
That would be a fucking gift from God above. No, listen, Hutch. This is my calculation. I'll tell you what. When I determine what action we should take, I look at the different situations, the different worlds that could exist, and whatever I think the least harmful outcome is the decision by and large I'm going to take. And I think you and I agree with that. Okay. We love taking the least bad option. Agreed?
Generally, yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's
Generally,
a good
yes.
principle. Yes.
We agree on that. So I think having a persistent shutdown based on a principle of Democrats don't give votes to fund a government without something in return, a principle that we used to uphold, that doing that when the Republicans are unwilling with our crystal ball to budge on anything, and we knew it for a certainty, is still preferable to giving in. Because I don't believe that there's going to be mass death in America because of that situation.
Wait, what? That's the only metric here?
Death. Not the only metric. I don't think that the consequences to the health and well-being of the American people are such that it overcomes how much gain there is for Democrats in terms of political advantage in the fight for our country, Hutch, which is the fight against fascism, which you agree with. So if it's the case that the government is not funded for a year, and if it's the case that Republicans are going to be blamed more for it, which I think it will, then I think it's worth it.
Okay, let me ask you a question, okay? This is really important. Would you agree to a year-long government shutdown if it meant that you did not receive any income in that year?
Wait, a year-long shutdown for me and myself?
Yes. If it meant that you did not receive any income for an entire year. During that time, for as long as the shutdown is going.
I did answer yes to that question, Hutch, just so you're aware. But this is another example. I love Hutch. I want to say I love Hutch. I love beautiful Hutch. Hutch is beautiful.
Don't do that disclaimer.
This is don't do that. But I will say that was one of the slimiest debate tactics I've ever seen. Basically, what you're saying
it's
is
not slimy.
So it is slimy. It is slimy.
No, it's not.
Wait, Hutch. Hutch. I just want to explain why it is slimy. Will you give me the space to explain why it's slimy?
You're volunteering.
Will you give me the space to explain it? I just don't want to be interrupted when I say it.
You're volunteering other people for a hunger strike. That's what you're doing.
Saying like
Hutch,
Ukraine war.
You're not the one losing your income. You're not the one losing your government benefits or your income.
Can I have the space to explain why I think it's slimy to use that debate tactic? without
if you
interruption.
are not prepared to make the same exact sacrifices that you're asking other people to make during
I'm
a
just
shutdown,
asking whether or
it's
not
a
I can have
fair
the space.
question. That is a
I'm
fair
just-
question.
No,
bro.
I just want to know if you will give me the space without interruption to explain why it was a slimy debate tactic.
Okay, guys.
Okay, without interruption. Thankful. All right. So the reason why it was a slimy debate tactic, because what it's trying to draw out is whether or not I personally would be a hypocrite, and whether or not I personally would be a hypocrite, even if it were the case that I would be a hypocrite, it doesn't mean it's not in the best interest of the country to do what I'm proposing. The question is on what would be best for the country, not whether Pisco himself is a hypocrite in that he would personally give up his income to accomplish what's best for the overall country. And so I'm finishing now. So given that, you understand the issue is what's in the best interest of the country. And given that whether I'm a hypocrite is irrelevant to that, you bringing it up is meant to put me in the position of seeming like a limousine liberal, put me in a position of either confessing to being a hypocrite or people saying, I don't believe you because you would never sacrifice yourself for the country.
I mean, I think it's fair to point out that we are not going to be the ones that are paying that sacrifice for a government shutdown. In fact, we probably benefit because more chaos gives us content. Our incomes probably go up as a result of this. But that wouldn't be the case for the how many federal workers are on the payroll that would lose their paychecks, or how many people are relying on government programs that could be potentially impacted by these kinds of things. I don't
You think I'm unaware of that?
I don't think it's irrelevant to say that we are volunteering other people to make that sacrifice. It's
but
easy
Hutch,
for
we
us
do
to
this all
say
the time. Like, would you say you're a hypocrite if you don't want to go die in the front lines, but you're voting for a war that you think is just? Like, yeah, a little bit, but that doesn't mean the war isn't just.
I understand
right?
that. So I understand the point you're making. But in this hypothetical that I just gave you, you're not really articulating what the benefit of a year-long shutdown would be. A political benefit? We are already beating them by a margin. Hold on. We are already beating them by a margin of 12 points on average in our elections against them.
It's called not resting on your laurels and trying to get more, because we need more, because it's not enough to just win the House by like a little margin or have another fucking mansion situation.
Hutch, to be clear, Pisco, I think you would agree with this. If we knew for a fact that we were going to blow out in the midterms and we were going to win, and like, of course we wouldn't want to do this. Like, of course.
If my intuition, if I thought that the Democrats would be hurt by and large by standing on principle and doing the right thing, I think in this context, then yeah, of course I wouldn't be in favor of it. It's informed by the intuition. Now, here's the question, Hutch. If you knew, this is where you're gonna get the question. I think it's fair. We answered the hypothetical crystal ball, same crystal ball that you gave us. We apply it to you, and now you know for a certainty all the consequences of the shutdown that you've expressed are there. Republicans are also just as unwilling to negotiate. However, in this situation, the comparison is doing the shutdown and standing on your principle then will yield 6 more U.S. Senate seats and 20 more House of Representative seats.
That's a tangible guarantee. That's a tangible guarantee, and I would think about it at least. I would at least consider it. But you guys are not articulating.
Benefit. Would you say yes?
I would think about it. Genuinely, I don't have an answer off the top of my head. I would have to think about that. That's tough.
You would say yes. Because it's the soul of the country, and if someone said to you,
but you guys are not articulating a benefit.
Hutch, I know you're saying that you'd have to think about it. Hutch, if you think about it, and if you come to determination that yes, you would. If someone came up to you and said, "Oh, you're not throwing yourself on the line, Hutch," you'd be like, "Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, but it's tangential to what I think is in the benefit of the country."
Here's my caveat: if that were the case, if you could guarantee 6 seats, you had a crystal ball, I would not support it unless the Democratic Party led a national like mutual aid network. You know what I mean? Like, unless the Democratic Party took a very active and direct role in providing relief for people, to make sure that people don't lose their homes, people can feed their kids. That's a tall order. I mean, I don't even, it would have to be we would have to attract like major donors and like it would be a Herculean effort, but I would have to think really long and hard about like a year-long shutdown and all the pain that would cause, because that would not be fun. And I don't know what polling you guys are looking at, but there's no fucking way that the public would ever get behind a year-long shutdown under any circumstances.
No, who they're going to blame is the question.
The year-long shutdown. We'd say that the year-long shutdown would help Dems more than it would help Republicans, meaning that Dems would have a better chance in the midterms.
No, there are a lot of Americans that will and do support shorter-term shutdowns for some kind of political fight to raise the salience of an issue. You are not going to find, like, they are going to get so fed up with that shutdown so fast
They're going to get so mad at Trump, just
No,
like the
they-
Iranians right
you're
now
not-
are
you-
mad at the fucking, among
I
other
think-
reasons.
No,
but what,
I think it's
what other
obvious.
reasons?
I think it's
among
obvious.
other reasons.
You interrupted me.
Among other reasons.
You interrupted
Oh,
me
yeah,
here.
sure, go.
I think
Sure,
it's
sure,
I think
sure.
it's so obvious that they would get so tired of it and just be equally mad at both parties past a certain point. There are diminishing returns for this kind of thing. And the smoke that you guys have for Democrats for not being able to magically force a death cult of a political party to concede when they have
That's not
political
what we
power.
said. Wait, we bit the bullet, or at least I did, and I said I would be.
If they 100% chance can't get them to concede, this might
We would
be
still do
better
it.
in the long run.
Short term, yes. I would support a short term shutdown, yes, for political gain, but you're sacrificing that beyond a certain point.
I got to read this super because it's to your point, Hutch, and they gave me $100. So thank you very much, Spook. They said the main thing is that Democrats suck at messaging, and given the administration has a stranglehold on it, combining it with the fatigue, i.e., what you were just saying, like a very long, drawn-out shutdown where it's like really hurting people, would have been a tipping point. They think that they should have held out for the shutdown, but I do get what you're saying, Hutch. It's perceivable to me that this could be worse in the long run. This is not a hill I will die on. I'm saying that ultimately what Pisco and I think IRI agree, is this would hurt the Republicans more. And if this was like the difference between a slight win in the midterms, which were projected maybe a bigger win, versus like, oh, we're guaranteed to win, I think it's okay to sacrifice that during the shutdown.
Here's the big question, right? And I think ultimately we can go back to 2024 for this. My intuition is that 2024 was lost / an uphill climb because of the actual sort of feelings and conditions regarding the state of the country and prices and inflation. There are some people who say Biden and Kamala lost because of messaging. I am much more inclined to think that 2024 and a lot of these economic conditions, that people's blame for them are correlative, and they blame whoever's in charge. And if you take that view and you think it has less to do with the stranglehold on alternative media or whatever, then I think you'd be inclined to say that any bad thing that persists while Trump is in office is going to be blamed on Trump, by all else equal.
That doesn't feel analogous, because it's not like with the economy, you can make a decision to end a shutdown and, bring inflation down. But you can, as a Democratic Party in Congress, give the votes to pass a budget to end a shutdown, to stop a shutdown.
And
you
Trump
can have
can
a much
agree.
more, you can have a much more direct impact. And I just think it's so crazy that like, even when I told you, even when I gave you the hypothetical of like, they're not going to give you any concessions. That to me is just purely performative. You're just chasing like catharsis, and you're not really.
So
you don't really have an
we're gonna
articulate-
wait, I just want to pause real quick. So, all right, it's not bad faith because it is my real opinion. You can say you disagree with it. Doesn't mean
I
that
didn't
it's
say you're
bad faith.
I didn't say you're bad faith.
It's not performative. I actually do agree with this. And saying something like
performative, he would have won his debate.
And like
you're
saying
pissed
that,
and you want like an avatar to like channel that anger and do something with that anger. But a shutdown, a year-long
this is
shutdown.
infantilizing. You're basically saying that my strat is some kind of like emotional release, and that it makes me feel good to just be angry or something. But like, I just don't have that intuition. My intuition is that strategically, it doesn't make sense for us to signal as negotiators, if you push us like hard enough, then we won't have any line. And what you're suggesting, I think, is even more ridiculous and even more emotional, which is you, with 1 year of shutdown, will give up basically anything. I mean, why would this not apply to any program you care about? If that were on the table, if the only budget they passed, it was clean CR plus, eliminating something that you really cared about. If someone came up to you and say, "Oh, you want people to starve or whatever," you would not accept it. Everyone needs to have a line in negotiations, and to claim that my line is performative, but whatever bullshit line you're going to come up with, because I will push you, and we've already done it. Frankly, I said if funding the government was contingent on ending Medicare altogether, you would be against it, right? And that's a line that you would. That's a line that you would draw. But that line's not performative because it's Hutch's line. But my line is performative because it's Pisco's line. It doesn't make any sense.
But this shutdown doesn't get us anything. Like, I'm trying to get people to understand that your anger and your frustration should be directed at the Republican Party, who are currently a death cult subservient to a senile pedophile who is instructing them for the barrel of a political gun to not give any concessions whatsoever, and they're obliging him. They are the problem. If you can't force them to make concessions, your anger should be reserved to them. And the proposition of a year-long shutdown.
The logic is not oh, we're doing this just to be like, well, if they're not going to back down, we won't. The logic is we would project that Republicans would perform significantly worse when the midterms roll around we still continue.
That's
and
crazy.
If you don't agree with that, that could be where you contend, but we're not doing it just to be performative. It's the idea is we would win more votes because more people would blame them for the shutdown.
But why do you say they would not give in on anything? Where is that coming from?
Crystal ball. So this is the crystal ball hypothetical.
No.
Where they won't.
We had the longest shutdown in our government's history, and they did not indicate even a tiny inch that they were willing to concede anything. Okay, we already know that that's what they did. Okay, maybe the politics are different this time around. Like maybe because we had, just like you said, we had like 17 Republicans in the House that voted for these tax credits. And if that's the case, then it does change the calculation. Like if I actually thought that there was wiggle room, if you could give me some quotes from Republican senators that are like indicating that their political calculation has shifted, and maybe that changes the whole discussion.
What about the votes in the House?
What about them? I just said. I just mentioned those.
Right. Yeah. So now, given the fact that Republicans have signaled the willingness to do that thing, why would it not make sense? Well, I'll tell you why. Is because Democrats have already signaled their weakness. That one of the problems with negotiating, where you define when it is that your line is, your bottom line is, and where it'll be too much pain is, now knowing that line, Republicans are just going to eat your heart out in every negotiation. So we fucked ourselves because we have useless negotiators.
Has a government shutdown
slash defectors?
Has a government shutdown ever led to concessions?
Yes.
I don't know if that's true. Has it ever? When has there ever been concessions?
There, I mean, yes. In the Ted Cruz shutdown, they put in some reporting requirements for the new exchanges, that they were doing under the Affordable Care
ACA
Act.
Thing?
I mean, yeah, they put in some reporting requirements there. You know, you can contest how significant they were, but we're not talking about major policy concessions as the only reason we would do the shutdown. Soy Bill has now just said this 3 times. I'm just hoping that you hear him, that we've laid out why we think that it would make sense that Republicans would be politically blamed more for the situation than Democrats. And so you can't just say it's performative unless you are like, it's so ridiculous to think Republicans would be blamed more. So you have to actually take the argument as it is.
It's performative when you say that you would support a shutdown even if you knew it wouldn't amount to any concessions for a year. What is the point of that shutdown?
So this is the 5th time now I'm saying it, and Soy Bill said it multiple times. So there's a thing called
but you live in
winning
fantasy. You live
elections.
in a fantasy world where you think the public would like, you think this would net us like 10 or 20 seats in the House or like 5 seats in the Senate, when in reality it would just piss off the entire electorate, and they would become
against
disillusioned.
Against
No, against both parties is what would happen. You
okay,
guys
if
are
everyone's
living in a
disillusioned,
fantasy.
Democrats will. If everyone's disillusioned, Democrats will clean house. Because Democrats voters will go up to the polls
We're
and the disillusioned
already
voters won't.
cleaning house, though. That's the thing. Like, you guys are why fuck up a good thing? Like, why take a risk like this?
We said if we knew for a fact, like, we're going to stop them, the midterms are a fucking lock, then we wouldn't even bother.
Yes,
that's
correct.
Cisco and I conceded.
I'm not resting on the laurels. I think the whole Constitution is up for grabs.
Sure thing. And yeah, and that fascism is on the rise. And like the idea that like you're willing to say, and like we'll even say like, yeah, in a trolley problem dichotomy, I would 100% put my weight behind a segregationist Dem to beat fascism. Yeah, if that's the only other option.
Yes.
In the same way, like if this was the like one of the best ways, only ways to win the midterms, we would do this. But this is not the best option, and the downstream consequences, like you said, could absolutely fuck us. And the same way, electing a pro-segregationist Dem as like the governor or like a senator could absolutely fuck the people of that state. Like just because my interracial marriage might get fucked doesn't mean I don't think that would be better than stopping fascism.
So the disconnect here is you guys seem to think that it would benefit Democrats. I think you're delusional. I think there's...
Wait, why?
I think...
In virtue of what?
I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm just going to say that I think you guys are fucking delusional if you think that that would be a political benefit to Democrats.
Worse conditions in a prolonged shutdown would hurt the party in charge. That's delusional. Hutch's take is it's delusional to think that.
If you think that the broad public would tolerate all of the disruption and consequences of a year-long shutdown.
We're not saying we tolerate it. We'd say they blame Trump.
No.
As the
They
shutdown
would
went
blame
along,
both
they
parties.
blamed
At some
Republicans
point,
more,
they would be
right?
like, we don't give a fuck about this anymore. Democrats, you
Wait.
need to just vote to open
Wait,
this.
wait.
That is what would happen.
Maybe-
and you guys
maybe.
are fucking
Maybe.
delusional
But
if
get
you
this,
think that
Hutch.
anything
Based on
other
the
than that
data.
would happen.
Based on the data from the last shutdown, if you look at who blames Republicans, it goes up the longer the shutdown went on. Okay. So if you have data to show that there's an inflection point where suddenly they're like, fuck the Dems, this is awful.
the Dems.
I would like to see it, but I have not seen this data.
That's why
If this
I
data
said
exists, I'll be like, oh shit.
Why?
Maybe this is something we need to not let go wrong.
Why would the
anymore.
Democrats get blamed? Like Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Well,
People
come
do
on,
not
because
understand
they
that you
can
need
vote to pass
votes
the
in the
budget.
Senate.
Because they can vote to pass the
So
budget.
can the Republicans. That's true of both.
I get it. I understand that. But the public will at some point the public will be like, I don't care if you're not getting the concessions. We can't. No, you guys are.
I disagree. Go up to 10 random Americans and say, how many votes do you need to pass a bill in the Senate?
They don't
have
know
no
shit.
idea. They don't even know how many
That's
senators.
not the point. They're going to experience the consequences, and they're going to say this has to end.
Blame Trump. They're Republicans. They control everything. It's such an easy layup for the Democrats. Republicans control everything. I don't know what's going on
You
here.
guys are fucking delusional.
Wait, we should bring
Fully
Josiah
delusional.
on. Wait, where's
On
Josiah?
what?
Josiah, he's in the chat. Wait, we should bring Josiah on if he's around.
Second of all, there's no world in which a year-long shutdown happens. We had the holidays coming up. Business travel would have slowed down. The economy would have been shaky, and Trump would have bent the knee. Would have been the game over.
There won't be. And Hutch, let me alleviate your fears. There won't be a years-long shutdown for the reasons I just stated, and also because Democrats are too weak to let it happen. They've already shown their hands.
Oh my
They've
God.
already shown their hands.
The fact that you think that is strength, that
That's
is
true.
political
No,
strength is, I
of
think,
course is. It of course
biggest
is.
disconnect between you and I.
No, they've signaled their weakness on not all of them, but a dispositive amount of Democrats have signaled that they're going to bend if you just make the pain last a little long, and then that's all they have to do is wait out the Democrats. So it's not going to happen because of the reasons I already stated.
Pain. You just said a little bit of pain. You said a little bit of pain. Snap was not funded before that shutdown ended.
So when I say little bit, relative little amount of pain compared to the consequences of the country.
That to me is fucking crazy to say that the complete halt of SNAP benefits for potentially like several months. That's not a little bit of pain.
You can soy out about my terminology, little bit of pain there.
I do soy out.
You can soy out and be like, oh my God, you're so out of touch. Ivory Tower. Just keep doing it.
It's true. It's true.
Keep saying ivory tower. You're in an ivory tower. You're an ivory. I mean, keep saying it. And it doesn't help your point. It doesn't advance anything about what's in the best interest of the country.
That's fine, but just acknowledge and own the fact that you are volunteering other people for a hunger strike in that spot.
We did.
100%.
Yeah. Wait. So we obviously have acknowledged every bullet that you gave, and we gave our explanation about why the Democrats wouldn't be blamed for it, and why in the long-term interest.
I think you're delusional. I think you are
delusional.
delusional.
So Hutch, would you sacrifice 1 million lives of Americans to preserve democracy in the United States and prevent fascism? Yes or no?
In a war, sure.
Okay, so wait a second. So you're gonna sacrifice other people's lives for like your democracy, bro?
But you don't process. Here's the big disconnect. You guys can't process the possibility that the Republicans are not going to bend. That Donald Trump is a fragile, egomaniacal narcissist who would never, ever allow the Republicans in Congress to make concessions to Democrats.
But we agree.
But you're putting it on Democrats. You're like, oh, they were weak for not getting concessions, and you're putting your smoke in the wrong place. The smoke should be for Republicans who have no backbone, who are a death cult right now. That is the problem.
I think that they would back down. A lot of their people are going to die too if that's the situation, and Congress is going to scream about it.
Okay,
like,
but there was no indication of that whatsoever.
None. Well, yes,
literally not a single Republican in the Senate that I'm aware of indicated that they were willing to concede anything.
Well,
wait, quick breather, because we're heated, and Josiah, if you wanted to get in so bad,
get in,
motherfucker. Anyway, Pondering Politics, $10 says, tell Hutch, Crystal Ball today gave a sincere and lengthy concession to resistance libs on Trump.
We love it.
Reiterating that they were always right about everything and apologizing
Crystal Ball
being late to the game. So I guess you and me too. Obviously,
that sounds out of context. There's no way she said that.
Wait, really?
Listen, you're always right about everything. Why would she say that?
Listen,
That doesn't make any sense.
Here's what I'm curious. I want to know
clip.
what her rhetoric is going to be when we get to 2028 and fucking candidate Gavin Newsom.
We're gonna keep her. We're gonna keep her honest. You don't think we're gonna pressure? We'll pressure.
No, I didn't say that.
We'll
I'm just
pressure.
saying, that's great. I mean, I welcome the rhetoric. I'm just saying, like, I've heard that rhetoric
never
before.
joined
And, you know,
you guys had her on right before me and guys.
Yeah, she came on.
Oh, we should have her on again. Grill her. We should. Wait. Did Crystal debate us on something? I forget what it was.
We had a little bit of an exchange about something, but it wasn't like
Joe Manchin.
I don't even think we talked about that when she was on.
That's an all-time Hutchman moment, by the way. The Manchin debate with Crystal and Kyle. Did you have support
with Vanguard,
there?
With Vanguard. That was a better debate.
No.
Oh, that one with Pondering? That one was chill. We were chill then. That wasn't crazy.
Okay. Yeah, we should think about bringing the Vanguard back on. Wait, can I just ask, in terms of the left alt media sphere, the lefty type Hutches, who's on the list right now in terms of like these people are so deranged that even like encounters with them need to be like purely focused on bringing them down. Like who is Crystal and Kyle still on that list?
So you're weaseling your way back into Hutch's good graces by saying, how much do you hate the left?
I'm trying. This is called.
It would be a shorter list of people who I think are reasonable. I'll put it that way.
Ooh.
There's just
Or
a lot
the
of
lefties who are reasonable.
No, there's just a lot of flowchart shit going on, and honestly, this feels like flowchart shit to me. That's why I'm I'm sensitive.
IRI is not a flowchart guy. IRI is the DNC incarnate. Soy pill is not the soy pill is not a flowchart guy. I'm the closest to a flowchart guy, but I'm not a flowchart guy.
The shutdown stuff feels like flowchart shit to me because again, it's like you're deflecting the blame where it should be.
It's the opposite.
The problem
we're blaming
is,
Republicans.
The problem is we have a Republican Party that is held hostage right now.
Yes.
For a madman, and they're not displaying any backbone whatsoever. And maybe this year changes. I think IRI is correct to point out that the politics are different this time around because people are actually paying those higher healthcare premiums now. So they're actually like looking at these bills and paying these bills. They're feeling that pain in a more direct way. You have had Republicans that have indicated a little bit of wiggle room, but at the time that the shutdown ended, there was no indication from a single Republican in Congress, as far as I'm aware. Maybe one in the House, but the rest of them were like completely in lockstep. No, we are not going to negotiate tax credits. That's what their position was.
That our position is the opposite of the flowchart because we're saying that we have confidence that the electorate is going to blame Republicans, and we think that will come about. And so I don't understand how we're endorsing flowchart mentality by proposing that
because you're
the American people
you're not even considering the possibility that the Republicans at that time would not move.
No, we are considering that.
Oh, Hutch, that's your hypothetical where we agreed they would never concede.
We assume they would.
Right?
We assume they would.
Yeah.
Then I find it even less understandable.
Okay, so here,
in the absence of concessions.
Last attempt, and then we'll move on. Right? Based on the data that I've seen, and I guess Pisco's seen, and Guy, maybe you could back us up here. It seemed that the disapproval for the Republican Party and who was being blamed for the shutdown increased as it went on. Now, obviously, this comes with people being hurt. So now you can't extrapolate that ad infinitum, but our indication would be that the longer it went on, the more unpopular the administration would get, and therefore we would perform better, even better than projections in the midterms. That's it. That is the data we've seen. Now, if you have contrary data,
no, that's not the data.
That's not true,
but you're extrapolating. You are extrapolating when you say that because
we are extrapolating.
No, you are assuming that the trend holds or it continues to trend.
Yes,
away.
We are. Yes,
that is not.
We are assuming that.
You have no rational basis to assume that continuity of that trend.
Yeah, but why would you assume that it doesn't go that way? That's what I'm saying.
I'm not assuming one thing or another. I'm saying that there's significant risk. That's what I'm saying. It's unpredictability. It's like it's like an unknown. And
but that cuts both ways.
So why would you
cuts
even
both ways.
Stop? Why would you even risk it at that point? if you have all this significant political benefit in that moment, why even take that risk? If we're like plus 20 in terms of who they blame, why take that risk when they're not giving you any wiggle room, not giving you any indication that they're going to make any concessions?
I think the risk cuts both ways. I don't think that you're pricing in opportunity cost and the real cost of unrealized gains that are available to you. And so you can say risk, but there's risks both sides. There's risk in terms of what you could lose, but also risks in terms of what you can gain. I think it relates to like loss aversion that a lot of people have. But for you, Hutch, like you are very sensitive to loss of any kind. And I think that sometimes it's good. I think sometimes loss aversion makes sense. But I just think that you have an irrationally high loss aversion.
Here's where I think it's not irrational. When we look at the electorate right now, what do we see? We see broadly, we see people that are extremely dissatisfied with both parties. We see a lot of people that feel completely put off by politics and do want more bipartisan efforts, despite whatever, you know, the Democratic voter base says. That's what like broadly, like normies, you know, this is probably 60-70% of the country that are just generally just like, I'm so sick of the bickering, da, da, da. And you can't imagine that same electorate after a several months prolonged shutdown turning on both parties and just feeling like, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. This is just
if they turn on, if they turn,
huh?
Based on what?
We can imagine
it, but based on what? I have no indication this would happen. I can imagine.
I just laid it out for you, though. I mean, I told you they're extremely dissatisfied with both parties, and they're sick of the bickering, and they do want the parties to find a way to stop. They want politics to stop being so dysfunctional. Is what they're saying. That's what they're telling people over and over and over again.
Our indication is based on an extrapolation which might be fallacious, that they would continue to blame the party that would then lose in the midterms. You're giving a plausible hypothetical. Pisco and I have agreed to this, but based on what do you think this is more plausible than the trend reversing or the trend continuing?
Based
What's the
on
epistemic
what
case for one versus the other?
I don't have a data fueled answer for you guys. I'm just looking at what voters are saying and what they're articulating is what they think the problem is, like right now with politics. And right now there's a lot of people that are like sick of the dysfunction, and your strategy just creates like literal chaos.
Based on that, do you think more bipartisan bills will get better support for the Democrats, considering that the Republicans won't even vote for their own bipartisan bills? Like I don't see this clamoring for unity, which does exist.
I mean, that we do have data on, in terms of like we've had several pollsters ask people the question, do you want the parties to work together more?
Right.
And
no, I'm agreeing with this.
Overwhelmingly, voters are saying yes.
That's
but Republicans, but in your hypothetical, the Republicans are literally refusing to budge on anything.
I didn't say that. I never said that the Republicans are like, you know, I didn't say that they're good faith, negotiators or that they're.
I understand that. I'm saying as part of like, I feel, Hutch, one of your parameters of the hypothetical, it's that the Republicans are intransigent, like they're not moving at all. And so, yes, I probably agree that if you ask voters, do you want to see more, you know, functional bipartisan stuff in Congress? They'll say yes because it just sounds good or whatever. But even to the extent that that's a genuinely held view, like, yeah, I'll assume that it's a genuinely held view. Why would that inure to the Democrats' detriment, given the Republicans in this stance are refusing categorically to negotiate, and the Democrats are the ones saying we want to negotiate and we want to have a fair deal? I just don't have an intuition that from the public's perspective, they're going to view the Democrats as the ones preventing bipartisanship and who are not in concert with their like sort of ideological goal.
Because a lot of people in the public were insulated from the more direct consequences of that shutdown that we had the last time. That was like a 5-week shutdown or a 5.5-week shutdown. If it had continued, then, you know, we're talking about several months of not, you know, of federal workers not receiving paychecks. Maybe they start, you know, disrupting things locally or whatever. And, you know, people not receiving SNAP benefits and all the other numerous ways that chaos begins to manifest in a way that the voters themselves will more directly feel the consequences of. We were rapidly approaching that moment, especially with the holidays coming up. That's a huge time for travel and commerce, and that the potential for disruption and chaos and these kinds of direct consequences. And that would have affected
me, Hutch. I'm just saying, that would have affected me, and so I was willing to put
us. It would have affected all of us. All of us would have experienced.
I was willing to put it all on the line for my holiday plans and all that stuff. So just to be clear, I know not as much of the SNAP people, but listen, I think that we just fundamentally, this is where I think it is, and you tell me if you disagree, so we can move on. I think that I have less loss aversion than you. And I think the Democrats, one of the flaws in our thinking has been basically not taking strategically calculated risks. Like in this situation where I think that there's enough of trends that where the prolonging of a shutdown tends to negatively affect the party who's perceived as responsible for it, that I think that that's a calculated risk that I'm comfortable with, especially given the ideological and principled reasons not to fund this government and to stand tall in a negotiation position. That is a calculated risk, and you're risk averse, and so you don't want to do it. And I understand that. That's a difference in terms of our preferences, and I think it's a genuine one. I think it's really genuine. I'm not trying to like shit talk you or talk down to you. I do think that that's what the disagreement is.
So the idea that I'm risk averse is pretty hilarious if you knew like my personal history. I'm not. So like I do think about risks a lot, but like for example, like replacing Biden with Kamala, I considered that to be a risk, and I was like fully on board by the time that happened. Like if it makes sense, if like I feel like there's a gettable win. It's just I think where we really disagree is that the Republicans at the time of that shutdown ending, when it did, they were a unified front, and they were giving zero indication. If there had been just something there, you know, like Susan Collins says, well, I don't know, I'm really starting to think about the thing. You know, you start seeing like enough Republicans make a non-committal kind of statement or something indicating an openness, then that totally changes the calculation. I'd be on board with what you guys were saying. But I'm saying that there's this thing in politics called the Green Lantern theory of politics. And I can explain this to you if you want. I think you're kind of like divining this reality where that Democrats just could have been able to force a particular outcome.
We're literally not, Hutch. Hutch, you can't say that because we are granting that even in the situation in which they can't.
Was, to be clear, he was saying that he was saying that it was
the factual case. I think that what IRI was saying is factually, he doesn't see the evidence that they would be unwilling to.
Besides the fact that none of them said that they were willing to, besides that?
No, given the recent votes, given the fact that
but
they at least think they're going to have a vote.
We're talking about back then. Back then. He's a guy, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that they would have conceded beyond a certain point. Yeah.
I think a couple more weeks they would have started crumbling because the economy would have been impacted, and Trump can't handle that because the holidays were coming up and travel and all that.
I can't tell you with 100% certainty that you're wrong, but what I can tell you is that there was no indication of that happening.
Well, there's only one way to find out. The second one, we got to go even
we got to go as long as possible.
We're breaking our record. Guys, Josiah is so kind to have asked us to have a topic change. And even he said, because I saw you were watching this, Hutch, did you guys see Nick Shirley get interviewed by Andrew Callahan, the Minnesotan expose guy? You know, before I was like, okay, this guy's a dumb Republican journalist. Now I genuinely do think he might be illiterate. He like didn't know like what the word benevolent meant, and like,
oh no,
it was very embarrassing. He was trying to like walk this guy into like the logical conclusions of his points, and he is really, really dumb. But Hutch, you were watching it. What did you think?
That kid is an actual idiot. Like actually, like when you hear him talk, he is legitimately not working with like a full box of crayons. But my takeaway from that interview honestly was that Andrew put on what I think was a fucking shameful performance.
Why
it was so bad. Like this kid was throwing out all kinds of wild claims, and he got very minimal pushback from Andrew. And I understand Andrew's kind of doing a sort of like just asking questions kind of thing, and I think in some settings that's okay. Or understandable, but in this setting, he was just giving this kid free rein to make all kinds of claims that were just categorically false. I mean, it was like conservative brain rot, conspiracy theory shit. Like, you know, Biden lost 800,000 kids, or you remember that claim? It's like, that kind of stuff.
Do you watch his like his like stuff with not politics, but just like the crazy, like the flat Earth people, or like the insane, like
that stuff's really good. I mean, I think like that whole just asking question things, I think like works in that context. Maybe I can't articulate why, but
no, you're exactly right. Is that he employed the same tactics here, and the tactic is like, if I just talk to this person and let them be themselves, they will give me crazy, insane takes and insane content. And he, like, this was actually more pushback I've ever seen him do, which was, like you said, very tepid. But like, he's just not a very controversial adversarial person. He will just like be like, all right, keep telling me more about this crazy stuff. And the way that he tries to get around that is he'll cut in clips that contradict what they're saying. Like he won't say it in the thing, but it'll be like, oh, you know, you just said something insane, and then here's the news clip that shows that you're wrong or something like that, right? So I don't know if that's unfair to him or like, I don't know. Do you think that's like not a fair way of doing it?
I think you're right that he's conflict aversive. Like, I think he strikes me as like a nice guy. Like, I feel like he's probably really nice in real life. And I feel like
allegations.
There are allegations.
There are allegations. I mean, to a certain extent, he
means interpersonally. He means interpersonally, right, Hutch?
Yeah,
so,
my
Hutch doesn't get clipped.
Yeah, no, my vibe was that he was like he was steering the conversation away from conflict, and the kid was steering it toward, like the kid was questioning his character a number of times.
Yeah. He was like, you didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk in your video. And he's like, what do you mean? Yes, I did. And he's like, oh, well, I didn't watch the video.
Yeah. Like unbelievably dumb thing. And he would like address it really quickly, and then he would shift the conversation. But like, for example, there was one moment in their conversation, I feel like I'm talking a lot, so I'll shut up after this, but there was one moment in this conversation where Andrew was doing this thing where he was just like, you know, I'm paraphrasing a lot here, but he was like, you know, you and me, we're like the new independent media, and the problem with legacy media is that they're so partisan and they're trying to, you know, push a particular agenda. And the kid like went, yeah, no, I agree. And then 10 minutes later, this kid is grilling Andrew about why Donald Trump is like saving the country and, you know, like saving America, and just acting like more hyper partisan than you'll even see Fox News hosts. And it was just absurd to me. It was just fucking absurd. That would have been the perfect time to be like, hang on, I thought you said that, like it's good to be nonpartisan, but here you are, you know, basically just as a mouthpiece for the administration. But
two things I want to say. First off, chat, if you guys are in my chat talking shit about Hutch, you're allowed to criticize, but just please remember he's a valued member of our entire fucking shit, and I love Hutch, and so just calibrate your criticism such that they're like trying to target actual takes he's taken. All right, but number two, what you're saying about Callahan kind of strikes true a little bit. People are gonna roll their eyes, but I felt that he was a bit just like receptive to Hunter Biden and was like not really taking a hard hitting interview type of stance. That might be his style, but it's something that I don't really like that much. I think that if you're in the business of conducting interviews with like politically controversial people, I don't like the let's just chill kind of Joe Rogan style-y, like just be nice kind of thing. I would prefer if there were more challenging questions, more conflict. That's just my personal take. And I know that there are plenty of people who, you know, are fine with the other style, but especially when a lot of these conservatives like shy away from challenging stuff. Now Shirley did something with CNN, which was also embarrassing, I think, right, Swipill? I seem to recall him like not knowing basics about daycares or some shit from in the CNN interview. But in general, I think that I just don't like that content, and I think it's kind of chicken shit not to challenge these political figures a little bit more.
Yeah, like I can understand where it's coming from, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you come off and they think that you're attacking them, either they're bad faith and they shut down and they just do try to do gotchas. But if you're good enough, like just, hey, just talk, we're just having a conversation, then yeah, like you said, Hutch, now it's just, okay, I'm just letting you spout off all your crazy propaganda. And Andrew's solution to this is like, well, I'm framing him as stupid, therefore no one will buy into it, which sometimes works, but it's not always enough. So it's, I don't know. Guy, you've been quiet. What do you think? What
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I haven't seen the video. I'm gonna maybe watch it after this. But I mean, Nick Shirley's he's being exposed as a fraud and you know, hollow, and that's why I just am so disappointed Tim Walz bowed out because all of this was getting picked apart. But I don't know. I haven't checked it out yet. So, I mean, Andrew Callahan, I don't think there's any pressure on him to be like the voice of the left or to do anything special. So I don't really have much criticism for him, you know.
Fair enough. But just,
I don't know, am I wrong? Is it?
No, I agree. Like we have people that will ask and push back questions, and Andrew doesn't need to do that. And his shtick is just being like I'm showing you what it's like to be the guy here at this rally or here.
Yeah, but like, remember when the Nelk Boys did the Netanyahu interview and everyone was like talking shit, like you guys just kind of let him stand by. Like, I know that fucking Nick Shirley is not Netanyahu and is not like a politician or whatever, but he's in the news in a major way. He arguably led to the like
he did
resigning of from the race of Tim Walz.
Yeah,
and
so the Health and Human Services literally retweeted them, immediately shut down payments to some of these programs. So it's like he did that.
He's directly influencing policy at the federal level. So I mean, you know, you can't do the whole just asking questions in that spot, and you don't need to be partisan. Like you don't need to be like you don't need to be like mean. If somebody says something that's just objectively not true. Like, I do think you should jump in and say, that's kind of crazy. Like this kid at one point, you guys said, he looked at Andrew and he was like, what are Somalians known for? And Andrew was like, and he kind of tripped up a little bit. And then he said like the movie, Captain Phillips or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, piracy. And then Andrew was like, but that's not what's happening in Minnesota. He's like, well, fraud is a form of piracy. It was like, I'm saying the stupidity was really like remarkable, and Andrew would just kind of just like let that fly, and it just, I don't know, to me it was pretty shameful.
I don't think Andrew like knows politics or anything. I mean, I just don't think, I think he's just as dumb as Nick, right? I mean, he's a nice guy and he produces good content, but I don't think Andrew is like some sort of insane journalist or something.
He's not super like clued in, but he knows, like, if you watch his Pete Buttigieg interview, like he knows enough to ask semi good questions. Like Nick is like here's the dichotomy.
Well, I'm not comparing him to Nick, but I'm just saying I don't think Andrew knows anything either.
Well, what I'm saying is
he's
Nick
just
is like
doing documentaries, and he's there for the vibes and the ride-alongs. And
yeah, but if it's like if
crazy
if
shit,
like
you know.
If iShowSpeed did like an interview with Trump, what would you say? Like, oh, well, iShowSpeed doesn't really do politics; he's just kind of there for the vibes and chilling with Trump.
Yeah.
Would you have any criticism for iShowSpeed, like doing a little collab with Trump and like doing the Ronaldo?
I mean, Aiden Ross did.
Yeah,
Aiden Ross did.
Aiden Ross.
I'd say he's boosting him.
Yeah.
But
I'd say he's boosting them, but I wouldn't expect him to like have hard-hitting questions or even be able to push back on it.
You would have a view, but like to Hutch's point, you would have a view. You would have a view on it. You would say it's bad.
But to Hutch's point, do you guys think he actually knew that was wrong? Some of the things that Nick was saying,
a lot of it, yeah, I do. So, yeah. I do think he knew that it was wrong.
No,
yeah.
He definitely does, because if you watch it, guy, like it's contrasted with like kind of the question. He's trying to like, what's the lead a horse to water? It's like, well, don't you see how, like, if this was true, like, don't you think that like it's his kind of like, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, I'm going to try to lead you into your own argument that you're wrong, but he didn't work because Nick is very dumb. And just to like, I had someone, I don't know if you guys know Brian Shapiro, who's like, his whole thing is he's been debating MAGA people, and he talked about Nick, and he was like he will like, oh, these MAGA idiots, these morons. With Nick, he was like, I think this guy's just really dumb. Like, he was like very like, oh, I feel bad for this guy.
Yes.
And like, so like, this is like another level of like stupid. Like, it's not just like uninformed. This is like, you're slow.
Disclaimer: Ira and I didn't watch the fucking interview, so just to be clear about this.
I'm just trying to explain, like, this is like another level of stupidity.
Here's the issue. Like, the biggest issue with Andrew, as far as I can see, is he's kind of jank pilled a little bit in that he believes in this. He believes in he believes in it's kind of lefty, but like he believes that we really agree on a lot more than we think we do, and if we only pay attention to the billionaire, it's like a populism, it's like a brain rot kind of populism.
Yes.
And he believes that he can find a lot of common ground, and it's apparent in that conversation with Nick, and you can watch it if you have the time. You should. It's pretty interesting to watch, but it's apparent that he's trying to like lead Nick to water in terms of like, okay, I'm with you kind of in cutting fraud, but like, what about giving that money to people in the form of like social benefits or whatever? And it's just like, Nick is just not on board with it at all.
That's a very normie position. Like, I'd say 70% of the population has that position of like, the establishment sucks and everybody's corrupt in government, and we need term limits. Like, I just feel like that's a very normie position. That's why when I say Andrew's dumb, I don't mean he's like an idiot. Obviously he's smart, but about politics, he's dumb.
I want to say to IRI's point about it being a normie position, there were 3 different locations where this position was expressed. I went to a black barbershop to touch up my beard, and like, they transitioned from one topic to another, and everyone was there like, they're all corrupt, they're all horrible. I went to hair and makeup. They had hair and makeup for Word War Debate, and the nice Asian lady who was doing hair and makeup, she also expressed this. And then countless people in the after party who I spoke to were like, everyone's corrupt, they're all fucking insanely in on the take and whatever. Some of it ventured into anti-Semitism, but just to say that everything's corrupt and everything is fucked up and all these people are evil, That is a very normie position.
Yeah, that's why populism is so popular.
Popular. Josiah asked, did you guys watch the Hunter Sean Ryan interview from a few weeks ago?
I didn't even. It's 6 hours, bro. It's like it's fucking the Two Towers extended
I'm not
version.
following everything Hunter is doing. Like, what is he trying to do? What is he going to run?
Hunter 2028. You guys wouldn't vote for the Hunter?
Wouldn't be my
if
first
Hunter
choice.
Biden becomes a fucking candidate in the presidential election, that might be the funniest thing of all time.
I'm with Hutch. 6 hours. I'm not clicking on it.
Fair enough.
Can't be bothered.
Yeah, we don't have the attention spans. We're too internet pilled. Last topic, guys, before we wrap up here. Jerome Powell. Did you see the statement he puts out on Sunday? This
wild.
Is like, I don't know if this is like, I'm getting desensitized, but this one felt more chilling than a lot of the crazy stuff happening in the country right now, because it's a head of an institution coming out and speaking directly against Trump, similar to like the Mark Kelly video where he's like, hey, just FYI, the president is using false pretenses to try to criminally indict me. Like, just straight up, I'm saying this to you, the camera. I'm still in charge, but just so you know, the president's coming after me. I'm supposed to be an independent like organization, and he's coming after me. Like, this is like, before they would play this kind of like coy game. They'd go to things together, and he might contradict him in front of them. But this is like
wild.
There are institution level fights happening, like, and it's not personal beef. This is the executive branch coming down on this guy, and he is calling them out for it, and it is scary. This is scary.
This is what it's like, Soypill. It would be like Chief Justice John Roberts coming into the camera and saying, they're investigating my statements that I made to an interviewer for some sort of fraud because Trump wants the tariff decision to come down his way. That's like what it would be like. The head of the monetary authority, the Central Bank of the United States, who the Supreme Court has indicated will get protection from removal by the president under it's going to be a bullshit rationale to distinguish Humphrey's executor, but they have signaled that. The head of our central bank is saying that Trump is using a pretext on some bullshit to attack him for monetary policy. It's an insane story.
They're gonna embarrass themselves again, though. Like, there was also reporting today, I don't know if you guys saw, but they fired the federal attorney who declined to press charges against Comey. And so they keep trying to do this thing. Like, it's obvious that Donald Trump feels like he should have the ability to point to someone and be like, that person should be in jail. Like, it's very obvious that he wants that power, but he is embarrassing the federal prosecutors who otherwise have like a sterling reputation. They get like 98% conviction rate, right, Pisco? It's like some insane number.
Yeah, a lot of it's plea outs, but it's yes, very high rates.
And he's already failed a number of times, so like, he can try to drum up silly charges against Powell, but we'll see where that goes. I mean, I agree that it's chilling. The fact that he's doing
it's a crisis.
Is crazy.
We've been in a constitutional crisis since Trump took office, and this is just yet another layer of it.
Well, I think Powell's just not going to step down from his governor position. Obviously, he can't stay on as the chair, but he can stay on as a governor through 2020 or to the beginning of 2028, which would screw Trump over.
Why can't he stay on as chair?
Well, his term as chair expires in May of this year, but his term as a governor is through the beginning of 2028. And there's 7
that
governors.
makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, but it doesn't relate to the indictment, right? You're not saying that he should step down from chair.
He hasn't been indicted. There's just a grand jury, and the Fed has been subpoenaed some information.
Sorry, the planned indictment or the threat of indictment, I should have said. My bad.
But that video was shocking. I mean, he looked into the camera and said, "This is all bullshit," which is I think it kind of tickles the conspiracy theory bug a little bit too, because it's like, well, wait a second, you're telling the American people that you're not guilty of shit. It's kind of like, let's see the investigation play out too. I could see some people taking that side. Like, what are you trying to hide?
He's flailing. He's tumbling. Like they're. I tweeted it out this morning, but they are fucked. They all know they're fucked. Every single conservative in media, they can see what's happening. Anybody who denies that it's happening, they can all see that the ship is going down right now. They're just fucked. And go ahead.
I thought the oil executives' reaction at Friday's meeting was insane. Like, in front of Trump, these guys didn't even try to hide it. They're like, it's uninvestable. There's nothing we can do. And like, his whole strategy in Venezuela depends on them investing in the oil industry. I just bring it up because I think Venezuela is going to unfold and devolve into chaos and then become a huge problem for him as well. So I agree with that.
There were reports of armed militia like in the streets of Venezuela looking for Americans. They issued a warning to people.
Colectivos.
Well, they still have American prisoners. There are still Americans being held by this regime.
But guys, this is the oil exec who said, like, why would we ever invest in like something that the entire international policy could change based on a tweet? Like, this is a bad investment for us.
Yes.
And he like said this right in front of him. Yeah, that was
to say it in front of Trump is crazy. And now Trump says, well, we might cut ExxonMobil out of any investment. ExxonMobil is a giant company, dude. Like, you're lucky if anybody invests, and now you want to cut out one of the biggest players? Are you nuts?
Yeah. Well.
Oh wait. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There's one other story. It's an Elon story. Just real quick, it'll be fast.
There's a couple stories
actually. Him continuing to retweet Nazis and white supremacists.
Wait, what? No.
Okay. Well, that's not new. That's just a thing he's still doing. But
did he do that?
Yeah,
he
did.
Yes.
He retweeted this guy that was like, "Oh, I'm the moderate position is like, forced remigration, which is another thing." He like later clarifies, just to be clear, I also mean remigration of Jews. Like,
no, but what Elon reposted was, if whites become a minority, they will be slaughtered.
Yeah.
And the guy that he reposted that said that, and you go to his account and just search for the word Jews.
Yeah.
He's a fucking
he's
literal Nazi,
which is like, the white supremacist thing of like, hey, remember segregation and how cool it was? Like, yeah, he's just a Nazi. But anyway, no, this is something else.
Yeah. So mine was like a little bit more light, I guess, which is he says he's going to file for full custody of the child he had with Ashley St. Clair, because purportedly he understood Ashley St. Clair like apologizing for being transphobic.
I'm going to transition. Yeah,
that she's going to trans their 1-year-old or something. So yeah, that was my little moment of zen.
What does custody mean under Elon Musk? It's not like he's going to like.
Yeah, he's like
a child, right? It just
he's like on ketamine 24/7.
My maid is gonna watch her, not the maid that I hired for you, right? Like, he doesn't fucking spend time with his kids. He's gaming and fucking around at Tesla office all day.
Also, didn't he dispute the paternity in the beginning? Wasn't that whole?
That's
thing?
yeah.
Oh wait,
like, this might not even be mine or whatever. Even though we saw the leaked Snapchat, I want to put another baby in you. The text. So, like.
Yeah, bro.
I think he
was in charge of like an entire portfolio of defunding our government for like 3 or 4 months, and it looks like he's starting to get on better terms with Trump again. So predictable. By the way, after suggesting that he was implicated negatively in the Epstein files, so
basically
forgive and forget.
He basically said Trump abused children.
Yeah, that was the suggestion. And by the way, speaking of the Epstein files, reports are that we've seen like maybe 1% of what they're supposed to be showing us, or maybe even less than that. So that's all going on while the massive international crises are escalating. We might go to war with Greenland. NATO might be destroyed in the coming months. So thank you to all the fucking Trump supporters and all of the lefties who didn't vote for Kamala. I'll throw Hutch a bone.
Hell yeah.
Wait, 1%, is that counting or not counting the redacted pages?
What's that?
Is that counting or not counting the redacted pages? Is it like we've including
probably counting? Yeah, probably counting them.
Oh wow, Jesus.
Yeah, they claim to found millions more.
I want to be fair. Because maybe I just haven't seen them. But have there been a lot of leftist protests against the actions in Venezuela? Because I feel like if Biden would have done that.
There was a
lot more. I'm just saying.
It was the one at Times Square, but they were like,
what? No, there are, Hutch.
You remember that?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's why I asked the question.
No. I just want to say on this issue, the libs are often worse than the lefties. The lefties are, I hear the lefties being better on the issue of intervention in Venezuela than a lot of libs who are kind of
like a massive protest movement.
The libs are like, look, intervention's fine, but it has to be through Congress.
Yeah.
And they're like,
this is horrible. It's illegal and not just procedurally wrong, but will probably lead to chaos. And Trump is only doing it because he wants to take ownership and control. And it's all corruption.
It's just literal imperialism. It's just like straight up.
I wish on this issue the lefties influence more of the lib rhetoric on it. To be honest with you, I'm just being honest.
Well, speaking of the lefties, did you see the? There was a protest outside of a synagogue where I guess there were land sales going on for, is it West Bank properties? Is that what that was?
What the fuck? That's fucked.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
I
So
don't know what was going on.
there was
but
a
I saw
sale for
that
West Bank
The one
properties.
that AOC and Mamdani.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. So there were so
AOC canceled.
I think it was a synagogue, but there was a place where a bunch of Jewish people were gathered, and I think they were doing land sales of, I don't know what was happening in there. And some lefty protesters showed up and started chanting, "We support Hamas here." And Mamdani and AOC both came out with tweets condemning that kind of rhetoric. And Hassan subtweeted them like 3 hours later, basically questioning the legitimacy of criticizing Hamas as a resistance group. Which if there was like any,
that's dumb.
Yeah, I saw a lot of comments that were like, "Oh, they got the call." You know, "Oh, the Jewish people in charge called them. They're like, this is unacceptable," and they bent the knee. And it's like, what did you think? Did you think Mamdani was going to endorse terrorism? Like, what?
No, that's why I roll my eyes whenever people say like Hassan is equivalent to AOC is equivalent to Mamdani. Like, these are different characters. And so when I talk to Connor Counterpoints, and he's like, I just don't want you like pussyfooting with these tankies who go to China. He's like not just construing Hassan as coextensive with AOC and Mamdani, who are much different than Hassan, but just like normie Democrats. So can we just stop with this whole like Hassan and the people in like the even further left spaces are the same thing as the Democrats, or even the most left-wing politicians we have? The most left politicians we have are good, decent people. They're AOC, they're Mamdani, they're Bernie, and they're people I would proudly support. And so let's not pretend that like we're under threat of a communist takeover anytime soon.
Also, Mamdani, holy fucking shit. Like, I feel like we were all having conversations about like, I don't know, the whole like government subsidized childcare thing. Like, that was by far the most ambitious proposal that he put forth during his campaign. And I think all of us were probably dubious that they were going to be able to pull it off. But that motherfucker does a press conference with Hochul, and she announces that she's on board, like using existing funds without raising taxes. So it looks like he's very likely to accomplish that policy, which is fucking huge. Like, this guy is coming across as a bit of a savant, like a political savant,
he
to be honest.
Hamas, so it's not what I wanted. I'm retracting.
Which, by the way, he had already done. Like,
I
think that some lefties are just immune to good optics. Hamas is bad. All right, we don't need to like keep having this argument about whether we should condemn. It's the same thing with like the Maduro people who are like, don't condemn Maduro, don't condemn Maduro. Like, what the fuck?
Would you condemn the Jewish uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto?
Please.
That was a valid.
It was illegal. I have concerns. I have great concerns.
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Wait, why?
I'm just like, I'm straw manning like the left, and even that's too much for Hutch. Like,
you're not straw manning. You're not straw manning. They literally say that. They literally say that. Sorry.
Wait. What's the Hassan tweet? What did he say?
He was like, I don't know. He followed it up with saying like, obviously I don't expect politicians to embrace Hamas, but he was basically saying like you shouldn't. He was saying you shouldn't criticize the resistance movement, and that was kind of his position on October 7th. He said like basically no resistance is perfect or whatever, no apartheid resistance is perfect, which is just kind of an insane thing to say.
I've heard it come out like from Mehdi Hassan that when Hassan will say things like, Mehdi Hassan, when asked, do you condemn Hamas? He's stopped doing it because he's already done it so often. And it's like, he thinks that it's like bad, show of bad faith that they keep asking it and to try to reframe the conversation. I heard that. I don't even agree with that, but that's, I think, different than someone who supports Hamas and like refusing to comment on that. Those are like different things. One is like trying to have the best optical approach to someone asking you perhaps in bad faith to condemn. And the other is like giving a view or refusing to give a view on people who endorse.
So this was in the context of, again, like this was like 3 hours after AOC and Mamdani posted their tweets. So I think he was obviously talking about them.
As the Russell evil voter kind of hurts. I know this pissed you off, Hutch, because this motherfucker would not support Kamala for the life of him.
Not publicly.
He maybe voted for Kamala. Like, I don't know.
He says he
Wait,
did,
is that him saying he voted for Kamala?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Jill Stein's a lesser evil. We don't know what that means.
I think he's being tongue in cheek a little bit here, but
you don't think he voted for Kamala?
I mean, no, I do. I do.
Even if he did personally.
I mean, honestly. I do. I think he understands harm reduction. I think he's audience captured, and so he didn't want to tell his audience.
So why would he even do it?
Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, like, but I think he knew that if he would have told them, like, the correct thing to do, obviously, in 2024 was like, listen, I don't love Kamala. I have differences with her, but we saw how awful Donald Trump was during his first term, and he will very likely be more unhinged and more dangerous this second term. We just cannot afford to allow this man to take power, and the only way to stop him is by voting for Kamala. That is like the bare minimum rhetoric that I think was acceptable in 2024, and just so many people failed that, pass fail, and so, yeah.
We should have Hassan on Live and Learn in person.
Oh yeah, he'd definitely.
Wait, Hunch, you would love a conversation with Hassan.
No, I'm down, but you are
We're laughing at the
insane
idea
if you
of
think
him
that he would ever
agreeing to
come on
do
this
it,
podcast.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're moots. I'll DM him.
Pisco, when's the last time Hassan has done anything adversarial?
I don't know. I don't watch him. What does he do? Does he do anything adversarial?
No,
I don't think he does.
Like I think he was like, oh, he wanted to debate Asmongold, which is like, all right, like I will come back out of my boxing.
Did he debate
retirement to
Kirk
beat up
like
a
years
3-year-old.
ago?
He did.
Yes, that's when Cenk,
and like,
Cenk got mad at
Cenk
them
stood
and
up
they
and was
screamed at
like,
each other,
I'm a
yeah.
fucking capitalist, Cenk.
I live my life. I live my lives every day, Cenk.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right, dude. Oh shit.
I was there.
No,
I was in the room.
Oh, you were in the crowd?
2019. Yeah, that's
Holy
2019
legendary.
at Politicon in LA.
Hutch, if I went to California, could we do an in-person Hutch episode?
Yeah.
Ooh,
You can come by. For
just
sure.
in the same room.
I'll
we have-
clean
And
my
IRI
apartment.
too. Hell yeah.
I'm pretty close. Hit me
Okay,
up.
wait,
Yeah.
Pisco, if you're gonna come, I'm gonna fucking.
Wait, should we like organize this? We'll
If you
message. I'll
guys are-
message.
listen, if
I've
you
been
guys are
meaning to go
coming,
to LA for a while, so if you figure it out,
All right, we'll do it.
I will literally. I'm flexible. I will buy the plane ticket the
All right.
instant you confirm the.
We'll
date.
do like a week trip LA, and we'll just like have fun and we'll hang out with the boys.
we can go fire my
for everyone. Oh my god.
We can fire my enormous
Wearing
rifle.
that sh-
We can fire my
Your
not
rifle
my
or
handgun.
pistol?
Handgun.
Yeah. Oh shit.
That'd be a good time.
I'm just gonna.
the one you were fingering. Yeah. Okay.
That is normal. The normal way to hold a revolver, by the way.
No one holds a revolver with their fingers like this through the
100%.
cylinder.
I watched many YouTube videos of people showing how to properly load a revolver, and they were gripping it like very sensually.
No. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. You
That's
own the
what I
gun.
saw.
You probably know better than I do. All right. Well, any last topics, guys? Otherwise, what is going on with you guys this week?
Can I start?
Pisco. You
Oh. All right, guys. I'm going to do a breakdown stream of Word War Debate. There's going to be a lot of great things. It's going to be Kick exclusive after this. If you want me to turn on the YouTube stream, I need 6 more subs, not gifted subs, individual subs on Kick, and I will open it up and everyone will get to enjoy it, and then I'll get verified. Okay, I'll get verified. That's all I want. I just want the check mark. I want the clout. Do you want me to be on more of these things? And so it's very important for 6 of you to individually sub to my Kick channel, and then it will open up and everyone will get a chance to enjoy the memes from Word War Debate.
You
Okay,
like supporting Kick, Pisco? I mean, not to like work against you right now, but Kick is.
it's harm reduction. It's harm reduction. It's harm reduction. Because
I have
if I
Twitter premium, I'm taking the piss.
no. But that's it. And also this week, tomorrow, Wick TV Pisco versus the World. It's like something he does. That's tomorrow, unspecified, but in the PM. And then Wednesday morning, I'm on with Chud Logic TV at like 10 a.m.
Chud Logic. Wait, what?
About the ice shooting.
Oh, what?
He's like, mate, he's political, mate. He's fucking Pisco political. Yeah.
Hey,
So
did
we're
you ever,
gonna.
speaking of annoying accents, did you ever get Drew Pavlov to agree to talk to you?
I'm trying to. I still am continuing to try to do that, and we might get Avi as a fucking moderator, and it might be in person. We'll see. But that's it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you want to watch Pisco lose in slow motion, go sub to him on.
Oh my God.
Hutch, what's going on with you this week?
I'm gonna be on Sitch and Adam tomorrow talking about the shooting.
I thought you were banned. I
don't think I was banned.
No, yeah. When I went on, they said Hutch could come on. And
wait, can I come back on?
Yeah, I'm sure we're all.
I can
open.
hit him up and ask him for a 2v2. I don't know if they'll say yes to you if you're banned.
4v2.
They hate me though. Adam blocked me and they despise me. But I'm willing to do it for you, Hutch. I would love to do that. I love that podcast.
We didn't even talk about we didn't even talk about the fact that he stepped in front of the car in the first place created the conditions. You know, we didn't even touch on that. That's good. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Anyways. No. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing that tomorrow. And then Vadim wants to debate me again, or he's.
Oh,
yes.
Oh yeah. He asked me.
It's gonna be great.
Actually, to mod that actually. So
that'd be great.
Did he really?
You should mod.
Well, yeah, I like Vadim. I call him a friend. I'm very charitable to him. I understand he's got a lot of live detriments, medical issues, and like I just want to make sure he's getting his thoughts out fairly. But yeah.
Okay. All right. He said he has to compile a lot of receipts on me though first, so we got to give him time.
Oh,
we got to give him time to get the receipts going.
He's like Batman with prep time.
Yeah. So the Sitch and Adam thing tomorrow is at 11 a.m. my time, 2 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to tune into that, I'll be live for that.
I'm gonna tune into that. I want to see what happens.
Oh, the Kick channel's called Peace Quality. Thank you.
All right, Guy, what's going on with you?
Well, this weekend I'm gonna be a rock star, so I'm gonna do my side gig. That's gonna be fun.
Do you get paid well for that?
The Offspring?
I'm very happy with how they pay me. Yes.
Dude, that's such a fucking cush situation you got
Wait,
with that.
tell
That's
people
so
where are you
crazy.
doing it? Like, where can they buy tickets? Like, where can they see you live being a rock star?
Well, I don't want to spoil it, so I can't say. But yeah, let's just say I get to be a rock star. And then I'm you guys have inspired me to try to set up more talks and stuff like that. So, but today I was talking to the campaign manager of a pretty big congressman.
Hell yeah.
I pitched the pod as well.
Like fat?
But
what? Oh.
But they should be coming on soon and even doing a regular monthly thing with me. So I got some ideas. I've got some ideas. So hopefully I'll be able to
coming on the pod.
Chris Christie. Guys, gifted subs don't count. Thank you.
That would be dope. We get Chris Christie. But yeah, no, I'm trying to get more people. But basically I may have a monthly thing with a congressman on my channel pretty soon.
That'd be awesome.
Pretty cool.
That's sick.
All right.
You deserve it.
You need to add even more signs into the back of every congressman possible. I don't think I have anything crazy. I've been streaming a game that most people don't watch me for gaming, but I'm playing the obscure Expedition 33, which Hutch, you said it was really good. I like it, but man, is there tonal whiplash. Oh my God. I'm like worrying about my dead girlfriend. And meanwhile, there's all these dinky little Jar Jar Binks characters running around. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's hard to take seriously. But more politic wise, I'm going on. I said I would do this before and I got canceled, but I'm going on Bar Fight with Michael Knowles on Wednesday in Nashville.
Yo, what?
So that's me. And I think you might know this guy, Oliver Niehaus. Do you know him, Guy? I think he's been on Jubilee a bunch, but he's like my partner in that. So we're probably going to try to convince Michael Knowles that he's gay and make him come out of the closet.
Convince him he's gay.
I've never seen any Republican get so offended by the idea that they might be gay. When I said I liked when he played that gay character in that college, he went on like a 3-minute rant defending it, and I'm like, dude, like, if you don't like,
he played a gay character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think he's closeted. I really do, but that's fine. Being gay is cool. He's the one who has a problem and wants to ban gay marriage. But
why don't you try to hug him a little bit and see if he lingers into it, and you could seduce Michael Knowles, and it could be like a huge thing.
I know Oliver.
Put your body on the line.
Yeah,
Oliver's great.
So yeah, it's me and Oliver. I don't know if they have Republicans on or it's just Michael Knowles there, but should be fun. Apparently the audience it's literally a bar, so they're gonna get drunk. So that'll be. I'm imagining that'll go as well as World War debate, but maybe hopefully
war debate.
What? Oh my.
You say my wife's name right, Christina.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. That's what they say.
Wait, hold on, guys. Right. Before we go. Breaking news. We have the first big pollster came out with an opinion poll about how Americans feel about the ICE shooting.
Don't
right. Don't cheat. Just guess.
I already read it because Josiah showed me.
Okay, then everybody else guess if you haven't.
I'm gonna guess 50. Well, no. I'm gonna say 47 against, 42 in favor. The rest not sure.
Guy.
I'd say it's probably split like 45-45. I feel like people are half and half on this.
28% of Americans think the ICE shooting was justified. 53% say that think that the ICE agent should face criminal charges.
Whoa!
Wow.
Normies win again.
Yeah, obviously, because it's fucking illegal murder.
I would have guessed the same as you guys, by the way. I was kind of shocked when I just saw this.
Yeah, I was surprised. I forgot to bring it up, but this is. I mean, it's not a good situation, but it is good that holy shit, we're not as crazy as I thought we were.
They do not have control as YouGov, so I mean, it's not just like some pollster.
YouGov's not that great,
really.
But okay.
Okay.
Yeah. YouGov's like, I think it's entirely done online, right? It's internet based. Yeah.
Huh.
It's like a C tier, C+ tier.
YouGov? Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't put them up there in the big boys. I don't think I've ever heard someone say that YouGov nailed it on something.
Huh.
But it's something. It's data. Don't get me wrong.
It's data.
Well, here's the anecdote that backs up the data is that I've talked to MAGA people, a couple MAGA people, and they see this video and they're like, "You shouldn't have done that. That wasn't right." So you know what? I think this is like this is the moment that Hutch has been talking about, where it's like when they really show who they are, people are fucking disgusted, and you can't cult your way into it once there are material harms, literally people getting shot in the face on camera. Like most people don't like that. I think this is a good sign that the public is not fully bought into Trump as much as he wins them over on the talking points. It's like when it really hurts people, they hate it.
Well, we're also just being inundated with, like, because they flooded Minneapolis. There are thousands of ICE agents in Minneapolis, and so there's dozens of videos that you can find of these thugs like just acting like complete unprofessional lunatic bullies, and people don't like that. And so I think there's probably other things that are influencing these numbers as well.
That's why I was curious what you guys thought about Democrats shutting down the government unless there are concessions made on DHS, like training and, you know, some concessions on what they can and can't do. But yeah, reverse the profiling ruling from the Supreme Court.
Why do none of the anti-Pisco chats show up on screen? It might be because Hutch like streams into it, right?
Yeah, I do.
And so
so
all the anti-me stuff isn't coming up.
Let's see. Does this show up? I had Pisco in my message.
There it is.
Oh. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Go check out everyone's stuff. We will see you next week, and good luck on your thing tomorrow, Hutch. I hope it. Good luck. You show Adam and Stitch what for, because they are very obstinate. So
it'd be fun.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. GG's.
Have a good week.
Yep.
Friends, lovers, acquaintances, brothers and sisters, wives and husbands, and cousins and second cousins, and uncles and aunts, and grandparents. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. 9.5-hour stream in the books. We'll probably try to stream for a lengthy amount of time tomorrow. Just as a reminder, once again, we're going to go live at 8:30 a.m. I did manage to wake up in time this morning, which was good. And the Sitch and Adam conversation, which I imagine will be, I think it will be contentious, but not like crazy screaming or anything, because that's just not the vibes that I get from those guys. That should be fun. That should be fun. They reached out to me during the stream because I think one of you guys said you should go on Sitch and Adam, and then I said I'm down if they hit me up, and then he DM'd me like 2 hours later. So one of you guys tweeted at him or did something. I did miss some super chats, so sorry. It's hard to get to super chats and stuff when I'm live. Dazvadani with $2. Did voters blame Obama for the 2013 shutdown? I don't think so. I don't know if the voters have ever blamed Democrats for a shutdown. I think I recall that talking point in the discourse around the government shutdown. I don't think they blamed Obama. I think they did blame Republicans for that. Vishy with $10. Vishy, holy shit. At this current moment, I'm vehemently against another shutdown. I don't think it's worth it at all. I think ACA credits were a good fight, but ICE isn't good for a shutdown. Use ICE as a campaign tactic. Another shutdown is costly for Dems. I mean, I didn't expect us to get into a drawn out shutdown debate. I did not expect that at all. I do think the Democrats should, I disagree with you. I do think the Democrats should seize on this moment and at the very least consider a shutdown. I mean, I do think there could be some political, like, as is the case with that, like if the Democrats do anything, the first question I want to ask is like, what is the possible benefit? Is it concessions? Is it a political like a political victory. And right now, I'm actually not so sure that there wouldn't be a political victory here. Maybe you're right. You're more plugged in than I am. But I'm certainly furious about the ICE situation. And I would love to see the Democrats pounce on this, especially if there's any truth to this polling. They question YouGov, but if there's any truth to this, where it's like a quarter of the country think it was justified and half of them think that the guy should face criminal charges, then I think they should pounce in one way or another, if that's a shutdown fight or whatever. But fortunately, I don't know where you guys are at, but I've been pretty happy with the Democratic Party rhetoric around this shooting. Every Democrat that I've seen on every channel have spoken up pretty strongly about this. Strong Democratic response from the mayor of Minneapolis. I thought Walz has navigated this really well. I've seen party leaders talking about this in no uncertain terms, calling it murder. I mean, I think they're doing a decent job right now. Dr. Donnie with $10. How easy does Pisco and Soy think these decisions are? Believe it or not, but most members of Congress hate shutting the government down. It was a fight to get members on board with even initiating it. Yeah, I just thought the idea that I think there is such a thing as diminishing returns for a prolonged shutdown. And I think like I have nothing to base this off. It's not a data driven argument, but I could see so many Americans flipping from, blaming Republicans to eventually just like, fuck both of these parties. I just want my mail to come on time, or I just want to go to the airport and it doesn't take 6 hours, or I just want my government benefits, or I just want my government paycheck. Like, I think you do significantly run the risk of going into those waters and just forfeiting the political benefit beyond a certain point. But we don't need to get into that. We already debated that on the pod. You might as well boot up Ark at this point. No, I got to make dinner. I got to go to the store. I got to get some ingredients and I got to make dinner. Das Vidonia with $5. Pisco's 2013 example is bullshit. He's celebrating Bennigan's coupons. South Park reference where Canada went on strike. Oh, that's over my head. Jay Greaves with $5. Pisco is 1,000% validating what Stacey K said about Hassan last week, by the way. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I kind of see what you're talking about a little bit. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, man. I just really love you guys and very happy with, I'm just happy with like the state of things right now for just me personally on the streams. I'm just having a really good time streaming. I woke up this morning and I was very eager to fire up the stream and start talking about all this shit with you guys. Very happy to be playing games again on stream. That's like very, very fun for me. And yeah, it just feels like we're in a good place. Feels like we're in a really good place with where these streams are headed in 2026. And so, yeah, you guys mean a lot to me. I appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Sitchin' Adam, 11 a.m. Bye-bye.